Another autumn day in the village of Leaf. The sun, tired after a day of honest and conscientious work, slowly rolled across the sky, approaching the horizon, as if everything was accelerating. Yellow, blinding, bright during the day, it changes its color and shade to a softer and warmer one, which, like a weightless shawl, covers everything around. Most people are in a hurry from work to see their relatives as soon as possible, and the younger generation is returning from school. Among them runs a joyful little boy, who is greeted by every resident of the village. All because the blonde is the son of the fourth Hokage. The boy does not care what people say. All he wants is to quickly find himself in his mother's arms and tell her how he has fun with his peers, how a girl with hair the color of sakura petals said that she likes him. The girl's confession could not but please him. For Naruto, this attention to himself seems like something more, maybe an achievement. But there was another event that the boy had been waiting for almost a year. And now, this moment has finally arrived. On this special day, Naruto will have a younger brother and sister. The blue-eyed boy is in a good mood and does not even suspect that this day will change his life forever. As he approached his family's estate, he saw his father fighting a stranger in a cloak and mask. Noticing the Hokage child, he immediately tried to grab the boy, but suddenly the boy was next to his father. Minato, at this moment, was unwavering, and the boy's face turned pale with fear, his eyes wide open, his lips pressed together. Just a little more and he would be kidnapped by the unknown, perhaps even killed. His fragile body was shaking. He felt himself being thrown into heat and cold. His arms and legs could not make a single movement. The stranger, after several attempts to cut off the frightened child from the blonde, suddenly disappears. A moment later, a desperate female scream is heard, which is replaced by a growl. A rumble is also heard. The nine-tailed fox has appeared above the village, which immediately destroys several nearby houses. The growl passes through the entire village as a sound wave, which makes each villager more and more afraid for their lives. Minato, having decided to go towards the demon, moves to the cage residence, where he leaves Naruto, and he himself goes to the tailed beast. The boy becomes so scared of being among strangers that he begins to fear them. Unable to bear it, the young man breaks away from his place and runs straight ahead, to where his parents are. Running towards the side where the tailed beast is raging is a bad idea that will lead to nothing good, and he is no exception. During another attack of the fox on the village, a powerful deafening wave knocks the youth off his feet along with the rest of the debris. The last thing he remembers is how the destructive wave pushes him back, and he feels this sharp pain. His eyes slowly close, the darkness covers him completely. No pain, no screams, no terrifying growl. Absolutely everything stopped, as if the boy was completely cut off from the world around him. Meanwhile, Minato continues to try to hold back the tailed beast. It doesn't work out as he expected. After all, while trying to destroy his opponent, the fox destroys several buildings in its path. Minato understands that if he wants to defeat the Kyuubi, he must seal it in someone, but there was only one question: in whom? Dodging another attack from the Kyuubi, he looked back. Half the village was in ruins. There were probably many victims too. Damn that guy in the mask, Namikaze thought at that moment, dodging another attack from the fox. He urgently needed to find someone to seal the tailed beast into, but he could find nothing but his two newborn children. Minato had no choice. The entire village was at stake. He was almost sure that the chakra of the Biju and Uzumaki was compatible. He would divide the demon's chakra and seal it into his newborn children. Namikaze was absolutely sure that Uzumaki remained unharmed after the tailed beast was extracted. Kushina has always been and remains a very strong woman. Strong, free, courageous, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, which also gives some advantages. The blonde suddenly disappeared from the battlefield and reappeared a second later, but with two babies in his arms and his wife leaning on his shoulder. Kushina expressed a desire to go there, despite her condition. In addition, she had a plan on how to delay the Kyuubi in order to seal it later. Immediately after her appearance, she would release chains that would instantly surround the Nine-Tails body and delay it, but this technique would not go without consequences for Uzumaki herself, since she was almost at her limit. Her strength was leaving her, and her whole body ached after extracting the Kyuubi. In the best case, she would hold out for another 5 minutes before losing consciousness and the fox would be freed. Seeing this, Minato tried to quickly cope with the sealing technique and instantly summoned a ritual altar, after which he placed his children there. Which caused even greater anger from the tailed beast. Are you going to seal me in some brats? Fox is indignant. Bayu tried to get out, but the chains that were tightly holding him did not allow him to do so. Kushina felt a burning pain and spat out the blood that was coming to her mouth. Minato was about to activate the Death God seal, but he was immediately stopped by the third Hokage, who appeared next to Minato in time. Stop, Minato, Hiruzen says, placing his hand on the fourth's shoulder. Hiruzen-sama. I will call upon the god of death, he answers briefly. Hiruzen-sama, are you sure? This will lead to death. Hiruzen just nodded. I have already lived long enough to leave this world without any regrets. You have 3 children now, you are young, and you are also Hokage. You have something to live for in this world. But what about your grandson? The fourth continued. He has his own parents, as well as my wife, Hiruzen answers. Having completed the seal, the Shinigami himself appeared behind the old man, who immediately pierced the soul, sent his hand to the captured fox and sealed 1/2 of the 9 tails chakra in the girl, leaving a seal on her stomach. Hiruzen does the rest with the remaining chakra of the tailed beast, only this time sealing it in the boy. Performing such a dangerous ritual at his age is extremely difficult. There was a chance that the Shinigami would absorb his soul before it could seal the Kyuubi's power, but he still managed to do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's last breath. His life, like a thread that snapped. Each fiber, one by one, tore, peeled off, crumbled. The technique is complete, and the life of the wonderful third Hokage can no longer be brought back. Kyuubi is defeated. The third has defeated the tailed demon, they shouted, praising and calling Sarutobi Hiruzen a hero. Kushina lies unconscious. Minato sits on his knees next to her and the crying children. This day was extremely difficult for everyone. Many died, many were wounded, the third died. Somewhere among the dead people lay a small 4-year-old boy. The blonde woke up in an unusually white and empty place. There were no trees, no houses, not even the ground around him. No sounds were heard, the screams of frightened people running away from danger, collapsing buildings. Naruto was in complete confusion about where he ended up. Where am I? Am I dead? But how? What about my parents? What about the third? Naruto was worried. The words barely escaped his lips, tears flowed down his cheeks. His legs did not obey him, and he fell to his knees. His whole body trembled from fear, from this uncertainty. Clutching his head, he tried to calm down, but the fear only increased. Was he really going to die at such an early age? After all, he was just a child. What did he do to die? Such thoughts continued to torment the boy from within. You're not dead, boy. A female voice rang out from behind the youth. The voice was monotonous, emotionless, dead. Turning back, the boy saw a lady of very strange appearance in front of him, a pale-faced girl with neat, even features, with snow-white hair, like snow, and the same eyes, like pearls, an unusual red eye on her forehead and horns, which seemed beautiful in their own way, bewitching to the boy. Despite this unusual appearance, the woman was very beautiful and graceful, but even Naruto noticed that she had a completely lifeless, dull look, as if she was looking through him. Her look made the boy feel uneasy. Who are you? Naruto asked fearfully. How do you know I'm not dead? What is this place? The guy continued to bombard her with his questions. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki. This is. She turned her gaze to where the sky should be. This world is between life and death. She continued. The blue-eyed boy couldn't understand where he was and what this place was. What kind of world was this? Why was he here? The woman's answer was too incomprehensible for a 4-year-old boy. Only scratching the back of his head, Naruto sat down and began to wait. Since the woman said that he was not dead, he wrote it all off as a normal dream, and since it was a dream, sooner or later he would have to wake up. The woman did not go anywhere, but only sat down where she stood, with her eyes closed. No matter how long the boy waited, nothing changed, and he was never known for his patience. Tell me about yourself, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, to which he received only a sigh. Where are you from? Silence again in response. Why don't you leave here? Did you end up here the same way I did? And once again she didn't say a word. Is she sleeping? Thought the boy, who was already reaching his hand towards the woman's face. When he barely touched the girl's tender skin with the tip of his finger, she suddenly opened her eyes, which made the boy a little taken aback, jerking his hand, and his cheeks began to fill with a burgundy color. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The boy said confusedly, not knowing where to look, but there was no answer. He looked up again. She was sitting with her eyes closed again, ignoring the boy once again. He lay down on the invisible floor with only a little resentment inside and turned away. Time in this space seemed like eternity to him, especially when there is no connection with the outside world. In this world there is no day, no night, no time at all. Nevertheless he managed to fall asleep, no matter how strange it may sound. After waking up, he decided to try to find a way out of here himself. He went where his eyes looked, but all the time he came to the place where he started, and so on endlessly, attempt after attempt, cycle after cycle. But it is worth noting that in this little world, the blonde could still feel tension and fatigue. When the number of his attempts had already exceeded several dozen, the previously silent woman spoke again. "It's not that easy to get out of here," she said in what seemed like her usual voice, but for some reason Naruto caught a note of sadness in it. "You poor thing," the boy answered sadly, sitting down next to her and hugging his knees with his hands, after which he laid his head on them. "Why is that?" Kaguya was surprised by Uzumaki's sudden pity. "Well, you've been sitting here for a long time, I guess. Several years, probably. You've probably suffered a lot." Naruto himself was a kind boy, who always felt sad when he accidentally saw someone suffering, enduring pain. He didn't even imagine that those few years he said were absolutely nothing compared to how long she had been sitting here. She only looked at the sky, and then returned to her previous position. He lives like this for 1 week, then 2, 3. It seemed to go on forever. Nothing much has changed, except that he began to communicate more often with his unusual interlocutor. They gradually talked more and more. After another 6 months, they were already communicating freely, moving on to more personal topics. Of course, Kaguya had many more due to her age. She had already managed to tell him her story, how she was sealed by her own sons, how she spent her first days, weeks in this place. Naruto listened with full attention to what Otsutsuki was telling him. To say that he was saddened by the difficult fate of the woman was to say nothing. In response, he told her about what the world was like now. Of course, the words of a 5-year-old boy are unlikely to be able to tell the whole picture of the world, but nevertheless, Kaguya listened with interest to her little friend. Was he her friend? Naruto did not know, although with all his heart he wanted to make friends with such a lonely girl, but he was undoubtedly glad that they stopped keeping silent, as they did when he first came here. Now this place did not seem so bad to him. Sometimes he even forgot that he was not from here and that he had parents, probably already had a younger brother and sister. I wonder how they are now. Do his parents think about him? Of course, these questions worried him, and not weakly, but over time he calmed down. Another 4 years passed, so Kaguya said. He felt an unpleasant tingling sensation, and then his body began to slowly disintegrate. Naruto looked at the woman worriedly. She only answered that everything was fine and he was returning to life. The boy was happy. Finally, he would see his loved ones, but he was still sad that Lady Kaguya would be alone again. "Ms. Kaguya," the boy suddenly screamed as more than half of his body crumbled. She just looked at him silently. "I promise that I will definitely come back to sit with you again. I don't know how, but I will come back to you again," Uzumaki shouted one last time before he completely disappeared from this dimension. When he came to, the first thing he noticed was the gray ceiling. He sighed. The smell of medicine. He turned his head to the right and saw an IV drip standing next to him. Turning his head, the boy made sure he was in a hospital. The blonde boy was not in the best condition. He was dizzy and hungry. He doesn't know how long he lay there before he heard a woman's scream. He's woken up. The doctor immediately approached. He was a fairly large man with a short mustache and square glasses on his eyes. "How are you feeling?" was the first thing he asked as he approached the lying boy. Good. Just hungry. Very." The guy found it very difficult to speak. "They'll bring you some food soon, but for now, allow me to digress. I need to notify your family," after which the man left, and a young nurse remained with him. "Can I get you anything?" the nurse asked. "Tell me, when were my parents here last?" the boy asked, looking at the flower petals that had long since fallen. "Well," she began to speak hesitantly. "Do you promise not to tell your parents?" Uzumaki nodded. "They were here when you first got here. They came a couple of times, in your first year, and the other 3. They didn't visit you." What he heard shocked the boy. Could it be that his parents hadn't visited him, their son, for 4 years, when he needed it so much? Everything inside him began to clench, a lump formed in his throat. Of course, he remembered that his father was the head of the village, but for them to have never visited their own son for so long. The nurse, seeing the young man's mood, left without disturbing him. His mood had completely disappeared. When he was discharged and came home for the first time in his long absence, he didn't really hear anything except, "Hello. How are you feeling?" He immediately went up to his room, but his mother stopped him there. "Naruto," Kushina's voice reached him. "We've converted your room into your little sister's room," his mother warned, apparently deciding to finish off the already stunned boy. "At least, that's what it seems to him." "Where should I sleep now?" asked the blonde. For him, his awakening was not as joyful as he had imagined. "Well, you can sleep on the couch, and then Dad and I will definitely think of something," the red-haired girl smiled. Naruto, without answering anything, humbly walked towards the living room, where he fell on the couch and fell asleep. He dreamed of his life before the coma, when his parents did not behave so strangely and prejudiced towards him, when they were still a close-knit family. Or maybe they just had some complicated problems. Maybe he got caught in the crossfire. No, it is unlikely that these problems lasted for about 3 years, which is why they did not visit him. He woke up quite early because of a very pleasant smell coming from the kitchen. Still feeling that weakness in his body after waking up, he slowly walked to the kitchen, where he saw Kushina diligently preparing something. "Mom, what are we having for breakfast today?" The boy yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Ah, Naruto," the woman quickly hesitated. "Sorry, I completely forgot about you. I still haven't gotten used to you being home." Kushina suddenly laughed, and only now did Naruto remember the memories of yesterday. Kushina, realizing that her laughter was out of place, immediately began cooking. "Right now, wait a minute. I'll cook you something." Naruto nodded sadly and went to the dining table. About 10 minutes later, someone pulled him by the sleeve of his t-shirt. Turning around, he saw a little girl with hair the color of red ripe apples. She looked at the boy attentively. "Boy, who are you?" the girl asked. Kushina just grinned. Neru, this is your older brother, Naruto." "Older brother?" the girl asked questioningly, still looking at Naruto, who smiled weakly and nodded. Naruto, going around the table, sat down opposite the guy. A few minutes later, Uzumaki noticed a blonde guy, the same age as the girl, approaching. He did not ask anything, but on the contrary, rewarded Naruto with a distrustful and displeased look. Kushina came up, laying out everything that had been prepared on the table. The blonde was surprised when a plate with steaks, rice and other various foods, the names of which he did not know, was placed on the table in front of the younger ones. Even greater surprise was reflected on the eldest Uzumaki when next to him there was only a box of instant noodles. "Ramen?" Naruto asked, confused, but the question was ignored. Mother was already talking to the twins about something at this time. This continued until the end of breakfast. Kushina was discussing her future plans with the children. Only one of the family sat silently, overcoming the emerging resentment and slowly eating his noodles. Just one mocking look from his younger brother made Naruto shudder from the inside. What did he do that caused his life to change so much, and for the worse? By going into a coma for 3 years. Finally, having finished his ramen, he hurried out of the house. He needed to be alone, to rethink everything. Walking through the streets of the already changed village, he did not notice how he came to the house of the third Hokage. Deciding to go in to see the old man, he slowly knocked on the door. An elderly woman opened the door for him, who only narrowed her eyes, was able to recognize the guest. "Naruto, is it really you? I heard you recovered," the woman stammered. "Yes, auntie. Can you call the third?" The boy smiled. The smile on the old woman's face quickly fell. "Naruto, don't you know?" The old woman's voice became sad, which seemed strange to Uzumaki. "Hiruzen died the same day you fell into a coma." This left the guy stunned. He couldn't digest this information for a few minutes and didn't fully understand what exactly the woman was talking about. "Maybe you'll come in?" the woman asked, to which the blonde shook his head and went back, now in a completely depressed mood. Hiruzen was very kind, caring, always played with the boy when they met, often talked about unremarkable topics. The boy tried to find salvation in him, but it seemed that he was slowly drowning, like in a swamp. This news finished him off, and the boy felt something warm flowing down his cheeks. He tried to hold back the onslaught of bitterness, but these tears flowed by themselves. Returning home, He fell on the sofa. He was in no mood, and had no desire to go anywhere. A childish girl's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Brother, let's play shogi. The little girl, whose red hair was neatly braided, looked hopefully. Okay, the boy agrees. The girl's gaze touched him. It wasn't the same gaze her younger brother gave him, but there was one problem. No one had taught him how to play shogi. Noticing her older brother's confusion, the girl again grabs him by the sleeve of his t-shirt and asks, Brother, don't you know how to play? Naruto nods. I'll teach you. She smiles sweetly, surprising the boy. It was the first genuine smile he'd seen in days. Naruto spends a long time explaining to the boy how to play correctly, noticing small nuances. After a long explanation, they begin a serious game. Although Naruto listened attentively to the rules of the game, he lost all 6 games they played miserably. It's okay, brother, you'll learn. We'll play together all the time, and one day you'll win your first game of shogi. Naruto laughs, then collects the shogi and goes to his room, and the guy, satisfied with the game, returns to his couch. Without a doubt, the meeting with Naruto was the most pleasant for him. At least, it allowed the blonde to get distracted from everything else a little. The time until evening passed rather quickly. The same things were already prepared for everyone on the table, which could not but please the boy. I'm home. A voice came from the hallway, and then the yellow lightning of Konoha herself appeared in the kitchen. Ah, dear, how did it go? Kushina asked solicitously, preparing a place for Minato. Don't even ask, he just spread his hands. Hello, Naruto, he said, patting the guy on the shoulder, and then sat down in his place. The conversation in the family was not very interesting for Naruto. The parents mostly chatted with the 2 youngest, asking how they had walked, what they had done outside. Naruto remained silent until Minato's voice finally brought him out of his thoughts. By the way, Naruto, the 4th suddenly said. I made arrangements with the academy. In a week, you will start attending classes, so prepare for them. You have already been unconscious for 4.5 years. The last words sounded like some kind of reproach to the boy. As if it was his fault that he had been unconscious for so many years because of the monster's attack. Although in its own way, this made the boy happy. Finally, they began to pay attention to him. His father made sure that he started attending the Shinobi Academy, but all the boys' joy evaporated when the conversation returned to its previous course. It was as if they did not notice him. Having quickly finished dinner, he again went to his place of lodging. The whole day was incredibly hard for the guy. He learned a lot of things about what happened while he was sleeping. The death of Hiruzen, Sasuke's older brother, killed half of the Uchiha clan, and then became a criminal. I wonder how Sasuke is now. Uzumaki remembered about his friend, with whom he was good friends even before the attack, but he hadn't even met him all day. The boy, encouraging himself with his palms on his face, decided that he would make every effort during the lessons to remind his parents that they still had an older son who also wanted to be noticed, to be interested in his successes and achievements. After lying there a little longer and dreaming, he slowly began to fall asleep. Opening his eyes, he again saw the white world, which stunned the blonde a little. Have I really fallen into a coma again? A logical thought was born in the boy's head. Behind him he heard a familiar voice again. Hello, Naruto-kun. A vaguely familiar young lady greeted him, causing the guy to experience deja vu, but unlike the last time, when he was seriously scared, now he was absolutely calm. On the contrary, joy suddenly washed over the boy. Hello, Miss Kaguya. The young man's joy knew no bounds. You can just call me Kaguya, she suddenly said. Really? He asked in surprise, to which he received an approving nod. Why are you here? Otsutsuki asked, finally opening her snow-white eyes. The boy just thought, putting his hand to his chin. Well, I promised that I would sit with you a little longer. So I am fulfilling my promise. Of course, this was a common excuse, because even the boy himself did not really understand how he ended up in this place again. There was only a great fear that he was in a coma again. Otsutsuki noticed this and decided to calm the boy down. Don't be afraid, you won't be here for long this time. Kaguya looked at him. Naruto felt a little embarrassed. I am not afraid, he actively waved off. The rest of their conversation was quite ordinary. Naruto told about what he had experienced after his awakening, told about how he had a pretty and kind younger sister, as well as an eternally dissatisfied and snooty brother. Both for Naruto and for Kaguya herself, This conversation was like a breath of fresh air. This was especially true for Naruto, who noticeably perked up during their conversation with Lady Otsutsuki. What will happen if I tell the others that I am talking to you? The boy asks. They won't believe you. For them, I'm just a legend, a myth, a fairy tale, the woman answers, smiling. This was the tone of the conversation until he finally woke up, promising before leaving that he would try to get to her again. The week before classes passed rather quickly. His parents had already bought him new clothes. They were a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki clan crest on the back and black pants, sandals, and they also bought an accessory in the form of black braces. You are the son of the Hokage, Naruto. And therefore you should wear good and beautiful things, Kushina argued. The only thing that made him happy was that he saw his new friend in his dreams every night. Their conversation was not much different from the previous ones, but at least Naruto didn't feel lonely anymore. And then came the very day when he would go to the academy for the first time, where his peers had been going for 2 years already. Walking along a rather narrow corridor with many doors on the sides, he met a man whose only distinguishing feature was a scar running across the entire bridge of his nose. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. He asks when he sees the boy, to which he smiles and nods. My name is Iruka Yumino. You can call me Iruka Sensei. I will enter first, and you will follow after I start talking about the new student. Got it. Naruto nods again, after which the teacher enters the classroom, and Naruto begins to wait outside the door. Hello, students, a voice is heard, and then a small noise from the children themselves. Today's lesson I will start with good news. We have a new student, with whom, I hope, you will all become friends. At that moment Naruto entered the classroom. He was supposed to start studying with you 2 years ago, but for some reason he couldn't. The teacher finished, then pointed to the seat next to the blonde, who had a rather long fringe. Having sat down, he began to look at the entire audience with curiosity. A fat boy, sitting with a pack of chips in his hands. Next to him, with his head on the desk, sat a boy with a ponytail, who seemed to be sleeping. Most of all, his gaze was attracted by that same girl, with sakura-colored hair, but her gaze was completely fixed on the brunette, in whom Uzumaki recognized his best friend. Naruto's gaze dimmed when he saw that she was now also indifferent to him. Even during the break, the pink-haired girl did not pay much attention to the boy, but on the contrary, gave him a very piercing look. Sasuke didn't even look in his direction, but just sat there with a sullen look, which made the boy think about whether it was worth approaching the brunette at all. He decided to leave this question for later. The first lesson passed quickly enough. The teacher talked about clones, and some students came to the center to demonstrate their ability to create them. Uzumaki listened attentively to what the teacher was saying. Of course, he was not the smartest in the class, but even the boy understood how this technique works, and therefore, despite the teacher's dissuasion, he also volunteered to try. Naruto, today is your first day here. It won't be a big deal if you just sit and watch how it's done, Iruka says calmly. I can do it, Uzumaki said confidently when he found himself in the middle of the audience. Please, Lady Kaguya, help me, please, the boy suddenly thought, making seals. For some reason, he was sure that she could hear him. But even if she could, how could she help him? Naruto himself didn't know, since he blurted it out more to boost his self-confidence than to really help. But nevertheless, 2 copies of himself appeared next to him. They weren't very stable, but even now Iruka noted for himself that Naruto had considerable potential. The first attempt to create 2 copies at once. Not every student can handle it. The boy himself was undoubtedly happy with his result. Returning, he noticed surprised looks from some of the students, including his desk mate. Have you practiced techniques before? The blonde girl's blue eyes looked at him. Not at all, the boy answers her, smiling. The technique seemed simple to me, so I decided to try it. He continues to laugh, scratching the back of his head. Easy. This is the technique that will be accepted at the exam. The girl says perplexedly, after which, having coughed a little, she continued, by the way, my name is Ino Yamanaka. For friends, Ino, the girl smiles. Naruto Uzumaki, the interlocutor answers her uncertainly. The boy was surprised that they decided to get to know him themselves, but nevertheless, inside he was only happy about his arrival at the academy. However, the girl still does not calm down. And since you're new here, you need to find some friends, right? The blonde smiles a little too slyly. I advise you to make friends with that girl over there, Ino says, lightly pointing her fingers at the pink-haired girl, Sakura. The boy looked at the girl and saw how she looked at them very displeasedly, and when she caught Naruto's gaze on herself, she also turned away displeasedly. She can be a pain in the ass, but overall, she's a pretty good girl. Uzumaki had noticed the rivalry at first, but now he could also see that Ino cared a lot about her rival. At least, her gaze seemed a little sad to the boy. They sat in silence for the rest of the lesson, until finally it was time for a break and the girl fluttered out into the street with the others. However, Uzumaki noticed that Sakura did not go with them, but remained sitting in her place. Remembering the blonde's words, the boy decided to approach her, at least to talk. Descending and going around the desks, he approached the girl's table. "Hello, Sakura-chan," Naruto greeted as she simply ignored his words and walked past him. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. Do you mind going out for a bite to eat with me while we're at lunch?" The same girl's uncertain voice rang out from somewhere behind Uzumaki, followed by a cold and indifferent, "No," from the Uchiha. The dejected Sakura returned to her seat, not paying any attention to the blonde standing there, and he was just about to return to his seat when someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a brunette standing behind him. The one who had rejected Sakura's offer. "Let's talk, Naruto." Sasuke removed his hand and headed towards the exit, as if he knew in advance that he would follow him. In principle, that's what happened. Uzumaki saw no reason to refuse him, so he followed him. What he saw surprised the entire class, including Sakura. Why would the Uchiha, who was always cold to everyone, suddenly invite someone to talk? When they were already behind the academy, where there was no one except them, the brunette finally decided to speak. "Hello again, Naruto," the Uchiha began from what seemed like a distance to the boy. "I heard what happened to you. I'm sorry and all that, but," Sasuke suddenly fell silent, as if choosing his words. "But can you pretend that we don't know each other?" His best friend's words surprised Naruto greatly. They might have been exes, but they were best friends. And why would he suddenly pretend that they didn't know each other? "I heard what happened, but is that really the whole reason?" Uchiha nodded. "And that's the only reason you rejected Sakura?" the blonde asked. "I turned her down because she was too annoying. Always following me around like a tail." Never realizing that I don't care about her love, he suddenly fell silent. "We're not talking about her. Anyway, I warned you. Pretend we never knew each other," Uchiha said, patting his interlocutor on the shoulder, and then disappeared behind the doors of the academy. By the time Naruto returned to the classroom, everyone was already in their seats. After apologizing to the teacher for being late, Uzumaki returned to his seat, seemingly not noticing the same staring eyes, mostly from the female part of the class. And so ended his first day at the academy. A year passed, during which Naruto diligently studied at the academy, becoming one of its best students. All this for one thing: to attract the attention of his parents. Unfortunately, they turned out to be too indifferent to him and, except for one word, "well done," he heard nothing else. Over time, this desire disappeared. He became as indifferent to his parents as they were to him. The only thing the boy asked his father was to move out to live in a separate apartment, and even this they did not particularly interfere with. After listening to another empty praise about how great he is, that he is learning to be independent, he moves to live separately. He also has very few interlocutors. Every night he talked to Kaguya, and at the academy he sometimes managed to talk to Ino, but nevertheless, the only one who constantly supported him was Kaguya Otsutsuki. An unhappy, as it seemed to him, woman who has been sitting in her dimension for God knows how long, also alone. Uzumaki felt a kindred spirit in her, since he, in essence, also began to live in this loneliness. Yes, he had parents, he had classmates at the academy, but from some there was only indifference, and with the others, conversations were short and sometimes rare. This, as it seemed to him, is the same loneliness. During this year, he completely turned into an apathetic person for everyone except Kaguya. Part 2. Changes. Many children are told from childhood that the world is fair to those who work tirelessly, and it doesn't matter where, the academy, work or housework. Everyone gets what they deserve, what they earned. That's exactly what Kushina told Naruto when he was about 3 years old, but who would have thought that they themselves would dispel their lies. There is no justice, and, unfortunately, or maybe even fortunately, Uzumaki understood the truth at a fairly early age. Too early, the precious childhood worldview collapsed. Now he was sitting on the windowsill in his small apartment and, without showing any emotion, looked at Konoha floating in the lights, where the celebration of the village's second birthday was in full swing. October 10th. It was on this day, about 6 years ago, that Konoha was attacked by the Kyuubi, which the third sealed at the cost of his life. The noise of people crowding into the center of the village to watch the fireworks in honor of the holiday. This day was and remains special for most, but not for Uzumaki, for whom this day was cursed. This fateful day deprived him of everything. The love of his parents, friends, which turned him into who he became. After sitting on the windowsill for a couple more minutes, the boy put his hand, which had long since turned white, in front of him, which had changed as much as the rest of his body. These changes began a year ago, when he noticed that his hair, which was once golden, like ripe wheat in a clean meadow, had become duller than before. In addition to his skin and hair, his eyes were not ignored. His eyes were so bright, saturated, like a clear sky, but the clouds eclipsed the sky, forming white clouds, so fluffy, but destroying everything around. Most of all, attention was drawn to a strange stripe on his forehead, shaped like a closed eye. Naruto does not know what this stripe means, he only has guesses. Of course, the boy's different appearance caused a stir at the academy and he was immediately taken to the doctors for an examination, but no abnormalities were found. The blood of Kushina and Minato flows in the boy, and there were no genetic pathologies. Even the most experienced doctors were unable to find out the reason for such a drastic change in the guy's appearance. To be honest, they didn't really try. Fortunately, such an appearance did not have a negative effect on the blonde himself. He still remains one of the best students at the academy. Although the doctors did not know the reason for the changes, Uzumaki himself understood almost immediately why his body was changing, or rather because of whom. Of course, at first it made the young man a little nervous, but when he realized that it did not cause him any harm or pain, he was even glad that he was becoming like his best friend, although it would be more correct to say, girlfriend. Now they have not only similar situations, but also look alike. The view from the window bored him and he climbed down from the windowsill, walked over to his bed and fell down, stopping his gaze on the monochromatic, grey ceiling. There were no thoughts, just as there were no regrets. He had long since gotten used to the fact that he was alone now. People's lives are different, and therefore everyone decides for themselves how they will live. The young man had already decided for himself that from now on he would not wait for anyone's approval. The only one he would listen to and with whom he would behave freely was Kaguya. For the rest, he decided to put on the mask of an indifferent person who only cared about his own benefit. Since he decided to stop communicating with others, they did the same, ceasing to pay any attention to the guy. They did not greet him, did not address him, did not invite him anywhere. Everyone simply silently passed by him, pretending that they did not have a student like Uzumaki Naruto. Fatigue finally overcame the guy, causing him to fall asleep. Again a completely white space. Again he sees a very familiar woman sitting opposite him with surprised eyes. "You're quite late today. Is something wrong?" the woman said with a little anxiety in her voice, looking at Uzumaki. It had been a long time since their first meeting, but they met and talked every night. It would seem that what could you talk about for hours with the same person, and for 5 whole years? But they always had topics for conversation, even if they weren't particularly important. Yes, just thinking about something. Not particularly important. The blonde waved it off, clearly not wanting to remember this next boring and grey day. Although what kind of day can a boring person have? I understand. Kaguya looked sad, because she remembered perfectly well what day it was for Naruto. Even though he was trying to hide his feelings deep inside himself, for someone who had lived for centuries, it was not difficult to guess what her little interlocutor was thinking. For her, Uzumaki was like an open book. She could find out what mood he was in with just one look. Especially when the boy began to soak up her chakra and change, she felt how some kind of connection had formed between them. Although she did not show it, but in her heart she was glad that she was no longer as lonely as before. Young Uzumaki became her support in this eternal confinement. "I'm tired." Uzumaki suddenly can't stand it. Tired of living in this damn world full of hypocrites. He then adds, falling on his back and fixing his eyes on the woman, who in turn was looking at the guy with her snow-white eyes. They still didn't really understand who exactly they were to each other. Was she a mother to Naruto? Hardly, because he didn't have any real maternal instincts. Yes, she prompted, sometimes helped, but you don't have to be a mother to do that. For her, he is a good friend. He always supports her, Comes back to her every time. Always entertains her with interesting stories. Saves her from this loneliness. He did everything. Constantly visiting the woman. Maybe love. Can there be love between a woman who has more than a dozen centuries behind her and a little 10-year-old boy? Perhaps. She forgot, not even remembering what it was like to truly love. The first and last times she felt this way in relation to her sons, and maybe to their late father. Although she was not sure about the latter, since she had long forgotten him. Would you like to return to our world? Uzumaki asks, still looking up at her, his fingers barely touching her hair. But the only answer was a sigh, which the boy understood without words. After thinking for a while, the blonde quickly stood up and looked at the woman who had perked up in surprise. You know what? The blonde hit his fist into his palm. And I will get you out of here. Kaguya is surprised by his words, his confidence. I don't know how, but I will definitely take you out of this place. We will walk through forests, meadows, fields, visit different corners of the world. You just wait for me. The boy's words passed through Otsutsuki like a current, as if heavy, menacing clouds were dispersing, giving way to the bright sun. Naruto sat down opposite her and looked with satisfaction at the surprised face of the woman, down which a tear involuntarily rolled. Carefully, without unnecessary movements, he touched her cheek and with his thumb, his small hand, so velvety, brushed away the tear. Uzumaki noticed how her cheeks slowly blushed. This pinkness was not typical for her snow-white skin, which seriously scared the guy, but later, having understood everything, he continued to sit silently with a smile on his face. They sat in silence for the rest of the night. Words were unnecessary. Everything that was on their minds was said so quickly, in one breath. Naruto, for the first time, set a clear goal in life that he would definitely try to achieve, and Kaguya found hope that she could still get out of this prison, but she also accepted something else. Something she had forgotten long ago. That conversation became the starting point for improving their relationship. With each of their subsequent conversations, the image of a cold-blooded and reserved lady cracked more and more, threatening to completely collapse in front of this boy one day. It was precisely because there was still a boy in front of her that she held back her feelings. Each night was pleasant for them in its own way. So much so that Uzumaki began to hate with all his heart the moments of awakening, after which he had to go through this boring day again in the hope that the night would come faster. And now, quite early in the morning, he was already heading to the academy, watching the students approaching as well. All the same calm faces, seemingly not noticing the boy. By that time, the boy himself no longer cared what others thought of him. He had already clearly decided that from now on he would not need anyone's opinion. He lived only for one. Today promised to be an interesting day, since today would be the day of the taijutsu competition between the students. Naruto was glad that he would be able to test himself in a full-fledged fight. It was one thing to study theory and practice movements, but quite another to apply all of this in a real fight. Therefore, instead of going to class, he went straight to the backyard, where the fights themselves would take place. By the time the blonde arrived, a decent number of children had already gathered there, lining up in a large row. Of course, there were also guests, consisting mainly of the students' parents who had come to support their children. Uzumaki himself did not even look at that handful of adults, since he assumed that his parents would not be there, so he immediately stood at the end of the column. Isn't this the fourth son by any chance? A whisper was heard from the audience. Exactly. Shouldn't he have been suspended from the competition? Look at him. He must have been on something, a second voice said. True. Look at him. What a freak. My son will definitely beat him up. One of the women standing there said contemptuously. A few years ago, he would undoubtedly have felt offended by such words. Perhaps he would even have run away, but not now. He doesn't care what the adults say about him. He will answer them by painting their sons' faces. The competition didn't take long to begin. First pair, Aruka was saying meanwhile. Uchiha Sasuke versus Asushi. Two brunettes came out to the center of the area. Having exchanged a few sharp phrases towards each other and having made seals, they began their duel. Asushi immediately began to attack Uchiha, which he took advantage of, catching him during a counterattack, thus easily taking the first victory to his piggy bank. The crowd began to shout enthusiastically, and the defeated one left together with his upset parents. The guy is a good guy, but he still had no luck going up against a descendant of the Uchiha clan. The voice of the same woman was heard, clearly worried about her son, which confirmed her next words in a whisper, which Naruto heard, since he was standing at the end and was close to that group. I hope mine won't become his next opponent. The woman clearly did not believe in her son's abilities. The participants in the next 3 fights were all unknown to Naruto. One fight ended in a draw, one fight ended in a technical victory because one of the students refused to compete, and the third fight ended when a winner was determined. Next pair, Neji Hyuga vs. Shikamaru Nara. When the boys came to the center, the one with the ponytail suddenly raised his hand and said, "I give up," he said, returning to the general line. Technical victory for Neji Hyuga, Haruka said, shuffling through his papers. Next pair, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Narikam Daichi. The pair came to the center. A rather smug blonde man with long hair reaching his shoulders stood in front of Uzumaki. He looked down on the boy, clearly confident in his superiority over the Hokage's son. "Keep in mind, I won't look at the fact that you are the son of the Hokage. You came out here, so be prepared for your face to be painted now." Daichi grinned, to which Naruto just remained silent, as if he hadn't heard his opponent's mockery. As expected, his opponent was far from being the type to analyze his opponent, and therefore was already rushing at Uzumaki, which played into his hands. Since he did not yet know what the boy was capable of, he did not even imagine that Naruto would be able to throw him back several meters with a counterattack. "You bastard." His voice was hoarse from pain, but nevertheless, he did not reduce his pressure, once again rushing towards the enemy. Here he swings and tries to hit Naruto with a swing, which makes him go away, slightly bending over, but then catches him with a knee strike to the stomach. Having moved away a little and observing the smug expression on the enemy's face, Naruto became much more serious and, getting into a fighting stance, began to wait for the next attack from Daichi, who was unlikely to wait for the enemy's attack himself. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long and soon a fist was flying at Naruto, which he redirected to the side with a blow from his left hand, thereby it whistled past Uzumaki's ear, but never hit him. He himself, having caught the moment when the opponent's face was open, sent him flying with a direct blow to the jaw. But without waiting for his opponent to recover and stand up, the blonde sits on his opponent and starts hitting him in the face. Disgruntled cries of spectators were heard. "Don't hit a man when he's down," the woman shouted, but the boy didn't care, since the rules didn't prohibit it. It was unlikely that in a real fight the enemy would wait for him to recover. To be honest, Uzumaki himself felt some pleasure from smashing the once smug face into the ground, as evidenced by his predatory smile, which scared many, including the teacher, who had never seen such a thing in the boy before. His opponent clearly didn't expect that his own words would be used against him. Suddenly, a red-haired woman appeared in the crowd, holding 2 children. Letting go of the children, she approached Naruto and pulled the boy by the arms from behind. "Naru persuaded me to come and see, and what did I see? You disgrace our family with your cruelty," screamed the bloody habanero. "What did I do wrong again?" The blonde answered in a cold voice, stopping hitting his opponent and turning to his mother. "Where does such cruelty come from?" the woman asked, to which Uzumaki only snorted, getting up from his opponent and heading off the training field. "I am a future shinobi. Would a shinobi wait for the enemy to come to his senses?" The guy answers with contempt in his voice. "It will always be like this. No matter how much you try for people, it will never be enough for them." That's what Kaguya answered him during the next conversation. Because of the connection that had formed between them, she could sometimes observe everything through the guy's eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't do this for more than 10 minutes because of her seal, but nevertheless, she was glad in her own way that, even for short periods, she was able to observe how the guy lived. From the moment he promised Otsutsuki to free her, he began to train even more. In particular, he tried to learn to control the chakra that he received from Kaguya. With difficulty, but he was able to gradually approach mastering it, even though it was given to him with great pain. Due to the intense training, all of his chakra channels literally burned from such a strong flow of someone else's chakra, but it did not matter to him. The goal justifies the means to achieve it. And he did not care what he had to do to achieve his goal. Due to his hidden training, he sometimes had to miss classes at the academy. Sometimes because after another training with chakra, he could not move even his hand. In such cases, he had to wait until his body recovered from such tension. On the other hand, he began to pay more and more attention to theory, regularly visiting the local library, where he studied the history of shinobi more deeply than at the academy, and also looked for any available information about all the various techniques and shinobi. In the morning, classes at the academy, after classes in the library, and then to training with Chakra. In other words, he was home only at night, where he met and told Kaguya about his progress. She, seeing how tired the boy was, sometimes allowed him to lie on her lap, which certainly pleased the blonde. You know, Naruto, she once addressed him during one of the get-togethers while he was lying on her lap again. She rarely addressed him first, which surprised the blonde greatly. If you really want to help me return, then you should find someone who also knows about me and also has a goal of my return. Naruto thought about her words, because it turns out that there is someone else who also wants to return her, and at that moment he felt a strange feeling inside himself. Similar to jealousy. Is there really a guy like him, with whom she also became close, as with him? He looked with a little anxiety, but also with interest into Kaguya's snow-white eyes, trying to discern at least the slightest feeling when she talks about some assistant or friend. Usually, when people talk about another person to whom they feel something, it is very reflected in their eyes, but in her he could not discern anything like that. Her eyes were still as calm and at the same time, as always, beautiful. His name is Kuro Zetsu. He should be somewhere in the world now and you need to find him. He has been alive since my time and knows a lot about this world. With his help, it will be easier for you to act. Naruto was both shocked by the trust that Otsutsuki showed him, but the anxiety became stronger. He would definitely regret it if he did not ask her this question. Kaguya, he addressed the woman, to which she inclined her head towards him, and this Kuro Zetsu. It turned out to be even more difficult to say than he imagined. His eyes began to dart around, trying to catch onto something, and his cheeks constantly turned to scarlet tones, which he tried to hide and which he failed to do, because Kaguya clearly distinguished all the feelings that the boy was experiencing now. Who is he to you? He finally held out and blurted it out, feeling his face blush even more and his heart literally starting to rage in his chest. He turned away from the woman, because he felt very ashamed for his question, which maybe he shouldn't have asked. Who was he to ask her that? However, Kaguya found this moment cute and giggled briefly, which was extremely rare for her, which caused the blonde to involuntarily look again at Kaguya's face, on which a barely noticeable blush was visible. He is my child. This shocked Naruto, although it would seem that it should have calmed him down. I left him just before the moment when I was already sealed, and since then he has been in this world, looking for ways to bring me back. That's why I told you that it would be easier for you with him, since he knows everything about this world. Thanks to this lifestyle, he didn't even notice how the time of graduation from the Shinobi Academy was approaching. He successfully passed the exams that everyone takes to receive the rank of genin, and now all he had to do was go to the last lesson, where they would be divided into teams and assigned a teacher. Of course, he knew what simple genin at the beginning, but nevertheless, he found it more interesting than being in the classroom all the time. Who his teammates would be, he knew just as well as any other student, but unlike the others, he mostly didn't care, as long as they didn't interfere with him achieving his dream. Walking along the narrow corridor, he heard the conversations of happy students who had passed their exams. All the students were looking forward to the upcoming division. Entering the classroom, he saw the same faces, with the exception of a small handful who had managed to fail this exam, although it was not particularly difficult. Some students had gathered in groups of 3 in advance, apparently hoping that they would then be noticed and put together, and not scattered among different teams. Moreover, they lined up so stupidly that there were as many as 3 guys in one group, despite the fact that their teacher had explained to them a long time ago that 2 boys and 1 girl are taken per team. In rare exceptions, there may be other variations. Uzumaki found nothing else to do but go to his desk. As expected, no one even invited the blonde to join the group. Time passed, the clock hand had long since passed the appointed time, and there was no one in the classroom except the students. The teachers were late. The students were discontentedly discussing something. What if no one turned us in and we came here for nothing? A girl's voice reached the boy's ears. Oh, come on, you saw the list of those who passed. If they're late, then there is a reason. Her classmates tried to dissuade her. What if this is just a prank? The future Kunoiki continued to panic. Uzumaki noted to himself that some of his classmates were even more stupid than he expected. About 30 minutes later, Aruka finally showed up in the office. He was holding a small stack of papers in his hand. Hello, students, he said as he approached his desk. Today is our last lesson together. From now on, you will become genin, novice ninja. But before that, I must tell you which teams you have been assigned to, and also introduce you to your teachers. Then they began to announce the commands, which Uzumaki mostly missed. He only listened when his name was called. Team number 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha and Yamanaka Ino. The blonde squealed happily, and the pink-haired girl angrily shouted at Yamanaka. Your teacher will be. He paused briefly. Hatake Kakashi. Haruka finished. The meeting with their new teacher was scheduled for the very next day, but alas, they were again faced with being late. 10 minutes had passed after the appointed time, and Hatake still had not arrived. Ino was nervously hovering around the room, moving from one corner of the classroom to another. Naruto was sitting on the windowsill, and Sasuke was at his desk. Soon, a shinobi with ash blonde hair appeared at the door, his face half hidden under a mask, and his left eye was also covered. Uzumaki often spent time with various books, so he understood who he was at the very beginning, when they were only told the name of their teacher. Of course, there was not much information there, but he remembered one thing. He knocked down all the students who came to him. Their acquaintance went in the most ordinary way. Each of them introduced themselves, their interests and what goal they were pursuing. Remembering his very early childhood, he decided to lie to the teacher that he wanted to become the future Hokage. If Hatake considered it a normal thing, because he had heard similar things from many students that he came across, then Ino and Sasuke were surprised by the words of their friend, since they had long been accustomed to seeing Uzumaki as an eternally gloomy and never-talking guy. It was the Kunoichi who was especially surprised. After meeting him, he arranged for them to meet at exactly 5 a.m. at the training ground, and then disappeared. The next morning, and again the same picture. All three are waiting for their late sensei. The blonde just sighed, realizing that they would have to go through this often. Punctuality is clearly not the teacher's strong point. In principle, this time they did not wait long and soon he appeared, holding 2 bells in his hands. As it turned out, their first task would be to take these very bells from the jonin. Moreover, if they fail, then return back to the academy, which was clearly not part of the plans of the newly minted genin. After the start, they could already start acting, but so far no one dared to openly attack the enemy. The advantage in numbers seemed too dubious to all three, so they immediately began to develop their plan. At first, they decided to start with the simplest. Uchiha and Uzumaki would distract the jonin and lead him into a trap, after which Ino should have time to use her mind transfer technique. The plan was really good. Thanks to the joint efforts of the brunette and the blonde, they deftly used taijutsu to pressure the opponent, forcing him to retreat to the tree, and when he pressed his back against it, Ino transferred her mind into his body. Or rather, it seemed so to her. What a surprise it was for all three when Ino remained in her body, and immediately after that, Kakashi's body disintegrated into a cloud. Naruto was upset that he did not think to check the chakra. Since Kaguya's chakra had appeared in him, he had become very sensitive to chakra and could detect it at very close range. If only he had thought to check the clone, they wouldn't have had to waste their energy for nothing. Hatake himself, who had been sitting on one of the trees the entire time, noted that although the attempt had not been successful, it had still been a team effort, which already gave rise to positive thoughts. Could it be that after a long time he had found those who acted not only alone? The genin themselves grouped together again. Each stood and covered the rear, clearly expecting an attack from any side, which did not happen. It was as if the enemy was playing with them. Naruto, the blonde, heard a familiar voice in his head, which surprised the guy a little. Are you watching me? He asked, still looking around. There was no time to relax, because that was probably all Hatake was waiting for. Yes, it seems that I can now maintain a mental connection with you. But I don't have much time, so listen, Kaguya said, after which she told the boy her plan on how he could take the bells. After listening carefully and then saying goodbye to the woman, he quietly told his plan to his comrades, to which they nodded silently. Uzumaki, using his basic sensor skills, was able to determine which tree the jonin was behind, who was clearly watching them. Sasuke pulled a handful of shurikens from his pouch and threw them towards the tree the blonde pointed to. Have they found me? Kakashi thought, confused, hiding his head behind a tree. However, their attempt is too weak. He clearly did not realize that with his last action, he had already set their plan in motion. He heard a rustling in the nearby bushes, and when he peered out from behind the tree, he found Ino standing in the pose when a mind is transferred. That's it. He looked at the bushes, where the black top of the Uchiha's head was slightly visible. They decided to smoke me out to try to capture my mind again. The second time, the same attempt, but He jumped from the tree, after which, 10 meters from the blonde, Kakashi himself came out, waiting for her to activate her technique, and at the moment when she began to fold the seal, the original himself jumped out from under the ground behind the girl, clasping his hand around the girl's neck. You really thought you could beat me by leaving your advantage uncovered? Hatake began to speak. And this is teamwork, he added. There was disappointment in his voice. Suddenly, the girl turned to him and he saw a smirking grimace, then a cloud, and he sees Uzumaki's satisfied face in front of him for a moment, and then an ordinary log appears in his hands. What? Kakashi shouts in shock, turning his gaze to the bushes, where the rustling was coming from minutes ago. Only now he meets the blue eyes of Ino, who, without losing the advantage she has gained, successfully transfers her mind into the body of the Junin. Finding herself in someone else's body, she plucks the bells and throws them towards her comrades running up. They catch them, and she returns to her body. What happened? Kakashi says, having recovered, touching his belt where the bells should be, but they are no longer there. In front of him, he sees Naruto and Sasuke standing, each holding a bell. Ino is lying next to him, leaning against a tree. Hatake was amazed. For the first time in so long, he sees such a well-coordinated teamwork, and for the first time at that. The children were clearly not acting at the level of simple genin. Finally, Sensei's expression turned into a wide smile. Congratulations. You all passed, he exclaimed, to which the blonde responded, but there are 2 bells. Yes, but the main goal of this training was not to take away the bells, but to find out how well you would act in a fight against an opponent who was superior to you in strength, and you showed the best possible results, so you officially became genin and my students. Hatake said, which made Yamanaka jump, and Sasuke had a satisfied smile on his face. Naruto stood with his usual expression. Tomorrow at 7 in the same place. Let's start the first, normal training. Everyone went home, and some went about their business. Surprisingly, their teacher was not late the next day. After greeting them, he explained that today's training would be aimed at improving their chakra control. Today they would learn to walk on trees and on water. The blonde raised his hand. Because Naruto often trained with chakra, he learned the basics of walking on the surface of water and so on almost immediately. What if I've already learned how to do it? All 3 of them looked at him in surprise. Deciding to satisfy their curiosity, he demonstratively approaches the nearest tree and climbs up it, showing that he has already mastered this technique. But even more surprising were the traces on the trees after the blonde walked on them. In those places where the genin stepped with his foot, cracks formed, and in some places full-fledged footprints were clearly visible, similar to those when a person steps on dirt, leaving their imprint there. Kakashi only nodded in satisfaction, told the other 2 how to distribute chakra correctly and demonstrated it in practice. Leaving them to practice, he moved on to the next stage of training with Uzumaki. He checked this only when the group learned to walk on water and trees, but since one of them had already learned this technique, he had no choice but to proceed to the next one. In front of the boy's face were several chakra conducting papers. What is this for? Asks the blonde, taking several pieces of paper in his hands. With the help of these leaves, we will find out the nature of your chakra, i.e. which element you are inclined to and which you are not. There are 5 elements in total: fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. Each shinobi has an inclination only to certain elements. Now we will find out yours. Just direct your chakra into the leaf, Hatake finally finished. Is it possible that I can be inclined to several elements at once? Uzumaki asked, causing Hatake to think about it. Considering that the blonde was gifted and was probably a genius, it would not be surprising if that was the case. After receiving an affirmative nod, Uzumaki began to pour his chakra. Since he had more or less all right control over his chakra, pouring chakra into the leaf was not particularly difficult. The leaf shrank, indicating its inclination towards Raten. Lightning. Not bad, Kakashi commented. The blonde just smiled weakly and moved on to the next leaf, hoping that he could manifest another element. The next leaf began to smolder, which meant fire. Just as he was about to try again, the woman's voice rang out in his head again. No need. Why, what if I can use several elements at once? The boy said with surprise in his voice. You can do it anyway. But they don't need to know it. Keep it a secret. The blonde decided to follow Kaguya's advice, and therefore looked questioningly at the sensei, waiting for what he should do next. He only told him to come to him the next day at a certain time, and he would try to teach him one technique that he had once invented himself. This fact made the boy a little happy. Finally, he would learn a more serious technique than just transformation or walking on trees. However, his training day was not over. Having specially set off towards home, he hid behind the trees, when suddenly, changing direction, he ran towards his secret site, where he constantly trained away from the others. Fortunately, his, so to speak, personal training ground was located far from the village, so it was unlikely that any of the senses would be able to recognize the vibrations of his chakra. Today was the final stage of his training, in which he would already fully distribute the chakra he got from Otsutsuki. The whole point was that he had to quickly distribute the chakra across his limbs, thanks to which the force of his blow would increase many times over. Moreover, he had to manage to concentrate all the chakra in one limb or another before the blow, otherwise such a technique would lose its meaning. Here he is, with chakra in his hand, striking a tree, which for some reason flies into splinters. This ability makes the guy very dangerous in close combat. The only downside to this technique, as Naruto considered, is that it becomes visible in which hand the chakra is collected. During concentration in the hand, all the veins swell, which will be clearly visible if the enemy is nearby. After he destroyed the tree, the boy turns his foot and kicks the nearest tree. Deciding that this would not be enough to test his own capabilities, he concentrated a large amount of chakra in his hand and hit the ground. It immediately began to crack around the young man, forming a large crater. The boy himself did not expect such a force of impact. His whole hand was red and burning, and the veins seemed to be about to burst from the tension. Hiding his hands in his pocket and noting to himself that it was better not to use this technique too often, he decided to hide, since such destruction would clearly not go unnoticed. The dust raised by the impact was probably visible from the village itself, and therefore a reconnaissance squad should have already been sent here. He decided to make a small arc towards the village in order to exclude the possibility of running into a squad coming from the opposite direction. He got home closer to evening. His hand still burned and ached. Mentally cursing himself for such a mistake, he went into the apartment. "Hello, Uzumaki Naruto," a rather hoarse, unfamiliar voice sounded behind him, causing the blonde's eyes to widen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, did you call?" said the masked man who appeared. "Yes. Report the situation in the forest," Minato ordered, looking out the window. Upon arrival at the site, our group did not find anyone, but one thing is clear. Whoever created the crater was at least a Jonin level. He paused for a moment. Our senses checked the remnants of chakra that were in the air. We do not have people with this type of chakra, and in general, we have never met people with such chakra. What he heard made Namikaze a little wary. Was this a warning to them? And was it the enemy who did this? Okay. Continue to observe the surrounding area and report anything you find. The Anbu merely nodded before leaving through the window. Who are you? He grabbed a kunai and looked at the shadowy figure standing in the dark corner of the room. Only two lights glowed in the darkness. I am the one who can help our common cause. My name is Kuro Zetsu. The one hiding in the darkness slowly said. And Naruto remembered their conversation with Kaguya, but did not answer anything about it. I sense Kaguya Otsutsuki's powers in you. The boy's eyes widened even more after hearing this. How do you know? He asked in response, less confidently. I am her child, and therefore I can sense her. Everything you see in the village, all the events, it is all my doing only to revive her. To be honest, I was surprised when I saw you. Your entire appearance is the influence of my mother's chakra, Zetsu finished, finally coming out of the shadows. Only now the boy was able to get a better look at the uninvited guest. A creature completely covered in black, who did not even have a mouth. Only two yellow eyes and nothing more. Now his words were more like the truth. You want to bring her back too, right? Uzumaki just nodded. And it just so happens that you and I are pursuing the same goal. So why not join forces, since we both know about her existence and want to free her? Even though he had no mouth, it was clear that Zetsu was smiling. Do you know how to do this? The blonde asks in surprise. Almost. In the future, you will have to join Akatsuki. Seeing the boy's surprised face, Zetsu decides to continue explaining. It is a criminal organization that is currently engaged in ordinary mercenary activities. However, it will begin to act seriously soon. I see, Uzumaki says. There is one, but to join there, you need to become stronger, so that there is a point in accepting you into the organization. I will help you with this. However, you will have to keep your strength a secret. I will stay in the village. Zetsu nodded positively. But why? The blonde asked, unsatisfied with the answer. As I said, you're still weak, so you'll easily be caught when you escape. So we'll make you stronger. First, learn the technique that Kakashi will show you. But how? Naruto was surprised by Zetsu's knowledge, and he, seeing Uzumaki's surprise, grinned. I know a lot, Zetsu said contentedly. After you learn the technique, we'll move on to the next stage. For now, a fairly large scroll fell to the floor. This is a scroll with various techniques. I recommend you read it. Zetsu suddenly tore off a piece of his flesh, after which this very piece disappeared under his clothes. Thanks to this, we will be able to keep in touch. Zetsu explained his actions before the main body disappeared. The next day, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi were at the training ground. As the latter explained, Ino was still working on chakra control, and since both genin had a predisposition to raten, he would be teaching them both. Sasuke muttered something in his repertoire, while Naruto remained silent. It didn't matter to him how or with whom. The main thing was to acquire one of the first, serious techniques. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the scroll that Zetsu had given him. Now that he had a comrade in the idea, the goal of reviving Kaguya didn't seem far away. He had finally moved from the dead point, having entered into an alliance with Kuro Zetsu. The technique I will teach you is called Chidori. It is easy to kill with this technique, so use it only when it is really necessary. To be honest, the blonde listened only to the moment when he said that it was easy to kill a person. Since he was a future renegade, such a technique in his arsenal would be very useful. Hataki began to fold the seals, and then lightning appeared in his hand, which chirped throughout the area. But such an unusual sound did not bother the genin at all. Both looked at it with mesmerizing eyes. Even the seemingly eternally calm Uzumaki had sparks of interest in his eyes. The whole point is to concentrate lightning in your hand and keep it there. Kakashi stopped his technique, turning his gaze to the students. Uzumaki only assumed that the execution of this technique was somewhat similar to how he strengthened his body parts. If his guesses were correct, then the Chidori was activated in a similar way. In general, he was right, and lightning began to appear in his hand, but he could not find that golden mean. He either made it too weak, and it simply disappeared, or overdid it and he himself was electrocuted, burning his skin. Uchiha was not doing any better. He could barely see sparks in his hand. Hours of non-stop training with lightning bore fruit for Uzumaki. He could already gather lightning in his hand, but it was too weak. Time after time, their sensei made him repeat the same thing. By evening, the blonde was almost out of chakra. Constantly using Chidori takes a lot of chakra, even from him. Although Hataki also noted that the guy has a fairly large reserve of chakra, which allows him to use Chidori many more times than even the Jonin himself. And so the weeks began to pass. Every day they tried to achieve perfection in using this technique. For Yamanaka, he gave a completely different technique based on water, since in addition to transferring the mind, it should be able to protect in case it is left without support. Every day, both Uchiha and Uzumaki became better at using the technique. Until they finally achieved the very ideal that their teacher had always expected of them. Naruto was able to use the technique 6 times, Sasuke about 2. Completely exhausted after training, the boy is walking down the street towards home when he hears Zetsu's voice. You finally got her, he heard somewhere in his clothes as he approached the door of his apartment. Aha, the tired blonde, having reached the bed, slowly stretched out on it. Now I can tell you about my plan, which I thought about while you were busy training. I'm listening. Zetsu then told him about things like Kekkei Genkai, and that there was a certain Kimimaro who possessed something similar, which could well suit the blonde. At first, Uzumaki was skeptical, but when he heard that Kaguya possessed something similar, the boy's desire to become even closer to the woman overcame everything else. Will I be able to do this? Naruto was unsure of the method the Zetsu piece suggested. Believe me, I live much longer than the others. Besides, you have my mother's chakra, which greatly increases your chances, since she is the progenitor of all techniques. Does this mean? Exactly, Zetsu confirms, guessing what Uzumaki means. The fatigue turns out to be too strong, so he quickly takes the boy to the kingdom of Morpheus, where the boy tells the woman everything in more detail and also rests. There is only one thing he hates the most: waking up, which means being separated from Kaguya. He especially hates being forcibly pulled out of the dream world. A sharp knock on the door makes the blonde come back to reality. Muttering to himself, He reluctantly goes to the door, expecting to see his sensei there. Most likely, he slept through training. Although no, what training? Their teacher gave them a few days off to recover, but who is it then, if not sensei? Parents. Unlikely. A lot of time has passed, and they have not even come to visit him once. He found the answer in a girl with glasses and long black hair. Seeing the sleepy and dissatisfied face of the guy, she smiled sweetly. Hello, Naruto-kun. I am one of Mr. Hokage's secretaries. I want to inform you that Minato-sama has called you for a personal conversation. The meeting is already scheduled for 10 o'clock. Please arrive on time. She rattled off, in pre-rehearsed sentences. She put on a smile again and left. The boy was surprised by such a sudden change of circumstances. Why would his father need to call someone with whom all communication had completely come to zero? And now he was standing in front of the Hokage's door and heard the standard, "Come in." Initially, the boy did not want to go to his father, but Zetsu insisted that he go anyway, arguing that they could miss important information if he refused to go to the call. The blonde himself suggested that maybe his father found out about who had caused the pogrom in the forest. In any case, the answer to this question was behind the door. A door that he would not want to enter at all. As he walked through the door, he found Minato standing by the window. Hello, son, he began. I have something very serious to talk to you about. Part 3. First Sprouts. Each person has their own path in life, their own goal, their own thoughts, their own destiny. Someone lives their life carefree, enjoying every day, someone has big plans to become someone influential, to achieve wealth and power, and someone is just satisfied with living according to the schedule, going through the same thing, day after day, living a monotonous life, but this part can confidently be called light. However, where there is joy, there is sorrow, and where there is light, there is darkness. This is exactly the darkness that the boy became when he agreed to talk to his father, who initially did not mean anything good. His father was persistent, and Zetsu advised him to accept the offer, which, in his opinion, would harden the boy not only physically, but also morally. In general, he was right. His new way of life gradually began to burn out those remnants of the child's mind that were still hidden somewhere inside Uzumaki. And now his next secret mission with his second team. Jumping from tree to tree, he recalled the conversation with his father, which, unfortunately, he remembered clearly. It all happened on an ordinary morning when Minato's secretary came to his house and informed him of a spontaneously scheduled meeting in the Hokage's office. You called, Hokage-sama, the blonde said, entering the Hokage's office, which was also his father's. Hello, Naruto. Have a seat. Minato nodded towards the chair next to his desk, which the blonde followed. He had no particular desire to talk to him, but he understood that he was unlikely to have called him for a simple, at least friendly, conversation, not to mention a father-son conversation. How are you? I heard that you recently showed yourself in the competition. Well done, I respect you. Minato smiled, from whose fake smile Uzumaki noticeably shuddered. Please, let's get down to business. I have other things to do. Uzumaki answered him. His voice did not express any happiness from the words he heard, and his face remained unchanged, as if it had turned to stone. Maybe it was too impudent towards the cage, but the blonde had long since gotten used to his indifference to everything. For him, this role had become like a native one, which only subsided at night, when he saw in front of him that snow-white lady who was so kind to him. Minato became serious, realizing that intrusive chatter would clearly be unnecessary. He had long been accustomed to such changes in his eldest son, although sometimes the thought flashed through his mind as to why Naruto's character had changed so abruptly. No matter how a person tried to hide or change something, a piece of his past would slip through here and there, and no matter what it was, he still cracked. In general, I suggest you join Anbu. Minato's words still make the boy surprised, since he read the general definitions of Anbu, and therefore knows what kind of shinobi they are. I'm only 13 years old. The boy still couldn't understand what exactly the Hokage was demanding of him. Yes, but you are already quite talented, and your character is very well suited to work in Anbu. Minato still sat with his hands crossed in front of his face. Of course, he had another reason why he wanted his son to join Anbu, but he decided not to tell the boy about it, although most likely the boy guessed. Agree, Zetsu's voice sounds in his head, causing him to flinch slightly. But why? To be honest, Naruto didn't want to follow his father's lead, and therefore immediately intended to refuse, and would have certainly done so if his new body mate hadn't gotten in. You will gain new experience in battle, he replies. Besides, this way you will not give any more reason to doubt you. I agree, but, Uzumaki thought, what about my previous team? Will I leave them? Minato shook his head. No, you will also be a member of team number 7, but you will also be doing Anbu work at the same time. The blonde was not very happy with this outcome, because it meant that he would spend his free time on Anbu, and not on training, although it is worth hoping that membership in Anbu will really be useful, as Zetsu says. Excellent. The documents are ready. Kakashi is informed, so you can start working tomorrow. He scratched his head guiltily, probably because all the papers were signed without his permission, although in some ways it was better, since it wouldn't take up any extra time. Tomorrow you'll meet with your squad leader, but for now you can go. You're free. The boy left the office without answering. The next day, the boy found himself in a squad that deals exclusively with difficult tasks. Then he met the commander of the group and almost immediately went on the first task that they were given. Half a year had passed since then, during which he had already managed to get used to the work of Anbu. Reconnaissance in enemy territory, assassinations of especially important persons in enemy villages, search and capture of S-rank criminals, and sometimes even torture. Uzumaki had managed to be there more than once, and in one he had even been in the role of the executor of torture, the target of which was a captured jonin from Cloud. As a real member of Anbu should behave, he did not show any sympathy to the poor guy. You pathetic cowards, untie me and I will destroy each of you in a one-on-one fight, shouted the prisoner, who quickly shut up when he saw that his provocations had no effect. The white-haired man in the rabbit mask silently continued to peel the skin off his arm, asking questions along the way. He only reluctantly slowly gave out all the information he had. In addition to the banal skinning, the guy also used acid, fire and other devices to extract the necessary information and cause maximum damage to the prisoner. The other members of the squad were amazed by the guy's calm. Some had the feeling that he was literally created to extract information from people. It was on one of these tips from the prisoner that they headed to one of the enemy's small shelters, secretly arranged on their territory. Moving behind their commander, the group suddenly stopped when their leader raised his fist. Further on, there are explosive seals. A newcomer to the group would probably not understand how they knew about them, because no information about the seals came from the prisoner, but the thing is that their leader has a very well-developed intuition, one might even say that it is abnormal. Uzumaki himself initially considered this nonsense, but everything showed the opposite. If he said what awaited him ahead, then so be it, and this concerned not only combat. He could sometimes foresee what type of task they would be given, what they would do. This helped the group out very well. There was never a case when they were ambushed, and their missions ended successfully. Yoichi himself is a very good-natured person. Uzumaki understood this back when he first met him, and he immediately tried to befriend the blonde. Many wondered what such a simple-minded person could do in Anbu. If with Naruto everything became clear after his first few missions, when he took the life of an escaped criminal without blinking, and when he experienced his first torture, then doubts immediately disappeared. Yoichi was one of those who rarely killed, leaving this stage for others, and he himself stepped aside. The group looked at each other, waiting for the order from their commander, who was thinking about the next steps. Continuing to move through the trees meant exposing the entire group to attack, going through the bottom meant exposing themselves. If they tried to go around, they would lose a lot of time. Of the three options, the second seemed the best, and if something went wrong, they would retreat. Yoichi was one of the few who put the lives of his comrades above the success of the mission. So he gave the signal to descend. As expected, when they started approaching a small cave, they were immediately surrounded. The protectors had a cloud sign on them, so there was no doubt that this was their target. True, in the prisoner's story there were much fewer of them, but nothing can be done, you can't ask a dead person for a lie. Look who we have here. We thought we had serious guys coming to visit us, but here. Their leader grinned, apparently. Hey, little one, how old are you? He addressed the blonde, since he was clearly shorter than the rest of his team. Allow me to finish him off. He ignored his opponent's cries and asked Yoichi, looking at him. I'll deal with him the same way I did with that jonin from their village. The last part was probably said specifically for his opponent, whose face immediately took on an angry look. So it was you who killed Hiraku? He roared, rushing towards the guy and shouting at the end. No one is to touch this boy in the hair mask. He's mine. Naruto didn't wait for the enemy to get close to him, so he concentrated his chakra in his legs and pushed off, giving his dash much more speed. So much so that the enemy couldn't even react, only managing to put up a block, but against what Uzumaki was going to do, a simple block was clearly not enough. Having reconcentrated all his chakra in his hand, the blonde hits his block exactly, knowing in advance that ordinary hands would not withstand it. They did not withstand it, making a clearly audible crack, after which the shinobi flew back 10 meters, crashing into the wall. A barely audible sob, and then silence. The dead body slowly rolled down the rock. A large water dragon created by their leader flew out from behind the blonde, after which it rushed towards the nearest enemy, overwhelmed him, and slammed him to the ground. Yoichi clearly spared his chakra, so as not to accidentally kill the enemy, but only knock him out of consciousness. He succeeded. The shinobi did not even move. The youth, meanwhile, takes out a katana from behind his back and deals with the next attacking enemy, piercing him in the chest. The last one remains, who, having dropped to his knees, began to beg for mercy. Please, don't. I'll tell you everything, he yells, watching Uzumaki approach him. Leave this one. The boy was already standing next to the prisoner, ready to take his life with one blow. Having received an approving nod, he returned the weapon to its rightful place and, moving away from his group a little, began to wait for the end of their mission. Your technique needs a name, the black-headed man's voice rang out. Didn't you say something like this already exists? You're right. The first one's granddaughter also uses a similar strike, but your strike is much more powerful than hers, so your technique can safely be considered separate. Uzumaki thought. How about meteor strike? Zetsu chuckled. It's trivial, but it'll do. Okay. Yours are already getting ready to leave. They reached Konoha by evening, after which they brought the prisoner to the interrogation room. Naruto said goodbye to the rest of the team and headed home. Night was approaching, and he couldn't wait to go to bed, where he would return to the girl again. Not paying any attention to Ino greeting him, he rushed home, but this time across the roofs. Deftly moving from roof to roof, he became closer and closer to the treasured window of his apartment, entering which, he quickly had a bite of instant noodles, after which he fell into the arms of the bed. Throwing away all unnecessary thoughts, he closed his eyes and fell into the kingdom of Morpheus. Once again, the familiar white space, which had already become his home, even more than his own apartment or family, but most of all he was drawn here by Kaguya, whose image was firmly entrenched in the guy's head. An image that had become close, best and beloved to him. To say that he missed this white-haired girl was to say nothing. This also applied to the woman, who also began to wait for Uzumaki to come to her. They had long since sorted out their feelings, and both came to the same conclusion. They were completely in love with each other, despite the colossal age difference. Otsutsuki's icy heart began to melt before him, cracking more and more often, until it finally went completely limp. The boy, who had long ago lost such a thing as love, found salvation in Kaguya. No, his feelings for her were not the same as for a parent. It was something more. It was something that the guy was unable to convey in words. This time, this world had changed quite a lot. He finally had land, albeit artificial with white spaces, but land, as well as trees and other things that exist in the normal world. The woman was nowhere to be seen. POV, Naruto. Strange. Where could she be? Whenever I came here, she was sitting right here, right in front of me. Where could she be now? Where could I go in a world that had no boundaries? I couldn't think of anything better than to go wherever my eyes looked. I slowly wandered towards the nearest trees, where I could hear the sound of murmuring water. Stop. Murmuring water. Where could there be water here? This is a very interesting question. I've never seen anything like this here, although what's surprising about that, if the earth has already been created? This is all strange. The next view left me in shock. After pushing aside the next bushes, a picture appeared before me that made me sink into the ground. End POV, Naruto. POV, Kaguya. Time always passed rather quickly for me in this confinement. I had long ago lost track of time. Decades on Earth were almost days for me. But this feeling evaporated when I met him, a blonde boy of still young years, who had ended up here completely by accident. At first, I was not particularly interested in him. I was only surprised that he had managed to get here, even in a dream. To be honest, at first I even disliked him because of his annoyance. He was very noisy, always asking a lot of stupid questions that I did not want to answer, but over time, for some reason, I began to talk to him. These were ordinary, everyday topics, various stories. Why did I suddenly start answering him? I myself do not understand. Maybe it was because I felt how lonely he was, that his own parents had betrayed him. This situation reminded me of me and my children, because of whom I ended up in this place. Some time passed, and then he suddenly promised to free me from here. Free me. He, a little boy who couldn't even handle a ninshu very well. At first, it seemed like the usual babble of a child to me, but later, looking at how he began to try to fall unconscious during his training, I began to think about him more and more often. My thoughts were occupied with him, until one day I finally believed in him. He made me remember long-forgotten feelings more and more. Love. Can there be love for this boy who is many times younger? It turns out that it can. I began to depend on him. Each time he came here, my soul trembled with happiness. I myself began to wait for the boy. Now time did not pass so quickly for me, on the contrary, it was excruciatingly long. I did not even care whether he could get me out of here. The main thing was that he was always there. Despite the fact that I am an Otsutsuki, that I am strong, as I thought myself, but I still turned out to be weak, that I allowed myself to fall head over heels in love, like a little girl, with a blonde boy. End POV, Kaguya. Silence reigned between them. Neither knew how to react to this. The boy had not yet fully understood what he was seeing in front of him, but when he finally did, his face lit up red. It was all burning with shame and embarrassment, but his eyes were still frozen on the woman standing waist deep in the water, which left her entire naked upper body completely exposed to the boy. Those small, neat and probably firm breasts that made his nose squirt red liquid. This was the first time he saw a naked woman, whose luxurious hair smoothly flowed over the clear water. Although his attention was not at all attracted by the hair, he noticed that the sight was beautiful, except for the fact that she was completely naked. Finally, when the blonde understood the whole situation, he turned around sharply and began shaking his head. I'm sorry, Kaguya, I didn't mean to. It happened by accident. The words came hard to the boy, and it was all because of his embarrassment. Good boy. You stood there and stared. You idiot. He scolded himself. Suddenly his ears heard a small chuckle behind him. Wait, what is she doing? Laughing. The sound of wet feet slapping behind him made him narrow his eyes involuntarily, expecting the worst. He expected her to hit him, yell at him, throw him in the water, do something, or even chase him out of this world, but he felt her wrap her arms around his waist, locking her arms over his stomach and leaning against him, pressing her chest against his back, which made the guy's face turn even redder. Kaguya, was all he could squeeze out of himself, simply burning with embarrassment. What? She said, smiling, still standing in a defiant pose. I'm still a child, the blonde answers uncertainly, after which she takes him by the chin and turns him towards her. And then he sees. Moving towards the training ground where the meeting with his old team was supposed to take place, he kept catching smirking glances from passers-by. I wonder why. Sometimes few people paid attention to him, even with his new appearance, which everyone had already gotten used to, and then suddenly they looked at him with smiles on their faces. This caused the guy surprise and a little discomfort. He had long since gotten out of the habit of such glances, which had last happened when he was still a 3-year-old child. He got to the training ground pretty quickly, and to be honest, he was the first one there. Yeah. Working in Anbu had instilled punctuality in the guy. Yamanaka was the first to arrive, and her first question was about what was wrong with Uzumaki's face. What? The guy asked, confused, pressing his hand to his cheek, which was still hot. Involuntarily, recent images popped into his head. Memories. A woman's laughter echoed through the space, piercing the guy's ears. Otsutsuki laughed for a long time, putting her hands on his shoulders and burying her face in his disheveled hair. The blonde himself did not share the woman's cheerful mood, but only stood there, frowning slightly. How could he know that she could strangely put on clothes in an instant? And her breasts. He clearly felt how she pressed herself against him, and all this came down to the fact that his imagination had run wild. The girl laughed and could not stop. The young man was pleased that she was finally laughing and for so long. He was unpleasant about the reason itself. Such a burst of emotion was the first time she had, so she herself was very happy with such a discovery that she could also be the same as Naruto. She was also able to laugh, The blonde discovered this ability in her, which made her fall in love with him even more. However, the laughter, strangely, did not go away, which made him frown. Well, that's enough, he muttered, which only caused Otsutsuki to push him onto his back, and she lay down next to him, resting her head on his chest, feeling the frantic pounding of his heart, which she certainly liked, because it happened because of her. Drawing chaotic lines on his chest with her finger. Do you really want to look at me when I'm naked? She turned her gaze to the boy. No, I'm telling you, it was a complete accident, you understand. Accidental. He squeezed out resentfully, turning away, but then he felt her hand on his head, which slightly grabbed his hair, pulled him towards her, and then he felt her lips on his cheek. Her breath burned his skin, causing goosebumps to run across it. His face was still flushed red. Grow up, she whispered to him as she pulled away from his cheek slightly, but her lips were still close to his cheek, blowing hot breath on it. For some reason, she liked to embarrass the guy like that. What? Forgive me. The blonde didn't fully understand. If you want to see me naked, you need to grow up. Only a sigh in response. They lay like this for the rest of the time. The boy's shoulder was already numb, but he silently endured it. He liked the way she lay on his chest and snored peacefully. It turned out that she could sleep here too. Honestly, he was ready to give everything just to stay here longer, to watch her longer, to be with her not just one night, but several at once, maybe even stay with her forever. Her world became more beautiful to him than his own. He became so attached to her that he began to miss the times when he was in a coma and spent a long time here. All good things have a way of ending. The sound of the alarm clock sounded like pain in his head, forcibly tearing him away from the desired place. Ino continued to look with interest at the suddenly stunned blonde. It was unusual for her to see her teammate like this. She would have been less surprised if it had been an Uchiha, but certainly not an Uzumaki, who seemed to have only one expression for all occasions. No, nothing. Forget it. The blonde suddenly turned away, which surprised the girl even more. I see. The blonde didn't understand what he was, and it seemed to him. She passed by him with a small smile on her face and a blush on her cheeks. What could that mean? Soon, Uchiha arrived, and almost immediately after him, the teacher himself, who always liked to be late. This time, he was also late. In this case, it was a regular training session, in which he tried to achieve more in the cloning technique. If he did not consider simple cloning a particularly useful technique, then the ability to blow up his own clone seemed interesting to him. But the training went down the drain. Although he did not show it from the outside, he could not concentrate on the training. If he divided the chakra evenly already on an automatic level, then he could not blow it up. Sometimes he simply disappeared, then he still exploded, but the explosion was weak. Having accomplished nothing all day, he headed home. He wasn't in a particularly good mood, but he knew he was strong enough to face Kimimaro, whom he would have to meet on the very next mission. At least Zetsu had promised to arrange things so that they would meet there. The only problem was the rest of his team, who weren't supposed to see him defeat him, much less take his body. Although he had promised to help with that too. There was a week left before the cherished mission, during which he continued to practice cloning, until finally the very day came when he was already standing at the gates of the academy, preparing to leave for his secret mission. Commentary on Part 3. First Sprouts. Decided to make a small, short chapter for relaxation. I hope it worked out. Also, a question. Is it worth describing in detail the moments of his training? Or would you be satisfied with just describing what he learned in a certain amount of time? Part 4. With blood and sweat. Each person has their own limit. Each reaches it at a different stage of their life. And how do you know that your limit has already been reached? When the fire that was in the beginning has disappeared in you. When all attempts have ended in failure. Or are you incompatible with what you want? And what if all of these things together? Is it possible to overcome such a limit? All of these questions certainly worried the guy. For several days now he has been struggling to master taijutsu to a higher level. Yes, maybe a week is too short to improve taijutsu, and most likely it is, but it is impossible for there to be no result at all. The mood was bad, the desire as such was completely absent. The Konoha training grounds were clearly busy. Every now and then, strange shouts could be heard, and if you got close to the area, you could hear the sharp sounds of blows and encouraging shouts that didn't seem to reach the person they were addressed to. There were only 3 people on the training ground. 2 were fighting, The third was standing and nodding confidently. The fight was going at speed, sometimes it was impossible to follow it, or rather one of the participants in the duel. A blow that sent the second fighter flying into a tree, which made a loud crack. And he fell on his stomach, arms outstretched. He looked pitiful, all in abrasions and bruises. Barely getting to his knees, the one whom everyone has been calling a mutant, lately spat out the blood that had accumulated from his mouth. His entire body was literally torn apart by pain. There were probably some broken ribs. However, he was still conscious, which meant that the fight was continuing. At least that's what his teachers told him, if you could call them that. Just two frivolous fools, the younger of whom he was losing to on all fronts in taijutsu. The blonde was not one to lose his temper easily, but this situation was pissing him off a little inside, which he naturally tried not to show. At first, he even underestimated these guys who were always shouting like crazy about the power of youth, and sometimes he didn't even understand Zetsu's decision, who advised him to improve his skills in close combat. Surprisingly, it didn't take long to persuade Might Guy and Rock Lee. As soon as they heard that he wanted to learn from them, they joyfully screamed and immediately dragged him to the training ground, proudly praising his strong spirit, and even offering to put on the same green suit as theirs, which Naruto naturally refused. But no matter how offended the guy was, he had long ago admitted that he was weak in close combat. Weaker than Rock Lee, not to mention Might Guy, who was probably even stronger, because he was a Junin, and also Rock's teacher. Hence their similar behavior. Well, yeah, like father, like son, the blonde grinned, then finally stood up, trying to stop his knees from shaking. It hurt. This is zeal. This is what it means. The power of youth. Ha ha, Guy exclaimed joyfully. Guy-sensei, Lee turned to the teacher standing behind him. Can we stop? He's barely holding on anymore, he asked uncertainly, and who knows, maybe Guy would have agreed to stop the sparring if Uzumaki himself hadn't intervened. I'm fine, the blonde objected, taking a fighting stance. Lee, let's continue, the words already belonged to Guy. Having quickly caught up, they once again clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Although that's an exaggeration, the blonde was still losing, taking more and more blows and inflicting fewer on his opponent. All the stamina was leaving the guy's body at a monstrous speed, and he was out of breath. It was becoming more and more difficult to defend himself, and he could already forget about attacking. Here's another half-hearted attempt to strike from the blonde, but Lee deftly dodges and charges his knee into the blonde's chest. Feeling like the ground is slipping out from under his feet, he tries to maintain his balance and somehow protect himself from the blow. Well, he can't do it. First he gets hit in the face, and then Rock Lee makes a deft undercut and knocks him off his feet. As he falls on his back, he feels the green shinobi's foot slam into his side again, causing his body to fly off, rolling, and he ends up on his back. He didn't even have the strength to lift his arms, which were spread out in different directions. He was on the edge, as if balancing over an abyss. He closed his eyes, seeing Ino's face for the last time, who, as it turned out, was watching their training. Her face was the only thing he saw before he passed out. Complete darkness. He expected to find himself in Kaguya's world again, but no, he was in complete darkness, completely alone. It was cold. Had he fallen into a coma again? It couldn't be. After all, the wounds he had received shouldn't have affected him so much. Suddenly, he felt a strong shaking, as if an earthquake had started. Opening his eyes, he was somehow able to make out Ino sitting on the bed in front of him, who apparently had not yet realized that the guy had already woken up, and therefore continued to pat him on the shoulders. Her face seemed frightened to him, and when she saw that Naruto was no longer asleep, it really did become so. Oh, I'm sorry, the blonde said before stopping patting his shoulders. Later, silence reigned in the room. Uzumaki simply looked towards the window, and the girl looked somewhere at her feet. Maybe, can I ask you something? Ino decided to break the silence. Receiving an approving nod, she hesitated for a few more seconds. How could you? Well, all your bruises and injuries healed in a few hours, and also, she suddenly broke off. Anyway, it doesn't matter, forget it. Although these words seemed strange to him, he did not insist on continuing the conversation. Suddenly, his palm literally began to burn from the inside. Somehow raising his trembling hand in front of him, he looked at his palm, in the center of which a crack appeared, which had first widened, and then hardened. He saw on his hand the same stripe as on his forehead. It was also closed. A stream of blood slowly oozed from the crack, gradually flowing down his hand, dripping onto the snow-white blanket, coloring it in the corresponding color. However, there was no more pain. Staying in the ward any longer would have been pointless, so he quietly left the ward, hiding his hand in the bosom of his medical gown. He tried not to be seen by the doctors, so he walked carefully, and soon he was standing at the main entrance, and very soon he was standing in his apartment, which, judging by its cleanliness, had recently been cleaned. But who would need that? His parents would hardly stick their nose in here. No, hardly. That would be too much, even for her. Neruko, maybe. To his surprise, there was a spare set of his clothes on the couch. Somehow making his way into the hall, he pulled off his bloody robe, then reached for his clothes, but suddenly his hand stopped, just like his gaze, which stopped at the mirror, in which he could see a blonde man of the same height, only with a more pumped-up body. Every muscle was clearly visible. Finally, a voice rang out in his apartment. He didn't immediately understand who the voice belonged to, and so he barely flinched after, but then he saw a black something standing a few steps away from him. Zetsu, he stated, leaning on the nightstand. I see that training with Guy has done you good, he grinned. What is this? Because of training with those two? Uzumaki clearly didn't understand, which made Zetsu laugh even more. Well, it certainly wasn't from a deep sleep in the hospital. Zetsu laughed. Naruto just sighed, and then walked away from the mirror. Only now did he realize that he felt different. It was hard to explain, but everything really did feel different. Not like before. So what now? The blonde finally asked, when he had recovered a little from his surprise. Now you are ready for battle. Over the years, you have not only improved your ninjutsu, but also become more skilled in taijutsu. But there is still one problem that, alas, cannot be solved yet. Problem. You are not experienced enough in a really serious fight with a serious and strong opponent, but I think that this can be corrected with time. You will fight a lot. The black-headed man emphasized the last words with a special intonation. At this time, their assigned mission was postponed for another month. This time before the mission began to fly by quickly. He went to Rock Lee again to check his abilities, and indeed, he had them. He no longer looked as pathetic as the first time. And besides, he wanted to return his debt for the beatings. He did not succeed. Despite his assumptions, he did not become stronger than Rock Lee, but only approached his level. Now they were equal. In 2 hours of hard fighting, they never caused even the slightest damage, although the blonde still took something for himself. He realized that he had become more resilient, stronger and faster, and his reaction was clearly not the same as before. Overall, he was pleased that he still went to these two, although he did not really want to. With Guy, things were a little worse. He could still bypass Naruto's defense and hit him, despite the fact that he was clearly giving in and did not even hit with full force. He spent all his free time in the apartment, never going out. As for Kaguya, he hadn't seen her since then. He simply couldn't get there, even though he tried, but something literally pushed him away from there. What and why this was happening, he didn't know, and Zetsu only suggested to this question that his mother herself didn't want him to enter that world. At first, he was depressed about this. What had he done wrong? Why didn't she want to talk to him? These questions tormented him greatly. Over time, he got used to it. In any case, he couldn't do anything about it until Kaguya wanted to. Just thank her, Zetsu said in a calm tone. Why? The question came from Uzumaki. You need to show yourself as a normal guy. Why is that? The blonde still didn't understand. To arouse less suspicion, idiot. Zetsu sighed. One of the many shops in Konoha. The pleasant aroma of flowers was coming from the building. Why a flower shop? Because it was the closest to the Uzumaki house. Besides, flowers seemed to be popular with girls, so they should be a great gift for her. Inside he was met by a smiling woman who literally beamed at the sight of a new client. Strangely, her smile did not seem friendly to him, but on the contrary, there was something strange about it. He did not attach much importance to it. Are you choosing flowers for a girl, young man? It doesn't matter, he answered briefly, walking along the display cases and examining the bouquets standing in vases one by one. His gaze was drawn to some rather unusual flowers with red petals at the bottom and white ones on top, but smaller ones. I'd like these, please. Okay, the flower girl quickly wrapped them in wrapping paper. Having paid the flower girl, he left the store. Is that all? Zetsu asked, to which the boy answered positively. You are pathetic. Shut up. The road to the Yamanaka house was not long, and soon he stood in front of a small house with an inner garden. Of course, the house is smaller than the Hokage's house, but it looks pretty good. After knocking on the door several times, he began to wait. However, it wasn't Ino who opened the door, but her father. A rather tall blonde man with rather long hair. It was rather unusual to see him not in a shinobi suit, but in a simple, white robe. Ha, Naruto, what do you want? Only now he noticed the bouquet of flowers that Uzumaki was holding in his hands. A rather sly smile appeared on his face, and then with a short gesture he invited him to come inside. Ino is on the second floor. After the stairs, immediately turn right and go to the end. The blonde just nodded, then followed him to the door. After knocking several times, he heard, "Come in," which he did. Entering inside, he saw Ino's very surprised face, whose gaze was fixed firmly on the blonde. Of all people, she clearly didn't expect to see him. Naruto, what are you doing here? She noticed the flowers, after which red tints appeared on her cheeks. Strange. I just wanted to thank you for sitting with me while I was out cold. He tried to make a slight smile. Judging by the girl's face, which had become even more flushed, he succeeded. Somehow getting up from the bed, she accepted the flowers handed to her, then took out a small pot from somewhere, put them in it, and soon came back with a full jug of water. Having filled the flowers with water, she put the jug next to her, then turned to the guy. Thank you, the blonde smiled quite sweetly. Well, I guess I'll be going now. What? Are you leaving already? Ino said sadly. Stay, Zetsu intervened once again. Stop. What? Your task, to show yourself as a fairly ordinary boy, and at your age they should already be thinking about the opposite sex. Besides, it will have a positive effect in the future. In what way? Why do you always ask questions? Why? Why? For what? I have lived much longer than you, and therefore I know an order of magnitude more than you. Just do everything I tell you, and there will be no problems. Okay then. Cool, the younger Yamanaka suddenly rejoiced, after which she jumped out of bed. The evening came rather quickly. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon, and the darkness, on the contrary, was preparing to replace it, plunging the village into darkness. They were sitting on the bed on different sides. Ino was sitting on one end, and the blonde was opposite. All this time they were just talking about the usual, or to be more precise, the girl was chatting mostly, while the blonde nodded and sometimes put in his own remarks. In general, he did everything to seem more or less friendly. At least, that's what Zetsu says. Naruto himself would hardly have come here of his own free will. However, in the end, silence reigned between them, and the boy was about to leave. Noticing the guy's movements, Ino suddenly perked up and then squeezed out. You know, Naruto, I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. Actually, talk to at least someone, the kunoichi said uncertainly. About what? Naruto asked, surprised. Why didn't you talk to Sasuke? He's also a member of our team. For some reason I wanted to talk to you. You know, I've been wanting to confess something to you for a long time. I'm listening. The rain beats down on the roofs of the houses, on the windowsills and the windows at a fast pace, mercilessly bombarding the village. The clouds were getting lower and lower, eventually blocking out the stars that had just appeared, thus plunging the settlement into even more impenetrable darkness. The wind also intensified, and at first the barely audible, pleasant rustling of leaves was replaced by an alarming, growing noise. A loud sound of thunder burst out, as if showing its greatness over the weather. Periodically, the village was illuminated by lightning, appearing somewhere in the distance every now and then. All this created its own atmosphere. Recently, the blonde began to like this kind of weather, despite some of its shortcomings. Now he was sitting in his apartment, on the now familiar windowsill. He was calm, despite everything that had happened. He sighed and put his fingers to his lips, remembering what had happened during his conversation with Ino. It seemed that her traces were still there. Even though it had happened quite unexpectedly, it had been his first time. He still remembered her gaze afterwards, when she had looked at him smiling, as if expecting some kind of answer, which she had never received, since Uzumaki had left almost immediately. No, he was not ashamed, he did not feel embarrassed. He had long ago hidden these feelings within himself, which for some reason resurfaced when he was with Lady Otsutsuki. He just didn't know how to react to it. If it could mean something to the girl, then for him it did not mean that much. Finding nothing better to do, he simply walked to his bed, where he lay until the mission itself began. The departure was scheduled for dawn, at the gates of Konoha, where the blonde went almost immediately after waking up. As expected, he was the first to arrive. Neither Kakashi nor Ino were there yet. But it was still too early for a meeting, so the guy left the village and sat down on the nearest tree, and when asked by the onlookers, he answered that he would be literally a few steps away. Closing his eyes, he felt perfectly how the cool morning wind pleasantly blew. How long are you going to sit like this? This time, for some reason, Zetsu decided to speak directly, not through his thoughts. Is something wrong? Naruto asks, confused. You had a great chance to go to your goal, and you sit and waste time. Shouldn't we pick a more appropriate moment? If they see that I'm not here, they'll sound the alarm. I have someone for this plan. Immediately after these words, a second Zetsu appeared from the nearest tree. More precisely, he looked like Kuro Zetsu, only he was white. This is Shiro Zetsu. He is, so to speak, my twin brother. Zetsu's voice indicated he was in a good mood. He is my assistant, and from now on, yours. He will be helping us. But how? Look, Zetsu said, and the white creature began to change. With a crunching sound, it changed the shape of its body. Uzumaki was surprised when a complete copy of himself stood before him. Kakashi won't understand that it's a fake. Give him some of your chakra and we can move out. The blonde approached the copy and put his hand on his shoulder. When the process of transferring the chakra was completed, he smiled slyly and said, "It's time to get started." Commentary on Part 4, by Blood and Sweat. I apologize for the long absence. There were problems with the computer. While I bought a new one, work, and then travel. Several times I had to leave the city for another. Now everything seems to have returned to normal. But there was one very significant problem for the fanfic. I turned the plot in a completely different direction than I wanted, which I regret. However, what was done cannot be undone, which is a pity. The rewind button to the past was very useful. In the meantime, I'll think about how to straighten it out, and in general, whether it's possible to turn it out of the dead end it's gotten into. I'll try to release a new chapter as quickly as possible. However, they will be smaller in size than the previous ones. The probability of this, well, let's say 75, alas. How long will the shortened chapters go on? I don't know. Part 5. Kimimaro. The Kaguya clan's prophecy states that the strongest member of the clan, if need be, will give the most important thing they have to someone who will bear the Otsutsuki name, whose skin and hair will be completely pale. In exchange, they will be obligated to grant one wish that they desire. Initially, Kimimaro had little faith in the truth of this legend, but now that a young boy who matched the description stood before him, he had no doubts left. There was something about this boy. In addition, he was able to notice Zetsu's presence on him, which once again proved this, because he was aware of Zetsu's true plans. It was not for nothing that he was a descendant of the Kaguya clan. The boy didn't show any emotion, silently looking at Kimimaro, who didn't need his emotions, especially considering what he was going to do after learning the truth about Orochimaru. Now the only thing he wanted was to help Jugo, and this boy was the only key to that, so he didn't intend to fight him, because of which all the bones that he managed to pull out of his body went back under the skin, and he lowered his hands. As expected, the blonde's face didn't change at all, leaving the same composure. Let's go, Kimimaro commanded shortly, turning around and running in the opposite direction, glancing back to make sure he was following. He smiled with satisfaction and picked up the pace, but to his surprise, the boy, unfamiliar to him so far, did not lag behind even a meter, but on the contrary, it seemed as if he was not moving at his maximum speed. Nothing came to his mind except to increase the speed of movement even more. Soon they were already standing in front of some descent into the dungeons. Turning to the boy, he briefly explained to him that this was Orochimaru's laboratory, which would help them in their plan. Uzumaki followed Zetsu's advice from the very beginning, when he told him that he should be as quiet and calm as possible, not reacting to anything at all. Why and how this was necessary, the blonde did not ask, completely trusting the black one in this. Even when they arrived at the descent into some dungeons, he did not make a sound, calmly entering down. Descending the stairs, he only saw the back of Kimimaro, who was also calmly moving down, now not even turning his head towards him. Does he really know what he is needed for? This question still haunted him, because if he knew, then in theory, he would not have voluntarily gone to his death. From the street came the sounds of thunder and rain, and the slightest light that had been coming down from the entrance began to slowly fade, further limiting their vision. Naruto, Zetsu suddenly whispered to him, which distracted him from his thoughts a little. According to the legend I wrote back then, the strongest of its representatives can sacrifice the most important thing they have in exchange for one wish that you will have to fulfill. Now the blonde understood everything, why he calmly brought him to this place. Of course, he didn't really like the prospect of fulfilling someone's wish, but if it allows you to avoid an unnecessary fight, then it's worth at least trying. However, I don't really like his behavior. Be careful, he broke the silence again. Uzumaki did not answer, and soon they were standing in a small room, along the edges of which there was a row of large capsules with unknown contents inside. Only when he came closer, he saw that these capsules contained children. Long dead. The voice of his companion interrupted him. Orochimaru is conducting his research in this place. We will perform the operation in this place, and now come closer, he said, turning away and starting to look for something under the operating table. Uzumaki, slowly approaching, managed to notice a bone sticking out of his hand, looking out of his side and pointing in his direction. However, he still did not have time to dodge, and a long bone pierced his chest, pinning his body to the wall. Spitting out blood and slowly losing consciousness, he watches as it slowly approaches him, simultaneously sending several more bones into his body, which pierce him in the stomach area. Why should I give my body to someone like you? Kimimaro asked without any malice, coming up close to the lying blonde. You're weak, aren't you? He only received a small smile in response. The first smile he'd seen from the blonde since they'd walked here, and he didn't like it at all. An explosion rumbled, destroying a large part of the laboratory, creating a large crater in its place. The dust could not disperse for another 10 minutes, and when it dispersed, Kimimaro appeared in the center of it, kneeling and bracing himself on the ground with his hands. Although he managed to jump back at the very last moment, the explosion still hit his body, turning several of his organs into mush. This was clearly not just an exploding clone, otherwise he would not have been so injured. Raising his head with difficulty, he did not see anyone in the crater. However, his attention was drawn to a silhouette that appeared in front of the beginning of the pit, which he could not clearly see due to the sun on that side. Suddenly, many curved lines began to emanate from the silhouette, reminiscent of lightning sparks, and an equally strange sound reigned in the air. However, it did not attack, continuing to stand in front of the crater. So, we give the enemy a chance to get up? Kimimaro asked mentally, getting up and straightening his bones out of his body, now preparing to repel his attack. As soon as Kimimaro was fully established on his feet, the guy, still unfamiliar to him, suddenly jumped down and found himself on the same level as him in the crater, running at him. They met faster than Kimimaro expected, which is why he was a little confused at first, missing several blows, but managing to defend himself from his technique. Having broken many bones, the guy's hand stopped a few centimeters from his chest, which the bone guy took advantage of by counterattacking him in taijutsu, after which he was forced to retreat, but still received several cuts on his shoulders and one cut on his side. The rain meanwhile increased its pressure again, creating a dense curtain of drops. Both stood opposite each other, both were soaked through. Drops of rain flowed down the blonde's cheeks, running down his clothes and onto his wounds, thus creating a puddle with a mixture of his blood under his feet. Well, aren't you tired of this pathetic floundering yet? Kimimaro broke the silence, looking at the blonde with a smirk. He was disappointed that the boy from his clan's legend was not what he expected. Was everything his clan believed in an empty lie? You'll pay for these words, the blonde said angrily, creating Chidori in his hand for the second time, and then rushed at his opponent. Here he already brings his hand near the enemy's head, but he dodges while going to the side, to which the blonde turns around and again makes a dash at the enemy, but the second attack also ends in vain, going to the side of the enemy's body. Kimimaro once again pierces his leg during a counterattack, and then with a quick and strong kick sends Uzumaki flying. What's wrong, Naruto? Zetsu whispers. Ha, the blonde asks again, not understanding, trying to get up. The pierced thigh was burning, and all the strength seemed to be leaving the guy. You just started attacking the enemy blindly. You underestimated the enemy, which is why you are now driven by pure anger and resentment. At this rate, we will not get Kaguya back. Shut up, Naruto snorted through his teeth, who was about to rush into an attack on his opponent again, when suddenly an image of Kaguya appeared before his eyes, with sadness in her eyes and a worried face. Why Why are you like this? What? Asked the disconcerted blonde, who had not expected to see her now, but despite this, he was glad with all his heart to see her again, to see her neat and beautiful face, her straightened white hair, to hear her velvety voice. He would have given everything to be with her a little longer, to enjoy her presence more, but he understood that it was impossible, because for this he would need to bring her back, and this could not be done while this bastard Kimimaro was standing in his way. Why did you forget me? This question drove Uzumaki into even more confusion. He did not understand what he did wrong, why she was unhappy with him, because he was doing all this for her sake, to free her from eternal imprisonment. Why did you forget your promise, letting simple anger take control of you? You promised me that you would free me and we would always walk together side by side. I think about it constantly, imagining how it would be. It became my dream, which you are now destroying. You better run, otherwise you will not win any battle if you continue to fight with such weak motivation. Kaguya left him, leaving him alone in that dark space. She's right. Naruto really let his anger get the better of him, let it guide his actions, and only now did he realize how weak he was at that moment. He really forgot what he was fighting for and what he was going towards. For what, or rather for whom, he started this long and difficult journey, for whom he embarked on the path of the one who would destroy this rotten world in the future. He closed his eyes, starting to inhale the fresh air of the forest, letting it into his lungs, while smoothly passing and compacting the chakra through his entire body, through all the chakra channels, slightly expanding them, creating a dense veil of chakra coming out of him around his body, thereby regenerating all the wounds he had received earlier. His opponent was still standing in front of him, completely surprised. He was surprised by how quickly the blonde had changed. He couldn't see his chakra, but he could clearly feel it. There seemed to be something heavy in the air around the guy, and the ground beneath his feet was vibrating slightly. What could it be? He had already fallen for his trick the first time, and so he had already taken a fighting stance, pulling all his bones out. However, before he could blink, the blonde, who had been standing in front of him just a second ago, suddenly disappeared, appearing next to him instead. The bone defense that had instantly covered Kimimaro couldn't withstand the blow, breaking under his fist, allowing him to still hit the descendant of the Kaguya clan, sending him flying for a long time, ending only when Kimimaro flew into the wall of the crater. Why did you become so strong? What happened to you? Kimimaro said with difficulty, coming out of the hole in the wall, to which he received only a small smile from his opponent, after which he quickly folded the seals, formed a large fireball and directed it at the half-standing Kimimaro. The blonde could not see his body, since it was blocked by the ball, but then he saw how he dashed to the side, but he did not look like before. His body was completely brown, and strange tattoos appeared all over his body. Having moved away from the ball, he rushed towards him, while forming a large bone in front of him, shaped like a pike, piercing the chest of the gaping Naruto with it, but again, for the second time an explosion thundered, but this time accompanied by lightning, which caught the prisoner who had fallen into their hands. But because of this, the explosion was not as big as the last one, since the blonde did not intend to accidentally kill him. When Kimimaro's body appeared lying on his stomach, the blonde walked up to him. This is the end, Naruto said shortly, standing over the fallen enemy. A long rain came down again, as if wanting to wash away all the dirt they had created on the ground. Examining the body, Naruto discovered that Kimimaro's body had 3 large holes, one of which was located in the chest, and the other 2 were slightly lower. Apparently, these were the consequences of those lightning bolts during the explosion, which is why he fell unconscious. However, Naruto was wrong, because in a matter of seconds he had gotten up and was already directing his hand with a bone sticking out of it towards the boy's throat, but was stopped. Kimimaro looked frantically at his stomach and saw a chain stuck there, which started somewhere behind Uzumaki's back. A short lightning bolt that the blonde sent along the chain, and Kimimaro finally fell, losing consciousness. Naruto, having removed his chains, fell to his knees next to him. He did not want to use this technique ahead of time, but he had to, otherwise there would be a hole in his neck now. He discovered this technique not so long ago, and completely by accident. As Zetsu explained, this technique belonged to the Uzumaki clan, to which Kushina, his mother, belonged. However, Zetsu was surprised that Naruto could also master it despite the fact that he was not a pure Uzumaki, but only half. Nevertheless, only with its help he was able to defend himself from an unexpected attack. What can I say? At the moment he used it completely by accident. Apparently, His subconscious automatically reacted to self-defense. He also understood how to combine his lightning chakra with it. Meanwhile, Team 7 was moving from the mission. As it turned out, the mission was not too difficult and their team completed it quite quickly. And they were already halfway to Konoha. Another stop, which Naruto had once again begged for during the journey, thus surprising all his teammates once again. No one expected that he would be the one causing problems for the team, since they were used to its abrupt but serious changes. Therefore, even the eternally dissatisfied Uchiha had never grumbled, as he did now. No one understood what exactly was going on with the guy and why he was behaving the same way again. But even more surprising to everyone was Kakashi's action, who put a kunai to Uzumaki's throat. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing?" Yamanaka exclaimed in fear. "Who are you?" Hatake asked angrily, looking at the blonde man who stood with his hands raised. "Who do you mean?" He smiled slightly. "I am your student, Uzumaki Naruto. You didn't recognize me. What's wrong with you? Please put away the kunai." The smile was still frozen on his face. It looked quite creepy, even for the Uchiha, who shuddered at the sight of it. "You're lying," the copy ninja interrupted. "Naruto doesn't act like that. Speak up or there'll be a hole in your neck." "Are you sure?" The thing giggled, turning its head, and then Kakashi's hand and entire body were captured by some white liquid, and instead of the usual blonde man's face, another one with yellow eyes appeared. The creature smiled predatorily. "I was supposed to just replace him, but I don't think that if you don't return alive to Konoha, it will ruin his plans," it answered in a different voice. "To whom?" Hatake frowned, still trying to get out of the hold, but he was not succeeding. It was as if he had merged with his body and control over it was given only to the enemy, who, enjoying his reaction, smiled even wider. "Who do you mean?" "Uzumaki Naruto, that's who I promised." His answer shocked everyone. Kakashi noticeably loosened his grip, allowing him to take over his body even more. The kunai fell to the ground, making a characteristic sound. There was silence, during which everyone digested the information they had received. Even Sasuke, he was no less surprised than Kakashi and Ino. "You're going to die anyway, so it's okay if you find out," Shiruzetsu continued, still laughing. However, that laugh ended in a wheeze as a hand with a chidori was lodged in his chest. He turned around to find Hatake there, while in his grip was a simple log. "You're not very smart, are you?" Kakashi said, pulling his hand out. "How did you?" was all Shirozetsu managed to croak out before he completely collapsed. "Who was that?" Ino whispered in fear as she fell to the ground. "And why was he talking about Naruto? Didn't you hear what he said?" Uchiha, who had been silent until then, but was looking at Sensei, chimed in. "Nothing is unknown yet. Now let's go back," Hatake commanded, and all three disappeared from the clearing. He walked confidently along the rather narrow corridor, meeting local workers along the way, who greeted him and smiled. For them, he is one of the great ninja, one of the strongest jonin of Konoha. Some know about his secret, smiling even more. As soon as he arrived, he demanded an audience with the Hokage, saying that it was urgent, very urgent. As expected, the fourth was forced to cancel all meetings scheduled for this hour, just to listen to another report from the copy ninja, and part-time his former student, with whom he wanted to talk, but could not, since the Hokage's affairs prevented him from doing so. Knocking on the door and hearing the answer, "Come in." He immediately went inside, finding the fourth and Danzo there, who were constantly exchanging glances at each other. "Report," Danzo commanded, to which Kakashi nodded and told them everything about what had happened in the forest, and also summoned the dead body of that strange creature. As expected, the fourth was surprised, but not Danzo, who seemed to know who or what kind of creature was in front of them. However, he decided not to reveal his guesses, silently looking at these two. "Couldn't you recognize him right away?" Danzo asked displeasedly, slapping the table. "As I said, it was impossible to recognize him initially, since he had his chakra, his techniques. I only began to suspect this after completing the mission." "And what does that mean?" the fourth asked rhetorically, but he looked at Danzo. "What do you mean?" Shimura was indignant. "It's obvious that your son has betrayed us," he added, crossing his arms. "But why would that be? Why would he, my son, betray me?" Minato was indignant in response, hurt by the words of the root leader, since the fact that his son was a traitor would greatly damage his reputation. In addition, he felt a little guilty about this situation, since it was he who allowed his son to roam freely around the city. He should have limited him in advance by failing the exam, not allowing him to reach the rank of genin. This should have been done back when he changed after the coma, which apparently affected his mind as well. Yes, he would stick to this version if this news came out. He wanted to tell this to the others, but Danzo interrupted him. As if you didn't know. This question from Shimura made Minato completely shut up. I am well aware of what kind of relationship you have. Minato only gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn Danzo with his damned root. No matter how much he tries to find reasons to close it, its leader always finds loopholes to make him change his mind. And what do you propose? Asked the fourth. You know what? The fourth one put his hand to his chin, and then turned away, putting his hands behind his back. I don't think we have any other options. Danzo, pleased with this answer, smiled noticeably. Then I'll send my guys right away, he said before leaving Minato and Kakashi alone. Minato-sensei, you're not going to, are you? Hataki asked in surprise, shocked by their conversation. We have no other choice. The fourth sat down at his desk, pulling a small stack of papers towards himself, and the copy ninja, without saying another word, left through the window. The little blonde moved quickly, jumping from roof to roof. She was scared, not so much for herself, but for the person close to her, whom they wanted to kill. Initially, she was interested in what they would decide about Naruto, because of which she simply could not overcome herself, and still decided on such an ugly act as eavesdropping. Although she absolutely did not care if it was about Naruto. She expected anything. Punishment with physical exercises, punishment in the form of temporary suspension from missions, or complete exclusion from the shinobi, but not death. She would not be able to stand this. In any case, there were those who did the same, running away from the village, and so what? They all were set up for death. Unlikely. And besides, Uzumaki probably has a reason. She would at least find out what it was, and then she would decide. Having reached the main exit from Konoha, she caught one guard in her technique, transferring her mind into his body, and then knocked out the second, unexpected and relaxed guard with it, and she knocked him out by hitting her head hard on the table. Fortunately, this place was deserted for now and no one saw it. She managed to get out, but how she would get back in later was another question. And would she even come back? What if they ordered to kill her too, since she also ran away from the village, or even worse, do something to her parents? After all, what would the life of some genin girl cost them? That's right, nothing. She turned towards the village, and then looked at the forest again, still not daring to go further. A lump came to her throat, and all the confidence that she had at the beginning treacherously evaporated, as if it had never been there. She doubted all of this, and more so herself. What would she do when she left the village? Will she be able to find her teammate? And even if she does, what will she do next? Will she confess everything? Will she tell him the whole truth, the whole story? She still couldn't stand it and ran again to the village limits. Running across the roofs, she quickly found herself in her room. Falling onto the bed, she buried her nose in the pillow and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry that I turned out to be so worthless, so pathetic. The tears grew stronger, and in her soul she felt hurt and lousy because of herself for being a coward, for not being able to go even when she decided to. Usually, one of the most elite areas of Konoha, where the Hokage lives with his family, was considered one of the quietest and most peaceful, since everyone who entered it was afraid to make too much noise there. And not because the fourth lives there, but because his wife, the well-known bloody habanero, sits there, who has an overly violent character and is unlikely to tolerate noise under her house. However, now the Hokage's house itself was filled with shouts and noise. How could you agree to this? Kushina screamed at her husband, who kept a decent distance from her on purpose, having long known his wife's character. He's still our son, she continued, not calming down. But you and I decided everything about him ourselves when he was in a coma. The fourth tried to defend himself. But this is too much. Uzumaki objected. To kill your own son. Are you completely crazy? I've already decided everything, said the fourth as he left the house, leaving his wife alone with her thoughts and regretting that he had decided to involve her in this plan at all. He woke up in complete darkness. His head was buzzing terribly, and there was an unpleasant taste in his mouth. He felt sick. His body was heavy. Every movement was difficult for him, but he realized that at least he was not tied up. When his eyes got more accustomed to the darkness, he was able to make out the outlines of the room. At least he realized that in the center of the room there was the same operating table as in the lab they had been in before. But how? They had destroyed it during the battle, although if the guy had his own, then that would explain everything. Of course, he could try to get up and since he was not tied up, try to escape, but he could not, or rather did not want to run away from fate again. All his life he had done nothing but run from reality, blindly following Orochimaru, who saw him only as his new vessel, and only until recently. He was always used, and now he was more confident in his decision than ever before. The sound of slowly approaching footsteps was heard, as if someone was descending the stairs. Soon a light was visible in the doorway, and soon Naruto himself appeared with a lamp in his hands. Approaching the table and placing the lamp on it, he brought a jug of water to Kimimaro and, lifting his head, began to give him a drink. He drank greedily, in large gulps, drying up most of the water from the jug, some of which simply flowed down his cheeks, without getting into his mouth. When the jug was empty and his thirst was quenched, he barely audibly said, "Thank you," Naruto said without answering, crossing his legs and leaning against the couch, next to Kimimaro, who simply crawled up to her and leaned his back with his legs spread out. "I have a favor to ask of you before I die," Kimimaro, who had been simply looking at the floor, finally broke the long silence. "You're going to die anyway." Uzumaki paused. "So why should I do it?" he added with a sigh. "No need," he agreed. "That's why I'm asking you about it." He crawled away from the table a little and knelt down in front of it, which surprised the blonde. "Help my friend, Jugo. Without me he is lost, and therefore he needs a person who will understand him, and it seems to me that you can do this. You can become his close friend," he coughed. "As you can see, I have been devoured by illness for a long time, because of which I do not have much time left, and with this battle with you I wanted to see if you are strong enough to calm Jugo when he completely loses control of himself." "He's that strong?" The blonde was surprised, to which he smiled and nodded. "Because in order not to let him lose himself completely, he needs someone who can calm him down, that is, you. Tell him that I thought it was right. I think he will understand. Hey, I haven't agreed yet, and I certainly haven't agreed to be a nanny." "I can see from your eyes that you will agree," Uzumaki just sighed. It must be admitted that he himself was interested in this Jugo, and if he really is that strong, then it will only be to his advantage, since he will be a good support for him. "I understand. Then I think there's no point in delaying it any longer," Kimimaro said, and the final stage of his mission began. About a week has passed since those events. As decided, Danzo sent entire squads to search for the boy, but all was in vain. Not a single squad was able to bring the slightest information about the possible location of the fourth son. However, this did not spoil his plans. Finally, he can fully manipulate Minato when he can do nothing in response. This is perhaps the only advantage of his being chosen for the post of Hokage. If Hiruzen had been in the post, Danzo would not have been able to influence him so much, because the third knew everything about him perfectly well. Namikaze himself was also not idle, having enlisted trusted Anbu members, including Hatake, to help with the search. But the goal was simply to find Naruto and bring him to the designated location, where he would be picked up by supposedly another Anbu team, but this time Root. It had been a week since Kimimaro had given his life to give Uzumaki new power. The operation had taken place that same day, but his body still needed to adapt to the new power, to feed it with Otsutsuki chakra. And only now, bandaged, he stood up from the couch. "How are you?" asked Zetsu, who had come to him fully fledged on the day of the operation. "Excellent." Uzumaki smiled, holding out his hand in front of him, from which a thin bone extended. "I can feel her power. Kaguya's power." By midday he had already left this hideout, heading to Konoha. Perhaps for the last time. However, on the way he met a group of masked men. "Uzumaki Naruto, follow us. We will take you to the Hokage," a metallic voice came from under the mask. Naruto just nodded, following them. They moved quickly, covering meters in seconds. At this speed, they would arrive in Konoha by evening. There was just one, but they were unlikely to get there calmly. There was something about them that Uzumaki really didn't like, as he smelled blood on them. This group had killed a lot of people. In addition, they were moving, clearly surrounding the blonde from different sides, so that they could kill him with one sudden blow, and even if they couldn't, he wouldn't do anything. Being surrounded, he wouldn't be able to resist the elite members of Root. After all, he was just a child, and they were professional killers. But that was only what they thought. And when that very moment came and they stood up, finally surrounding him, pulling out the katanas. "I'm sorry, Boy, but you will have to die here for the good of the whole village, the same voice rang out. The whole village? The guy asked no less calmly, not at all surprised by this outcome. They didn't answer and just rushed at the blonde in a crowd. He just smiled, anticipating the taste of this battle. Now several NBU men are being pierced by strange stakes, gray in color, forming a small hole in the stomach area. Everything would be fine, because they were taught to fight even with more serious wounds, but suddenly their bodies begin to crumble, turning into something like ash. Now some of them are starting to feel themselves in panic, trying to somehow stop this terrible technique, but all to no avail. So where is your confidence now? Naruto says mockingly, preparing for further combat. Part 6. The Trap. Commentary on Part 6. The Trap. What style of dialogues is better to leave? The same as it was in the first half of this part and in the previous ones, or the same as in the second half, when after each word spoken by the character, the next line was empty with a space. You've fallen so low, son. The blonde man standing in front of one of the most dangerous S-rank criminals, who was also his son, his mistake, said with a mocking voice. A little over a year had passed before they met like this, completely by accident. A whole year of searching that led to nothing, and then just like that, by accident, to meet him. Fate is quite cruel and mocking of its charges. I hoped until the end that. He looked him over from head to toe, looking at how the guy was dressed. His long cloak with scarlet clouds was fluttering smoothly in the wind, directing its end somewhere to the side, as if it wanted to break away and soar somewhere up, driven by the wind to rush away to freedom. On the guy's forehead was the same Konoha protector, only with a line drawn across the symbol of the village. All this could not help but make him nervous. Do you have at least a drop of pride and respect for the place where you were born and raised? Or at least for your parents? No matter how hard Minato tried, no matter what words he chose, he still could not remove this eternally calm expression from the face of Uzumaki, who had remained silent until this moment. How can you respect someone who was indifferent to his own son? You allowed this situation to happen. You created all of this with your own hands. Naruto ran his hand over the bloody lawn, strewn with the corpses of his former pursuers from the cloud, when he kidnapped their Jinchuriki, Yugito ni. At first it might have seemed that the blonde was speaking emotionally, but this was not so. He had long since stopped relying on them, turning more to reason than to simple emotions. He simply said everything that he considered right and what he thought about during the conversation. You are only a disgrace to the Uzumaki clan name. The fourth raised his special kunai. You are truly our mistake. Well, maybe so. The blonde closed his eyes, and then, abruptly opening them, continued. But you are wrong about one thing. Fourth, Minato was slightly surprised. I stopped being an Uzumaki a long time ago. Now I belong to another, much purer clan. And which one? I don't think you need to know that. You're right, the Hokage side. There's no point in knowing the clan of someone who's going to die today. So cruel that you would kill your own son. For the first time in their long conversation, a grin flashed in Naruto's voice. Enough, Namikaze suddenly evaporates into the air, and in its place there remains only a leaf raised by the wind, which smoothly circled in rings above the tree branch. Time slowed down, silence fell. Just a second, and the guy miraculously blocked the Hokage's blow, which was coming at his back. I must admit, you live up to your nickname. You really are as fast as lightning. This peculiar compliment was left without comment from the enemy, who instead of words of response, once again tried to deliver a fatal blow to his son, but he blocked this one too, though with even greater difficulty than the very first one. Fighting against the one who is recognized as the fastest shinobi is much more difficult than he imagined. The slightest inattention can cost you your life, any mistake, any wrong step, and you are already lying there, choking on your own blood. The newly minted Otsutsuki understood all this perfectly, but this realization did not make it any easier. He understood that he could not compare with the fourth in speed, which made the task much more difficult, and therefore, if he wanted to win, he needed to try as hard as possible, better than all the previous times. Minato disappeared once again, but this time the blonde still responded with a comprehensive, multiple volley that came out of his body. A large number of shells flew throughout the forest, destroying everything in their path, turning trees into splinters, breaking them in half. Minato miraculously managed to avoid being hit, noting that this technique looked different. When he first saw them, they were very fragile, tending to crumble slowly. These ones were imbued with lightning chakra, which probably made them stronger, and were also under a peculiar blue shell. One thing was clear. He could not let Naruto hit him under any circumstances. Why are you keeping your distance from me? Asked Otsutsuki when he saw Minato standing in the distance. Are you afraid of me? The son of the fourth said defiantly, which was a mistake, because when it came to fighting, Minato was quite serious, and therefore was unlikely to allow himself to be provoked by emotions. Naruto breaks away from the tree and jumps towards Namikaze, who disappears in the meantime, appearing once again behind him, but was stopped by a pin flying out of it. Curving, he dodges the projectile, which flew a little higher than his body and head, flies into the nearest tree. Naruto, meanwhile, having concentrated all his chakra into his legs, hits Minato with a spin, causing him to fly away, having protected himself with his hand, cutting through trees, loosening the earth, thereby raising a large curtain of dust. The blonde stands on the nearest tree and silently looks down. He doubts that he will be able to finish off the Hokage with one blow, but he should at least cause some damage. And this is the power of the Hokage. The former Uzumaki asks when the dust cleared and Minato appeared before him, falling on one knee and trying to catch his breath. He just remained silent, and a strange smile froze on his face, which the boy really didn't like. Kaguya's POV. The mother of chakra was also restless in her soul, which was reflected in the world she was in. The entire space was vibrating, everything was shaking. Strange red shades were flashing in the air. There was no doubt that Naruto himself was influencing the world, because recently he had become no less interconnected with it than Lady Otsutsuki herself. Especially when he had completely accepted her chakra and blood, becoming a full-fledged Otsutsuki. That day was no less important for her than the day she gave birth to her two sons. On that day, the boy finally proved that he was firm in his intentions, that he would not back down. This was what she was missing. She was missing that bit of light, that ray of hope that the former Uzumaki had given her. She no longer cared whether he could or not. The only thing that was important to her was that he was always there, that he would not betray her, no matter what happened in the future. She wanted with all her heart to be with him always, but she knew that he was not imprisoned in this world like she was, and therefore could not be present here forever, and the realization of this fact made her sad. She silently watched their conversation, and then the fight. A fight between father and son, which in a normal situation should not have happened at all. This situation very much reminded her of when she faced her own sons and was sealed by them, was deceived and betrayed. In this same situation, she was imbued with Naruto's feelings and in her own way began to hate the boy's father, so she constantly fed the guy with her chakra, making him stronger every second. All this was until a certain moment, until a certain smile, when she realized something. Naruto. She invaded the boy's consciousness again, something she didn't like doing at all, but the situation required it. The boy asks briefly, moving away from another barrage of attacks from the fourth, who only increased his onslaught on his son much faster and chaotically attacking the guy, not even giving him a chance to predict his actions. The fourth's great experience made itself felt in a fight with a less experienced opponent. The guy's chances were rapidly falling to zero, as evidenced by the large number of wounds and cuts on his body. As much as she did not want to admit it, the guy was still weak and inexperienced to fight the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, who had successfully gone through the war, and in addition to it, many other battles. If everything continues like this, Naruto will lose sooner or later. Perhaps he himself understands this, but Kaguya knows him well. She knows that he will not retreat, no matter what situation he finds himself in, especially if it concerns his own family. She knows all his weaknesses. She knows that Naruto is too young to completely abandon his past. She knows that he is just trying not to show his true feelings. She knows that he still holds a grudge. And the fact that she can't do anything about it hurts her. Sometimes she wants to hug him, to show that she is his family too, but his gaze still carries some sadness that he constantly tries to hide, but how can you hide it from someone who has been living for a very long time? Excessive fixation on his past makes itself felt. Try to escape, Otsutsuki said briefly. You can't handle him right now. What Kaguya said made the guy fall into a stupor. Could all his training have gone to waste and he was unable to cope with just one opponent, even if that opponent was his own father? He had never expected such a large gap in the difference in their strength, but nevertheless, he believed Lady Otsutsuki almost immediately. No matter how many attacks he made, Minato was able to defend himself from almost all of them, and it was easy to guess that before this Namikaze was only testing the waters, fighting at partial strength, and this infuriated him like nothing else. But even more infuriated him was his weakness. Because of the shock, he was not even able to react to another attack by the fourth, who sent him flying for a long time with one uppercut, creating a crack in the ground. Minato did not wait and almost immediately moved above the guy and with a rasengan in his hand tried to deliver the final blow, but the guy managed to get up and move a little lower from the rasengan, releasing an improved shikotsunyaku from his palm. The distance between them is rapidly decreasing. The bone is about to touch Minato's body with its tip, but he manages to touch it with his hand and they are transported to a place unknown to the guy. A large cloud of white smoke covers his entire view, which is why he does not have time to react to the fourth sharp attack from him. The rasengan hits right in the center of his chest. His breathing became unsteady, his chest became unbearably painful, and darkness began to appear before his eyes. He practically did not feel how his body was flying somewhere, how it hit something heavy, how because of this a hot stream was running down his face, falling down to the ground, and he, barely holding on with his hand on some stone, was still trying to stay on his feet. Everything in his head was clouded, all thoughts were mixed up, but one thing was clear to him, that he had already lost. In such a state, he was not only capable of fighting, but he also had no chance of escaping from the fastest shinobi, and he had no chance to begin with. All he remembers after that is how his father appears next to him and with one blow makes him completely fall into darkness. The soft, cool air enveloped his face, causing his white hair to float smoothly across it. He saw the world he had known for a long time again, only somehow it had changed, something was wrong here, but Naruto just couldn't understand what had just happened. He understood very little at all. As if he had been knocked out of his usual rut. He didn't react to anything. Not to how Lady Kaguya hurried to him, how she grabbed him by the shoulders, asked him how he was feeling, but was left without an answer, how she pressed him to herself and gently stroked his head, trying to calm him down. And what about him? He stood there like a ghost and showed no signs of life at all, like a ghost. A helpless, good-for-nothing ghost. How much time had passed is unknown, but only now did Kaguya feel a tear running down the young Otsutsuki's cheeks, and his body trembled slightly. Sorry, the young man said in a shaky, hoarse voice, burying his face in the girl's fabric. How pathetic he was, allowing himself to press himself against a woman in such a state, allowing her to calm him down, although it would be better to press her like this, to be close. She crouched down, forcing him to kneel down as well. Still holding the boy close, she said with a small smile. Forgive me for what? For the fact that you suffer so much on the way to my return. I'm afraid that's where I have to ask your forgiveness. Because I lost, because I turned out to be weak. So many words, but I turned out to be so weak and worthless. Silly, I would give everything to be with you in difficult times. I tried so many ways to escape from here, but the seal turned out to be too impregnable. She pressed the guy closer to her, kissing his forehead, like a mother to her son. The guy's face was calm, he tried to look unperturbed, although inside he was burning with shame. Don't you think you made a mistake with your choice? The sudden question made Kaguya move away from him a little. What do you mean? Asks the woman, who clearly doesn't understand. Well, you weren't wrong when you chose me. Maybe you. The words were hard for him, he literally had to tear them out of himself, he felt uneasy saying them, it hurt him to pronounce them. Maybe you should have chosen someone else, more worthy than me. Otsutsuki finally moved away from the blonde. A sharp, stinging blow to the cheek made the guy stagger back a little. A bright red mark froze on his cheeks. The woman's face showed pure discontent, which suddenly changed to sadness, and the girl herself, clutching the collar of Naruto's cloak, pressed herself against him. Why? Why did you decide that? Otsutsuki's voice trembled, it seemed for the first time. After all, I didn't choose anyone. After all, it was you who came to me, made me remember the feelings I had long forgotten, gave me hope for the first time. And after all this, you say such a thing. Kaguya calmed down, and then again moved away from the guy. Her face became serene again, and her eyes began to freeze again. Maybe you're right, she suddenly agreed, folding her hands on her bent knees. You're probably not the one I opened up to. I think it's really better for us to stop talking to each other. I don't want to see betrayal again. He woke up with a headache, his whole body ached, and his vision was blurry, but it was clear that someone was leaning over him. The bluish color kept flickering before his eyes. The unknown person lifted his body, and then began to wrap it with something, his whole body burned unpleasantly. Then they lowered him back onto the bed, lifting only his head and pouring a bitter liquid into his mouth. Drink, said a soft, Velvety voice. Could it really be a woman? It didn't matter. In any case, he couldn't resist her in his current state, and what did he have to lose? Kaguya had pushed him out of her world, that became immediately clear, and it was unlikely that she would even want to talk to him now. Resisting the urge to send the liquid back out, he carefully lay down, and only now did his eyes begin to clear. A girl with blue hair and a flower braided in her hair was bowing before him. The girl's face was calm. For some time she simply looked at the blonde in silence, until she finally asked just one question. Who are you? This question might seem strange, but Conan simply couldn't help but ask it, since he was also a member of Akatsuki. She was worried that the young man had woken up too quickly, considering his wounds, which could easily keep him unconscious for at least a day, but not 5 or 6 hours, as he had done. Of course, she noticed that all his wounds were gradually healing, also at a high speed. The guy was clearly unusual, which Nagato was unlikely to know. This was what worried her. She could not allow a boy with a strange appearance to continue to walk around unnoticed. Naruto meanwhile felt a little relieved seeing the girl's cloak. Apparently he was saved, which was confirmed by the blue-haired girl, whose name he had not even learned in a year. He saw her very rarely, since she was constantly hanging around the leader of the organization, and the rest of the people from Akatsuki did not particularly discuss her, and to be honest, Otsutsuki himself did not particularly try to find out the name of the stranger. For him, it was enough that she was an ally, and the rest was not very important. I don't understand, the blonde replied, standing up a little, but was stopped by the girl under the pretext of resting. She replaced the bandage on his forehead, and then left, promising to return. Naruto was left alone with his own thoughts. Pain was in the main hall, sorting through some scrolls that Kisame and Itachi had recently found. As Conan understood, these scrolls were somehow connected to the long-vanished Uzumaki clan. Did something happen? Pain asked very solicitously, turning his gaze from the scrolls to the kunoichi who had entered. I'm talking about the new guy who joined us a year ago. Naruto. The Akatsuki leader was surprised, putting the papers aside. The girl nodded. Are you sure you should have taken it? Is something wrong? We need strong shinobi, you said it yourself. Yes, we need them. But she looked away, trying to find the right words. He's too strange, even suspicious. I don't like him. Pain suddenly laughed, and then walked up to the kunoichi, placing his hand on her fragile shoulder. Well, none of us is without sin, he smiled. Yes, but, Pain suddenly interrupted her, placing his finger on her lips, for which she rewarded him with a confused and embarrassed look in his direction. We try not to pry too much into our comrades' pasts, but as far as I know, the young man was betrayed by his own comrades, and was recently struck down by his own father. I don't think he'll betray us. By the way, how is he? Their leader asked more seriously. Everything heals on the guy, I would say. Too quickly, she slightly raised the corners of her lips. How are you? Have you found any ways? She asked her friend hopefully. All this is too complicated for one Uzumaki. We will need to go to the clan's haven itself, but due to the duties of the head, I cannot do this yet, Pain said with a note of disappointment. Maybe I should go. That's impossible, the leader waved his hand. I can't let you go alone. And if I'm not alone? The girl retorts with interest. Who is it? Pain asks in response. With our new guy. He seems to be from your clan, or at least has some connection to it. The leader turned away, thinking. Go ahead, but be careful, he said after a few minutes. Conan left, and he smiled weakly and returned to his study. Are you sure we're going this way? The blonde asked with obvious displeasure, making his way through yet another thicket. They'd been on the road for several days now, but they still hadn't gotten any closer to the place. Naruto was starting to feel like they were going in circles. Don't you know where your own clan lived? Naruto visibly winced at the mention of his mother's clan. No, I didn't feel too strongly about him, and honestly, I don't want to. The blonde waved it off, but then immediately stopped, putting out his hand, which Conan ran into out of surprise. What is it? The girl muttered discontentedly, to which the guy pointed his finger at a completely ordinary tree. She only looked at him even more. We've been here before. There's a cross on this tree, which I pointed out so we wouldn't get lost. But we went straight ahead and didn't turn anywhere. How is that possible? Conan looks around the place, but doesn't find anything, and she remembers that this area is already familiar to her. Maybe some technique. Naruto looked at the kunoichi, to which she shrugged. Crossing his fingers in a sign, he briefly said, blow away, but nothing changed, which signaled that they were not in genjutsu. But this does not make their situation easier, on the contrary. They got into something, and this, something, is unlikely to even allow him to get back out. Meanwhile, the girl did some manipulations with her papers, and then activated them with a sign. A dozen paper birds flew into the sky, and then flew in different directions. Let's go, she commanded after, going around the guy and moving on. If we stand there, we'll definitely get nowhere. The guy had no choice but to follow his partner. They walked in circles for over an hour, always returning to the same place, to the same tree. With each circle it became harder and harder to walk, each step literally sank deeper and deeper into the ground, which was not the case at the very beginning. It was as if a swamp had appeared here in an instant. The guy periodically scanned the area, but there was not a single living soul in the immediate vicinity. Conan, although she tried to look stoic, puffed, sighed and sobbed more and more with each circle. It was not difficult to guess that such forced marches were unusual for her, as well as for the blonde. On the next lap, when the girl still stumbled, Naruto, as the leader of the group, consisting of the two of them, commanded a halt. The kunoichi wanted to object to something, but when she saw his gaze, she lost all desire to speak. Mentally cursing herself for giving herself away, she nevertheless sat down by that very tree, leaning her back against it, and the young man sat on the other side. They were both already quite tired, as several days of travel were taking their toll, plus this unpleasant situation. They both saw no point in talking about anything with each other. Tired, and what should they talk about when they barely knew each other? It was strange that they went together at all, but the girl decided to keep an eye on the guy this way, although she didn't really know what she would do if her fears were confirmed. She rushes boldly into battle in order to eliminate a potential traitor when she knows absolutely nothing about him. This is what she always didn't like about Pain, who almost without thinking, accepts newcomers, without really finding out anything about them, as long as he is strong enough. And in general, it seems to her that she is the only one who seriously thinks about the organization instead of the one who should. But the trouble is that in the affairs of the organization, her friend does not always take her opinion into account, but on the contrary, tries to protect her everywhere, to keep her close to him, as if in a prison. She has long lost the freedom that she initially possessed. Naruto, meanwhile, looked quite calm, keeping an expression of complete indifference on his face. Unlike his partner, he was thinking about how to get out of this spatial anomaly and not let it imprison him here forever. But his head was empty. It felt like thoughts were deliberately refusing to come to his head, condemning their owner to certain death. Any idea what it could be? The blonde said as quietly as possible, knowing that Zetsu would hear him. The latter didn't keep him waiting long. It was strange that he had been silent all this time. I have no idea. Zetsu honestly managed to surprise his companion. The Uzumaki clan is still a big secret for everyone. Few know about its secrets and equally secret techniques. It is quite possible that this is some kind of barrier that prevents foreigners from getting in. You should ask Kaguya about this. Naruto suddenly wilted at this word, which caused the black one to be surprised. I can't, the blonde answered briefly. What's happened? Forget it. Naruto closed his eyes, lifting his head up, looking at the bright blue sky. The situation was not the best. Both were exhausted, both were in no mood, and they certainly didn't know what to do. A dead end. Part 7. The Girl from the Forest. Commentary on Part 7. The Girl from the Forest. This part turned out to be short and serves more as an addition to the previous one. And it turned out so short because the plot requires it. The next part should be big according to the plans, but I simply couldn't fit more into this one. It will only come out after the new chapter of Flash. That's how it is. 3. It is unknown how long the two Akatsuki sat like that, but over time, the forest they were in began to be covered with a veil of fog, cleverly hiding the already barely visible horizon behind it. The air was humid, making it difficult for the lungs to breathe. The girl groaned and coughed every now and then. A sharp gust of wind forced the guy to hide the lower part of his face behind the long collar of his cloak, leaving only his eyes and the upper part of his nose outside. But this did not help either. It seemed that the air began to take on even more gases, his eyes began to sting, and his skin began to burn unbearably. After a few minutes, the blonde felt his eyes begin to darken, and his body began to lose strength, which is why soon he was unable to move even his hand. It was as if small charges of electricity were passing through my body. Conan, are you there? Naruto asked, suddenly feeling relieved, but all he got in response was silence. A few more responses and still the same dead silence until he suddenly stood up and walked around the tree, behind which he found no one. Only a small mark where the kunoichi had been sitting. What the? An endless stream of thoughts began to run through the young man's head, from the idea of kidnapping to betrayal, but both options seemed very dubious to him. If we take the first option, then even taking into account that he was feeling bad, in the case of a real kidnapping, he would have heard at least some sounds. And betrayal. This seemed even more illogical to him than the first option. Would she betray an organization whose leader she was very close to? You can guess forever, but you still need to decide something before the situation gets completely out of control. First of all, the guy started to walk around the nearest area, but it was all useless. He didn't find any traces at all, not to mention traces of a struggle. It felt like the girl had flown up from her place or evaporated. Naruto didn't believe in either of these, of course, but the fact was there. The girl had disappeared, and he was left alone in an unknown forest, under the influence of an unknown technique, and he didn't even have to ask anyone, though. Zetsu, are you there? He had one last hope that at least he could tell him what to do. But this hope also went down the drain when the desired answer never came. What's going on here? That's exactly how the guy thought about this situation. He was completely without any connection. Maybe he should ask Kaguya. Although no, it's better not to, because last time she made it clear that their relationship, if you could call it that, was over. What kind of relationship could there be between him and a spirit that was already over 1,000 years old? In any case, if she wanted to suggest something, she would have said it, although he had suspicions about this, too, that he would not be able to contact her in the same way, although it didn't matter anymore, because he was not going to check it. His attention was drawn to a strange passage in the thicket, which he was sure was not there when he was with his partner. After passing through more bushes, the guy found a narrow path, not neatly covered with grass, as if someone tried to hide it from the eyes of others, and if someone decided to hide it, then there was something there. This was already better than just wandering through the forest, although the absence of his partner still worried the guy. Maybe she got up early and found this entrance. If so, then it was very reckless of her. A sudden rustling sound behind him made him turn around, but there was no one there. The rustling was repeated in several other places, but its source quickly disappeared, not allowing itself to be discovered. Here, the guy said, sending the kunai up, and then a short squeal was heard. Someone flew head over heels down, and soon a little girl with bright red hair fell on a soft spot in front of him. Muttering incoherently, she rubbed her bruised place, and her face was filled with anger and resentment. Looking displeased at the stranger, who was still silent, she looked him over from head to toe. She got into trouble, really got into trouble, and yet the village elder told her to properly camouflage the path leading to their village, and she, as always, shouting like who needs the god-forsaken village, went to fulfill his order, as always in her own way, but apparently her grandfather was right. Now it is her fault, and she needs to be eliminated somehow. That's why she still hasn't rushed away from the place in an attempt to hide, but tried to think through all the options on how to get rid of the uninvited guest, who still hadn't said anything, but only held her by the wrist so that she wouldn't run away, and this made the girl even more nervous. He showed up here, and now he's holding her. It would be better to teach the impudent fellow a lesson, but she has other concerns about how to get rid of him. Uncle, could you? Her face suddenly changed to a more pitiful one. Leave here. I will be in trouble if you go any further. The red-haired girl blinked her eyes, smiling a little, which made this picture even more cute, but she still did not know who was standing in front of her, although Naruto noted that the girl was brave and did not even try to run from a much larger person. Sorry, but I can't, the blonde sighed, loosening his grip a little, causing the girl to break free and step back a little. Okay, but then I have no other choice. Defend yourself, uncle. The girl got into an attack stance, and then ran at the stranger, trying to kick him, but got even more angry when he caught her, grabbing her leg at the base of the foot and throwing it back so that her back was open to him. Feeling his touch on her shoulders, she only snorted in displeasure, trying to free herself, which she does not succeed. The stranger does not seem to be squeezing her too hard, but for some reason she still cannot free herself from his paws. Naruto was surprised to see the symbol of the Uzumaki clan there. On the gray t-shirt, on the back, the sign of his mother's clan was drawn. Let go, the scarlet girl hissed, trying to get out of his grip, which almost made her fly face down when he actually let her go. You, the girl suddenly started, barely keeping her feet. Her face gradually began to change color to the color of her hair, and her eyes filled with universal anger. Several more attacks from her side followed. She tried to punch the blonde in the face with her fist, which made him simply dodge, forcing her to fly past. Then she tried to hit him in the stomach with her hands and feet, which made him also deftly dodge. Everything her grandfather taught her was powerless against this harmful guy. But she was surprised that she did not receive any blows at all. He simply dodged her blows, without delivering them himself, although he could very well, of which the red-haired girl was sure. And this cloak he was wearing aroused her interest a little. The red clouds seemed unusual to her, but no less interesting. And all this confused her. In the end, this fight was also destined to end when the girl, having lost all her strength, fell exhausted to the ground, trying to catch her breath. Too many unnecessary movements, which is why it is slower. Naruto squatted down next to the girl. She only looked at him with resentment, but did not object, only turning away from the offender. She still could not stand to sit in this position for long, and soon turned around, crossing her legs and looking with interest at the blonde, who by this time had already managed to move a little further away from her, leaning against a tree. Listen, Blondie, where are you from? Two violet blue eyes looked at him. From afar, he waved it off, to which she pouted even more. That's not fair. Why is that? Naruto was surprised. Well, you knew where I was from the symbol on my back. Why can't I know where you're from? The girl was still indignant, to which the guy really had nothing to answer, but still couldn't tell where he, the former Uzumaki, was from. And what kind of cloak is this? The girl, whose scarlet hair was disheveled by a sharp gust of wind, could not calm down. Ow! She squealed when a small leaf fell from her, which Naruto picked up. The leaf had the names of some herbs written in black on it, the names of which gave the guy absolutely nothing, so the leaf had to be returned to its owner, who was already tired of trying to take it away from the stranger. And when she took it, it was as if she had been scalded with cold water. I completely forgot, she clutched her head in confusion. I was supposed to collect these herbs by midday, but I got carried away playing in the forest and forgot. What's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? She knelt down and then stood up abruptly, turning to her new interlocutor. There was a wide, sly smile on her face, and her eyes were shining with delight. I know, she clapped her hands. Together we'll collect it faster. The blonde didn't have time to object before she pulled him by the hand and led him in a direction unknown to him. When they came out into a clearing, she suddenly stopped, standing in front of him. It seemed that the situation was very suspicious and any sensible shinobi would have long been prepared for an ambush, but for some reason it seemed to him that she would not do something like that. Where such trust in a stranger came from, the blonde himself did not really know, but decided to trust his own intuition. The girl tore a leaf in half, handing the blonde the upper part of the leaf, but seeing his uncomprehending look, she demonstratively sighed and began to diligently explain to him what this or that plant looked like. She talked non-stop for about 5 minutes, and then ran out of the clearing, leaving the blonde with the leaf. The first plant that the girl called a redhead, the guy found, and indeed, the petals of the flower had bright red shades on the edges. Naruto remembered that she said that it was poisonous to human skin, and that it was best to pick it up with something else. Fortunately, his hands were always hidden behind the long sleeves of his cloak, with which he broke the stem of the flower, putting it in a small bag that she threw away when she ran away from the clearing. The pointed cobweb is a very strange name for a plant, but it accurately describes the plant itself. It is a round, green plant, the shape of which really resembles a web. Unlike the previous plant, this one can be picked up by hand, but carefully, because there is a risk of cutting yourself. About 30 minutes pass, when his bag is already filled with all sorts of herbs from the list. Returning to the clearing, he finds no one there, which surprises him, because he expected that she would cope much faster than him. Knowledge of the area, and all the herbs should have helped. A sharp squeal made him tense up. Heading towards the source of the sound, he came to some stream, on the bank of which he saw the girl's clothes, and then her herself. She was sitting on a tree branch, covering her charms, and screaming something in fear. The roar made the guy look down. A large brown bear was trying to climb the tree, which he could not do, since everything that fell into the hands of the frightened girl was flying at him. And when she saw Naruto, her face turned red and she began to cover herself with her hands even more tightly. Dealing with the bear was not particularly difficult, and very soon the dead carcass of the animal lay next to him. Turning away, he waited for the girl to jump down and get dressed, and when she pulled his sleeve, he turned around. In front of him stood the once again joyful red-haired girl, who held out her hand. The guy did not immediately understand what exactly she wanted, but soon a small bag was lying on her hand. Looking inside, she nodded with satisfaction, and then threw out a short "Bye," she said and walked away. "So where are we headed?" The blonde's words made her stop and reluctantly turn around. "Home. Where else? Thank you for helping." And now, she fell silent. "I have to go." She suddenly rushed to the nearest bushes, but when there were only a few meters left between them, Naruto appeared in front of her, and she flew into him, unable to stop. "Oh," she sighed, rubbing her bruised forehead. "What's wrong?" she screamed, staring at him. "What about the reward for helping you? Do you really want me to?" Her face blushed again, and the guy, realizing what the girl was thinking, sighed, and then lightly hit her on the head with his fist. "For what?" She grabbed her head. "I've heard such things. First a man helps a woman, and then he demands her body as a reward, and then they." The girl exclaimed, receiving another slap on her red head. He didn't have time to finish, because he was surrounded by about 10 people with the Uzumaki clan crests on their armor. At one point, barely visible chains reached out to the guy, which enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the hands of each of the attackers were folded in seals. Could it be that the clan's techniques were also? But wasn't the Uzumaki clan destroyed? Yes, he heard that there were still those who were scattered around the world, but not so many, and in one place. He was knocked unconscious and then dragged away somewhere. He woke up in complete darkness. The dim light coming from the only exit could barely illuminate even half the room. Moving his hands, he heard the clanking of chains and felt iron bracelets on his hands. I wonder if Conan was also taken here. Conan. The answer was only an echo. "Damn it," the blonde hissed, trying to get out, which was unlikely to happen considering what he was shackled in. He certainly understood that these were far from simple chains, since he could not use any of the techniques that could be used without seals. It was as if all his chakra had been taken away from him without affecting his condition. In this situation, he was powerless, and there was no one to help. Zetsu was not around. For the first time in his life, Naruto would need the help of his black friend so much. The sounds of footsteps began to echo around the room, and soon a small silhouette approached the lattice door, the outline of which he could only discern when she approached him. Short stature, barely visible red hair, a familiar gait and pose. It was definitely the girl from the forest. In her hands she held some kind of tray, which she later placed in front of the guy. "Eat," she said shortly, sitting down opposite him. "It would have been better if you hadn't chased me that time. At least you could have tried to escape," the girl said, surprisingly sadly in her voice. The blonde's slight grin made her blush, which later turned to displeasure. Not once did he make her feel awkward. What a mean guy. Mom was right about most men being the same. What again? She pretended not to understand the boy. Naruto looked at the food, and then moved the chains that held his arms straight out in different directions. She only sighed, taking a bowl of some food in her hands. She grabbed one piece with her chopsticks and carefully placed it in Otsutsuki's mouth. As it turned out, what she brought him were vegetables. The girl constantly said some barbs and expressed pseudo-displeasure, although her face, and the way she did it, said the opposite. But then she completely fell silent, not saying a word. It became so quiet that the sound of falling drops in the far corner of the room was clearly audible. Piece after piece disappeared into the boy's mouth until finally the bowl was empty and the girl returned it to the tray, instead bringing a jug of water to his mouth, which he began to greedily empty, trying to quench the thirst that had accumulated over the entire time, which caused an unusual reaction in the girl. She giggled quietly, putting her small fist to her lips. "We've already spent half a day together, and I still don't know your name." The red-haired girl stared at him again. "Naruto," the girl thought, still combing her head, and then, shaking herself, continued. "And me," the door creaked, interrupting the girl, who turned around in fear, her head noticeably hunched into her shoulders. Could it be that she was here illegally? Kushina, a rough, female voice introduced her, perhaps without realizing it. The girl just stood up, as if scolded, bowing her head. The woman quickly walked up to Kushina, grabbed her ear, which instantly turned red, and the girl squealed, grabbing the woman's thick hand, trying to break free from the strong clutches of the newcomer. Who gave you permission to approach the prisoner? What kind of irresponsibility is this? You are the future Jinchuriki of the QB. The woman suddenly fell silent, realizing that she herself had gotten carried away and that she had said too much. It doesn't matter, she looked at the blonde. It's unlikely that he'll leave here alive. Someone who was able to illegally enter the Uzumaki clan's territory bypassing the barrier simply won't be able to leave here alive. To say that Naruto was surprised was to say nothing. It was as if all feelings except surprise had disappeared from him. Wait, wasn't the Uzumaki clan exterminated many years ago? The woman's face suddenly changed, taking on an angry look. What? It will only happen in your dreams. Uzumaki will never disappear from the map. Now Otsutsuki didn't even know what to think about, much less what to say in this situation. Only one thought came to mind, but at the same time it seemed absurd to him. Who is the Hokage of the Leaf now? Although she looked at him like he was a fool, she still answered, which amazed the boy even more. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But how can this be? Such a thing, when a person who died on that fateful night for the entire village suddenly turns up alive. And again, only one thought comes to his mind, which he simply cannot accept, because if all this is true, then this little, red-haired girl. Part 8. New Naruto. Commentary on Part 8. New Naruto. Yeah, I've been gone for a long time. During this time, I even wrote some fanfic on request. I apologize for becoming MIA on Ficbook. Initially, I wanted to write a longer part. However, I realized that this size of the part would be ideal for this segment of the plot. Fortunately, there are a lot of ideas, right up to the finale of the fanfic, which will not be soon. The most important thing is just beginning. Enjoy reading, and I'm off to prepare the next part. There was no pain, no sensation, nothing. Just a boundless dark space, somewhat reminiscent of the space Kaguya was in. Only unlike that, this place was unpleasant to his soul. It was lifeless, empty, in which he felt nothing but melancholy. He simply wandered around it, as if hoping to get out, and ideally, to find Kaguya. Is there anyone here? His echo rushed somewhere deep inside, although he knew that it was completely useless. His own echo came as an answer for him. After another stop, he sits down, looking at the completely black sky. Is it even a sky? Is there even a ceiling here? A violent shaking distracted him from his next thoughts about what he had done wrong. With gradually increasing power, the room, or whatever it was, vibrated more and more, tearing him out of his own consciousness. He falls somewhere down until he finds himself on something solid. Where am I? He tries to open his eyes, but it works with varying success, which quite successfully results in a headache. His eyes are hit by a very bright light for a dungeon, coming from somewhere in the corridors. It took him a few minutes for his vision and hearing to return to normal. Screams, the ringing of steel were heard everywhere, explosions thundered somewhere in the distance. Don't let them near the prisoners. Don't. A scream is heard from a man running in the corridor, interrupted by a sob. The cold and sharp kunai reached its target just as the guard passed his cell, causing him to instinctively grab the metal bars in the door and, with a frightened look at the blonde, go down to the floor. If he hadn't been sure that he had gone into the past, he would have thought that someone had come for him, but now he didn't even know what was happening, although he had his own guesses. Meanwhile, someone dragged the shinobi's corpse aside, and then smashed the barred door with all his might. The person who entered the cell, unsurprisingly, was unfamiliar to him. He glanced briefly at the prisoner and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Can you fight? A short positive nod from the blonde made him smile, and soon the belts that held Naruto were cut off. The stranger himself stood at the doorway, slightly looking out into the corridor. Here's your weapon, he extended his hand, holding the kunai by the blade, pointing the handle towards the rescued prisoner. What's going on? Otsutsuki asked incredulously, still in no hurry to take the weapon. It's happening, my friend, what we've all been waiting for. The Uzumaki will be exterminated, once and for all. And then his guesses became true, which made him take the kunai, but when his palm fell on its handle, instead of taking it fully, he simply pushed it forward. The sharp end of the kunai hit the stranger's heart, pinning him lightly to the wall. A few muffled sobs and the shinobi was no longer breathing. Next time, don't free just anyone, he patted the corpse on the shoulder, simultaneously pulling out his katana from the sheath on its back, then walking out into a rather narrow corridor, which was a problem for him. He only felt how he was carried here, and of course he could make a rough route, but still not an exact one. All the time he walked along the narrow corridors, he was thinking only about one single thought. Is it worth interfering in this showdown? Because if he understood correctly, then it was on this night that the Uzumaki clan ceased to exist as a large clan. And if he intervenes and somehow stops the attack, this way he can reshape the fate of the clan and, accordingly, possibly change the mother herself, which can change his fate. It is quite possible that Kushina will treat him completely differently than now, which will be undesirable. After all, in this case, he may not meet Kaguya. His story can go a completely different way. Having reached some small tower, having climbed its circular staircase, he again found himself in the corridor, only judging by the light from the windows, he was now above, and not underground. And everything would be fine, but his attention was drawn to the face of a red-haired boy, who from time to time visited his cell to try to fish out information and often left in anger from another failure. That time, he repeatedly promised to finish off Naruto, but now he himself was on the verge of death, fighting with several opponents at once. Otsutsuki noted that he fought quite well, but the numerical superiority of the opponents still made itself felt, and from time to time, the boy from the Uzumaki clan received a couple of blows. Having assessed the fighting style of the guys who attacked him, he came to the conclusion that they were just waiting for the boy to run out of steam, which should have happened soon. Despite the fact that the scarlet-haired man often swore to kill Naruto, he still managed to please the blonde, which put him in a rather awkward position. On the one hand, he may have wanted to help him, but on the other hand, he had already decided that he would not change the past, even though he had been given such a chance. Die! One of the men shouted, raising his blade over the boy who was already kneeling from helplessness. Uzumaki had already closed his eyes, preparing for death, but just before the end, something whistled past his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw a terrible picture of how all three began to crack and crumble. Barely turning his head back, he saw the one who had recently been their prisoner and, to be honest, he was afraid of him. Who is he? And what is this terrifying force that did this to them? Uzumaki began to crawl away when the blonde suddenly moved towards him. What is this? Didn't you promise to kill me? So here I am. Naruto raised his arms in different directions. Don't miss your chance. As he had expected, these words made Uzumaki come to his senses. He clenched his fists and finally rose to his feet, pulling out a kunai in front of him. This blonde was right. He simply had to defeat him and then, perhaps, this damned attack would end. He did not exclude the possibility that this attack happened because of this strange guy, which meant that he was perhaps the most important target for elimination. Even at the cost of his life, but he had to kill the former prisoner. But before he could react, strange rods were already flying at him. Realizing that he would not have time to repel this attack, he again prepared for the worst. A cold breeze ran through his body, and a lump rose in his throat. Just a couple of seconds and the weapon would reach its addressee. Mechanically closing his eyes, he began to wait for this very moment, but what a surprise it was, something passed a few centimeters from his neck, flying somewhere behind his back. Where exactly the weapons were headed became clear when the limp body of the enemy fell on him from behind. Pulling the corpse off himself, he only looked at Naruto in confusion. Why did you save me? I don't know myself, Otsutsuki shrugged, crossing his arms over his chest. So you are not our enemy. Not an enemy, the blonde agreed. But not a friend either, he added afterward, already about to leave through the window, if the scarlet-haired man hadn't spoken again. Then, Uzumaki fell silent, not daring to say what he had planned, but still very much hoped for a positive answer. Then could you help us? This is not my battle, but yours. Otsutsuki pointed his finger at Uzumaki, causing him to shudder. But he apparently did not give up. Please, he fell to his knees, bowing his head, which greatly surprised Naruto, because the previously proud and smug guy suddenly changed so much. Many of my friends are dying there, on the streets. There are more enemies, and they're well prepared, but with your extraordinary strength we will definitely win. Two eyes looked at Naruto, full of hope for him. Hope that he, alas, will have to fail to justify. Sorry. Naruto turned away, not wanting to see the disappointment. I can't interfere with the fight, he said before finally leaving the corridor. Otsutsuki did not leave the village, but only found himself on the highest building of the village, watching the progress of a brutal battle, during which the deaths of people from the Uzumaki clan exceeded the deaths of the attackers. They held up well, but the enemies kept coming and coming, thus pushing the clan back. The air was thick with the smell of smoke mixed with the smell of blood. Somewhere something was exploding, somewhere someone was screaming, kunai and shuriken were flying and ringing in the air. Before Naruto's eyes was a vast area where the main battle was taking place, looking at which, the blonde thought about the reason for his presence here. What if someone threw him here, but why? What should he do to return back to his time? Does this someone who has such an amazing power to send people to the past want him to save this clan? But even if so, he does not want to change the future in which he met a truly close person in the person of Kaguya. Yes, even though many bad things happened to him, but it was due to this that he met this woman who firmly settled in his heart. Are you really that cruel, if you calmly watch as people of your clan die? He is distracted by an old voice coming from behind. Turning his head, Naruto finds an elderly man, apparently also from Uzumaki. I have nothing to do with your clan. Naruto turned away, although he was surprised that the old man knew about his origin. But mixed with the chakra unknown to me, there is also a part of Uzumaki in you. No need to hide it from me. I can easily distinguish between people with our chakra and those without. He came up and stood at the same level with him, holding his hands behind his back. Who are you? Naruto asks without turning around, continuing to watch the battle taking place below. I don't see any point in hiding anything from someone who has the blood of the clan that I led. What was said didn't surprise the blonde at all, who immediately realized that the old man was far from simple. Then your words can be applied to you as well. I think it's even more cruel than in my case, he shrugged. Everything is still ahead. Although the Uzumaki clan's defeat is inevitable, these words greatly surprised Naruto, to which he even turned to the old man, this time not hiding his surprise. The clan has weakened. It is not as strong as the previous generation and, frankly, this attack was inevitable. Just like our defeat. Even I cannot cope with their leader. But I have a favor to ask of you. What kind of request? The blonde completely turns away from the battle, switching his attention to the old man. To be honest, even he was curious about what the clan leader needed from him. However, he had prepared a negative answer in advance if the request was for help in the battle. Could you take someone away from the village? This person is very important to us and we simply cannot allow her to be killed. Otsutsuki saw no reason to refuse, and so he nodded briefly. Stepping over the corpses of people, he walked along the streets of the village in the direction he needed. If he understood the words of the chief correctly, the shelter should be somewhere in this direction. After several dozen minutes of searching, he finally came across the house he needed, which turned out to be a rather dilapidated and shabby hut, which would not have given any indication that something important, or even someone, was being kept there. A thin, leaky door, dangling from every gust of wind with creaking hinges. It seemed that the door was about to fly off. The roof was also not in the best condition, being covered with ordinary straw with fairly large bald spots. It was pitch dark inside, which was strange, because there were plenty of cracks in the house. The blonde hadn't even gone a meter when he felt a sharp blade at his throat. However, the stranger didn't say a word. I'm from the Otsutsuki, Naruto answered shortly, slowly pulling out a round token from his belt, which he had received earlier from the village leader. Silence again, but later the blade was removed from his neck. A few lights appeared, barely illuminating the room. Only now did he see the outlines of the silhouettes standing around. There were about 7 shinobi in the room besides him. Let's go, commanded the one standing behind him, going around him and heading to the far corner of the room, where he switched something in the wall, opening a wide descent downwards. I didn't think the boss would trust such a mission to a stranger, but an order is an order. However, I will warn you in advance. If even a hair falls from her head, I will personally find you and you will regret that you were ever born. Got it? Got it, Otsutsuki agreed, examining the walls, on which, judging by the barely appearing sparks, some kind of seal had been placed in case of enemy penetration. Your task: stealthily take the girl out of the village and deliver her to the village of the Hidden Leaf. You will be provided with equipment and provisions. The rest is all up to you, he said as he entered the room, in which there were many residents, among whom was the object that needed to be escorted. However, who exactly they were talking about, Naruto already understood. Kushina stood, hiding behind some tall man and with frightened eyes looked at the ceiling, which vibrated from time to time. Seeing Naruto, The red-haired girl from the forest calmed down a little and came out from behind the man, but later this smile was replaced by a slight surprise with which she looked at the blonde. Get ready. You have to leave, the escort said, to which she again pressed herself into the trousers of the man standing next to her. I don't want to, the girl whispered, turning away. This is Grandpa's order. You will go with this guy. He smiled and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, who obviously did not expect it and only pulled his hand off his shoulder. Kushina had already stood next to him and they were about to leave this place, when someone grabbed his hand again. And this, someone, was once again that annoying and arrogant boy, whose look was different from what it was recently. Please protect her, Naruto just nodded in response, finally leaving the room, and later the hut. Do you think they'll be okay? Kushina asks for the umpteenth time, looking back towards the village, where all sounds have already ceased. However, as the leader predicted, the clan will not survive this night, and there are already gaps in the sky. I don't know, Otsutsuki answered in a quiet voice, passing by another tree. Several days passed, during which they almost continuously moved towards Konoha, but they did not get there, as they found several people from the village, one of whom was the third Hokage himself, but younger. It would have been dangerous to appear before them, so he stopped. What happened? The girl asked, looking first at him, then at the people in the distance. Are these bad people? Then what? She asked again, receiving a negative answer. From now on you will go to them alone. Kushina backed away. She was scared. And what about you? I can't. I'm sorry, Naruto replies. I just needed to get you here. I don't want to. I don't know them. I want to go with you. Don't leave me, the girl whispered in a low voice, clutching his cloak with her hand. Don't be afraid, the blonde smiled, going down on one knee, finding himself on the same level with her. To be honest, he was able to become attached to the girl from the forest, although remembering what would happen to her in the future and how she would treat him was damn painful. There you will meet a person who is truly close to you. Rest assured, said the young man, patting the girl on the head. But now you are the closest to me. Two eyes wet with tears looked at the blonde in the hope that he would change his mind. That's not true, he turned away and stood up, realizing his own weakness that had only just emerged within him. Without saying anything, he headed back, completely ignoring Kushina's screams. However, a group of shinobi from the Leaf were already heading here because of the girl's screams, and therefore he had no doubts about the Jinchuriki's safety. But what was strange was that he had done everything that was required of him, but somehow he still hadn't returned to his time. Was he stuck here, stuck in the past, where he shouldn't even exist yet? Coming out onto the cliff, he only fell to his knees in resignation, looking at the clear sky. He wanted to go back to her, to Kaguya, to the one he loved with all his heart, and only now realized that he had truly fallen in love with this woman, despite the enormous age difference. And this love was far from the kind a person feels for the person who saved him. It was the natural love of a man for a woman, because of which his heart trembles at the mere mention of her. He desires to return to her, to express all his thoughts, everything he thinks, to open up all his feelings to her. But he cannot return to his time. He is stuck here, completely alone and without Kaguya. But only here he realized how weak he was because he tried to hide all his emotions. He always tried to look cold-blooded in front of everyone, put on a mask of indifference many times, but in reality he was that same blind kitten who was searching and did not understand what exactly he was looking for. There is no point in him hiding his emotions, because he is not the kind of person who can live that way. For some reason, tears were flowing on their own. He sobbed periodically and suffered from pain in his chest. It hurt to realize that he was now completely alone without Kaguya. If only he could return to her. He was sitting on his knees, hunched over, his forehead pressed to the cold ground, when suddenly he jumped up. A rather crazy idea had occurred to him, one that might either help him or kill him. Approaching the edge of the abyss, he looked down. The height was big enough to die. His plan was very simple and uncomplicated. He remembered how he first came to Kaguya and decided to get to that space again in a similar way, but he did not know if this method would work the second time. All hope was that her chakra, which he got, would help him. One step and he no longer felt the solidity under his feet. Flying head first, he closed his eyes hoping for luck. His heart was restless, to put it mildly. It literally burst out of his chest. He wanted to believe that he would not die and would be with her again. Not even 5 seconds passed before he reached the ground. Who are you? The female voice made him separate his eyes and fall into a stupor. In front of him was indeed a familiar face, only unlike what he had seen before. Her gaze was completely empty and cold. Well, it was expected, because at that time she did not know him, did not know about his promise, did not know that she would no longer be alone. Looking at her like this, he felt nothing but sadness and again remembered what he promised her and, most importantly, that she believed him, although their relationship had been difficult lately. Who are you and how did you end up here? The woman asked more seriously, taking a few steps towards her, and even though they were still a few meters apart, he could feel her strength and desire to kill even from here, which made him feel uneasy. However, he would not back down now. He had made her believe in himself in the future. He would make her believe in the past too. Therefore, taking a few steps towards her, he said in a quiet voice. You don't know me yet, but, he made a quick dash and when there were only a few steps left between them, he shouted with all his might, I love you. Otsutsuki didn't even have time to answer before his lips touched hers, intertwining. For some reason, contrary to his expectations, Kaguya did not push him away or try to break free. Instead, her thin arms wrapped around his head and pressed him lightly to herself, while he lightly placed his hands on her waist, and opening his eyes, he saw the blazing beauty of the woman's face, who pinched his face when she saw that he was looking. He closed his eyes, giving in to the pleasure of the gentle kiss. You know, I love you too, she whispered, slightly breaking away from the kiss, but now she took the initiative and touched his lips with hers, holding him by the back of the head even tighter, feeling the heat that emanated from her body and went down her stomach, where it gathered into a clot. She sobbed lightly, feeling how the young man's hands began to wander over her body, slightly pushing apart her kimono, revealing the upper part of her chest. Feeling very embarrassed, she only pressed herself harder against Naruto's body, allowing him to completely open her upper part of her clothes. Naruto felt the heat coming from her body, because he himself was experiencing something similar, a feeling of excitement. He was inexplicably embarrassed by his own actions, but he thought that it was too late to stop. Everything was fine as long as Kaguya felt good, which he tried to contribute to, carefully and softly squeezing her right breast. Her quiet moans only gave him confidence in his actions. Kissing Kaguya first on the lips, and then moving to the neck, he simultaneously took off the remaining clothes, and then slightly moving forward, they found themselves in a horizontal position. He was on top, she was below, wrapping her legs around him and simultaneously taking off his clothes. Both were no longer thinking about anything, just enjoying each other. Each smooth movement of the young man back and forth made the woman moan, which Kaguya tried to hold back, but the pleasure was too great. They had truly become one. Feeling the boy's flesh inside her, she only squeezed him harder with her own legs and moved towards him as hard as she could. Scratching his back, she made louder and louder obscene sounds, which surprised herself. But the time had come for her to pull the rope to her side and with a strong movement, she flips him over, ending up on top, bending and allowing the boy to enjoy her body even more. Kaguya's POV. She woke up before him, lying on his chest, feeling his quiet breathing. It was nice to watch the peaceful and contented expression on his face while he was sleeping. To be honest, the past night had been enjoyable for her too, although she hadn't expected it at all. He had suddenly disappeared so much that even she had stopped feeling him, which had scared her out of her wits. She had tried as best she could to find the guy on the ground, but he was still not there. And then, when she had completely lost all hope, Naruto also suddenly appeared in front of her and confessed his love, and even kissed her. And it was unknown why, but his words inspired trust. For some reason, she knew that he would not deceive her, as she had been deceived once, that he would be with her no matter what happened. She felt it, and she felt that even though she had opened up, this time it was really to the right person for her. NPOV Kaguya. For the first time in a long time, his sleep was light and pleasant. When he woke up, he felt the pleasant touch of Kaguya, who ran her fingers along the outlines of his muscles. And when she saw that the young man was awake, she smiled sweetly, hugging him and putting one leg on him. They lay together, completely naked, but no longer felt embarrassed. They enjoyed being next to each other. How are you feeling? It was Kaguya who decided to break the silence first, pressing her head against his neck. The guy smiled, hugging the woman back, thus giving an answer. Where did you disappear to? The woman asked worriedly this time, raising her head slightly. I stopped feeling you and was very worried. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I realized how stupid and weak I was. Naruto smiled. But most importantly, I was convinced of my feelings for you and was finally able to reveal them. Not only that, but now I know for sure that I can free you. Kaguya smiled at these words, which warmed her soul so warmly. It was nice to hear and realize that you are not alone now, and you have someone who supports you. I see you've matured a little. Otsutsuki laughed in a quiet voice that caressed the boy's ears, placing her palm on the blonde's cheek. Not at all like before, she made just one click, after which she was already dressed in her usual kimono. The young Otsutsuki also hurried to do the same, only unlike the older one, it took him a little more time. Well, now we can give a small gift. What? The guy only managed to ask, but Kaguya put her finger to his forehead, which made him fall asleep for a moment, feeling the pain in his head growing, moving to his body, which still felt weak from sex. Now this effect only intensified. Almost all his bones ached, which is why he kept twitching his legs and arms, but strangely enough, he never woke up. What kind of gift the woman gave him, he could only guess, although he was sure that this gift should definitely help him in freeing her. He woke up no longer feeling pain, and what's more, all his senses were heightened to the limit. He could see the smallest details, even those that were far away. This feeling was strange, unfamiliar to him until now, but it was already clear that he had become stronger. Well, how is it? Kaguya asked contentedly, helping the boy to stand up. It's quite unusual, I'll tell you, he smiled back as slightly as he could, since he still felt it and didn't know how to turn it off. It's okay, you'll get used to it, the woman smiled sweetly, looking at the boy's new eyes, but still managed to help him deactivate them with a light touch. They sat in silence for a long time, simply looking at the pale milky endless horizon. They didn't need words. Everything they wanted to say to each other had already been said, and now for now, simply enjoying each other was enough. However, time passed and it was time for Naruto to return to his world, because a lot of time had passed since his disappearance, and therefore the world should again learn about his return. Fortunately, now he knows exactly what he needs to do and in what order, and the rest is just a matter of time. It turned out, oddly enough, that he was at night, in the middle of the forest, completely alone. Approximately in the place where he went into the past, so it was not a problem to orient himself in which direction he needed to go. If he calculated everything correctly, then his goal was only a few days away. It could be more if any problems arose along the way, which should not happen. Everything would only begin when he got to the place he needed. Finding the underground shelter wasn't as difficult as it initially seemed. He was even surprised that the Konoha guys hadn't found it. The problem was the shelter itself, which consisted of long and narrow labyrinths with more than a dozen empty rooms, each of which could theoretically be checked if he didn't know where exactly the chakra source he needed was. As expected, this source of chakra greeted him almost as coldly as always, except for the slight surprise at first, when he just found himself in the room he needed. Long time no see, the brunette said, barely turning in his direction, doing something with his sword. You didn't come just like that. The two Sharingans looked at Naruto intently. If before he saw only contempt for him in his gaze, now there was absolutely nothing there. I have some conversation, Naruto would have continued speaking if Uchiha hadn't interrupted him. I'm a little busy right now. And honestly, I don't even know what we should talk about, but if you want, you can wait until I finish my business. Uchiha walked slowly past Otsutsuki, throwing him only a fleeting glance. Just for a moment, but the blonde was able to feel the ominous aura that Uchiha emitted. Where is he going in such a hurry? Naruto thought, but did not dare to follow the brunette until he heard the sounds of a battle that had begun very close. Literally a few dozen meters away. It was noisy, so finding a place was not particularly difficult. He found himself in the doorway exactly when Uchiha used lightning technique to pin the hand of some snake-like man to the wall. If he understood correctly, this snake man was called Orochimaru, one of the trinity of legendary Sannin, but what was Sasuke's goal in attacking the one he himself had once joined? Who are you? Orochimaru asked, seeing a stranger in the doorway where the door had recently been. Why did you come here? Uchiha muttered discontentedly, slightly turning his head in his direction, to which Otsutsuki only shrugged. But otherwise it doesn't matter. The main thing is, don't interfere, the last thing he said before his fight with Orochimaru began. Naruto, as Uchiha asked, didn't even try to interfere in the fight, even though he was rooting for Uchiha, since he needed him alive. In addition, Their fight allowed him to assess Sasuke's current strength, which wouldn't surprise him, but should still be enough for what he had planned. Did you kill him? Otsutsuki asked without much interest when the Uchiha finished his business with Orochimaru and approached him. Not exactly. Uchiha returned his sword to its sheath, then turned towards him. Now all that was left was to deal with Naruto. Let's go, he said, passing by. Let's find another place to talk. Naruto silently followed the Uchiha, weaving through small alleys, ending up in some small room. They had been on the road for several days, having set off at the first information about another Sannin hideout. They walked ahead of the rest of the team, leaving Sai and Kakashi Sensei behind, whose persuasion had little effect on those who were waiting for this moment so much. It is unknown how many hideouts they checked before they received reliable information that Orochimaru and his student were in a hideout that was located almost on the border of the country. They walked level with each other, but the goals were different. One wanted to quickly find Sasuke and try to convince him to return to the village, while the other hoped that from him she would find at least the slightest clue about where to look for Naruto. And finally, in front of them was the long-awaited entrance to the underground complex of the hideout. The closer they were, the harder their hearts pounded. They must not make a mistake, because their well-being was at stake. Hatake only sighed, understanding what was going on here and why there was such zeal. Of course, he himself wanted to return Uchiha to the village, but he still clearly separated personal matters from work. This was also new to their new team member. He had recently left Root and had little understanding of what people around him were thinking and feeling about two guys he didn't know, guys he only knew from the file. They opened the thick door. Cold air rushed out, enveloping their faces and making them cringe from the cold. Sakura snorted, but still stepped down first. Ino followed, and later Sai and Kakashi. In front of them was a long staircase, going down somewhere into the darkness. Before going down, Kakashi ordered everyone to move very slowly and carefully. It was strange that no trap was triggered when they entered, which was more alarming than reassuring. It felt like the Sannin was waiting for them to arrive, although it could just be his paranoia, and in reality, they were just sure that this place would not be found. In any case, it was too late to retreat, and if they left now, they might never get that close to Sasuke again. By the way, Hatake was very surprised that Minato-sensei set the goal of returning Uchiha to the village, but did not say a word about his own son, who is also a renegade of the village. Undoubtedly, the teacher of Team 7 also felt guilty for his student, because he could have influenced him while he had the opportunity, and who knows, maybe he would be with them now. The stairs ended and before them there were many branches in different directions. They had to split up and comb the shelter one by one, and if necessary, give a signal with a special sound device. Minutes passed, long minutes of searching and running along the corridors of the shelter. They checked every room, and every room turned out to be completely empty. Where are they? They were interrupted almost at the very end of the conversation. Suddenly, some dark-haired guy, unfamiliar to both of them, but with a Konoha forehead protector, burst into their room. Sasuke only sighed resignedly. Their endless attempts to return him to the village had already become boring to him. There was a glow, after which a bunch of exploding seals flew in the direction. But what was strange was that the guy did not throw them quickly, as if giving them time to avoid the blast wave. An explosion thundered, which destroyed a fairly large part of the shelter, forming a large, round crater in the ground. Uchiha jumped out of the resulting crater, but Naruto remained below, which surprised Sai, since there was not a scratch on him, and neither did Uchiha. Apparently, the information about their strength turned out to be quite true. It is not surprising that Danzo has recently been so interested in Minato's son. Naruto. An uncertain voice came from Sai's back. Sakura, who had arrived at the explosion, was extremely surprised that Naruto, whom she still felt uncomfortable with, was here. She had behaved very ugly and incorrectly with him as a child, but who would have thought that he was here too? Maybe she could bring him back too. She should at least try to do it, even if she didn't know how and what to say. Naruto, where is Sasuke? She looked hopefully at the blonde, whose appearance had changed even more since their last meeting, becoming more unusual. The answer came from Uchiha himself, who jumped down from above and found himself next to Otsutsuki. Sakura only took a few shaky steps forward, but stopped. She was afraid to say anything. What if it would only scare them away? Naruto, someone shouted again, after which a white head flashed past Sakura and Sai, rushing towards the blonde. Ino couldn't believe her own eyes, but she was happy to see Naruto here. So happy that she couldn't hold back, and gave in to her own feelings. There were about 5 meters between her and the guy, when their sensei appeared in front of them, stopping her. Don't go near them, he barked at the student, watching the two closely, ready to react to their every move. However, they were calm and didn't even twitch in the direction. Maybe the two didn't notice, but he could see how much they had changed. They were at least a head stronger than the two, and possibly stronger than even himself. However, Naruto's presence puzzled him greatly. There was no mention of Naruto in the report, and if you remember, they didn't really get along with each other, so why are they together now? Sasuke, you may hate me, but please. Haruno suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. I beg you, come back to Konoha with me. Not all is lost. You have people you can come back to. Please, come back, both of you. There was a moment of silence between them, which was broken by the blonde. And me? He asked. Are there those to whom I can return? It might have seemed as if he said this with a shout, but no. He said it completely calmly, although in his soul he felt a small sting from her words. He involuntarily remembered his parents, who both turned away from him. You can come back to me. Yamanaka intervened, pressing her hand to her chest, which had been languishing in pain all this time. I've been wanting to tell you for a long time that I'm th. Enough, Uchiha interrupted her, waving his hand. It's useless to persuade you to come back. The village can't give me what I need. It only made me weaker. After each word it was noticeable that the brunette was starting to get angry, which could easily lead to a fight. And since this fight would bring nothing but useless losses, something had to be decided. Don't force us to fight, Kakashi-san. Naruto turned to his former teacher. Let us just go. Kakashi only frowned, but didn't take any action, unlike Sakura. Since we couldn't bring you back with words, we'll have to bring you back with force. Don't think that you're the only ones who've gotten stronger. Haruno ran towards them, closing the distance in seconds, and when she was already close, she hit the ground with a powerful swing, a large wave of which tried to cover the Uchiha and Otsutsuki, but they only jumped back. That was their mistake. Naruto, that shadow! Sasuke shouted, but it was too late. The shadow was already right under the blonde's feet, thereby paralyzing the target. Sasuke saved himself by plunging his sword into the rock and standing on its hilt. Shikamaru appeared from the shadows, holding his fingers in a sign and with a satisfied smile on his face. Long time no see, Naruto. Sasuke, Nara sighed weakly. What a hassle you guys are. He was getting closer and closer, and that was his mistake. No one even expected that from Naruto. In just one moment, he activated his eyes, after which Shikamaru fell into convulsions. They didn't even take him out right away, since everyone was shocked that Naruto had those eyes. And when they did take him out, it became clear that Shikamaru would have to recover for a few more days. Where did you get these eyes? Hatake says, not believing his own eyes. It doesn't matter, Naruto says calmly. I warned you, let us leave in peace and no one will get hurt. It's no use telling them anything, comes from somewhere above, after which a large stream of fire descends on them. Only a few seconds, but Sharingan Kakashi manages to use the stone wall, which flies apart almost into splinters, but still protects them. When all the dust clears, only a bare wasteland opens up before them. Sakura and Ino fall to their knees, realizing that they have lost these two again. They were not strong enough to bring them back. Once again, they were left behind. The bitterness of defeat continued to boil unbearably inside the two girls. Kakashi felt disappointed and still could not move away from Naruto's new eyes, because he was ready to bet that the boy could activate and deactivate them, as if he had them from birth. A little earlier. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Uchiha turned to face him, crossing his arms over his chest. Just short and to the point. I still have a lot of work to do. Otsutsuki just nodded. I need your help. Really? The brunette was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected this. I need you to do something for me. What exactly? Uchiha muttered. He didn't like Naruto's evasion of information. But he would at least listen for old time's sake. I need you to kill one person. Why don't you kill him yourself? I can't arouse suspicion on myself, that's why I need someone who will do it. Find someone else. Sasuke waved his hand, getting ready to leave, but the blonde blocked his path again. Do you want a fight? I have no one to turn to except you, and no one can defeat him. So what? What's in it for me? Uchiha asks irritably, already reaching out to Naruto to grab him and push him aside. I will help you find and get rid of Itachi, Otsutsuki offered, knowing in advance that this would at least interest his former friend. Knowing how he reacted at the mere mention of his older brother, he had planned to say so in advance. Of course, for his own plan, the older Uchiha was an obstacle, which he also intended to eliminate with Sasuke's hands. In this way, he would kill two birds with one stone. Do you have enough strength? Sasuke grinned, which was quite predictable. But he had his own argument for that, too. Actually, he revealed his new power to him. Where the hell did you get those eyes? Uchiha cried out, seething with hatred for the blonde who dared to get his clan's symbol. But this anger passed when he realized that they weren't transplanted, which was indicated by the fact that Naruto could activate them at will. Although this only created more questions than answers. Where from? He asked in a calmer tone. Now, for some reason, his desire to leave had completely disappeared. He hoped to get an answer as to where he got these eyes from and why they felt like his own. As soon as we finish everything, I promise I'll tell you, but not now. Otsutsuki stood sideways to him, looking towards the exit, where he felt an unfamiliar chakra. He needed to decide faster. I agree, Uchiha said sharply, apparently also realizing the presence of a stranger. Who will be my target? The leader of my organization. How strong is he? Enough to kill you. The blonde's words pricked his pride a little, but Sasuke held back. However, I know how to make you stronger. Sasuke didn't answer, although his eyes showed interest. Yes, perhaps he hadn't changed much in this regard since their last meeting. Naruto silently approached him and placed his hand in the center of his chest, after which the Uchiha felt an unusual surge of energy. An unfamiliar chakra spread throughout his body, but there was no doubt, this chakra made him stronger. Power literally boiled inside him. He felt different from usual. Newer, or something. What kind of chakra is this? The brunette asked, but the only answer was a short. He came. After these words a stranger burst into the room. He certainly felt that the chakra that Naruto had given him had made him stronger, but he had no idea that it was that strong. He had intended to make only a small patch of flame that would help them escape, but instead he had created a fire with an excessively large radius and astonishing power. It was both inspiring and alarming. How strong have you become? Uchiha thought, looking at the back of the blonde, who was moving ahead. He no longer looked like the fool he had been as a child. On the contrary, now he only inspired anxiety. Catching himself on these thoughts, Uchiha shook his head. There was no point in thinking about the strength of others. The main thing was how strong he had become, how prepared he was to meet his older brother. The rest were unimportant. They would regret it if they stood in his way, no matter how strong they were. No one could stand before him. Your target will be heading to Konoha in a few days. You'll have to intercept him before pain reaches the village. Sasuke nodded, although he didn't understand why all this was necessary. And what will you do? I will need to return to my home village. But why? Uchiha asks again. You'll find out later. Naruto steps aside, warning that Pain's bodies, along with the one who controls them, must be destroyed. Part 9. A Grand Beginning. A few days after meeting his former comrade, Naruto was already walking along the very familiar streets of his native village, which had changed almost nothing. The same stalls with the same almost faded signs, with the same people trying to sell another trinket. Only there was no noise like there usually was. And there was none because all attention was drawn to him. Everyone looked with fear in their eyes at the well-known criminal of the village, the eldest son of the Hokage, who had brutally dealt with his own comrades. Some stood there in a daze, afraid to move, some hurriedly tried to leave the street, some ran somewhere at a light trot. However, the Hokage's eldest son walked past, not paying the slightest attention to them. He was not interested in them, even though they were part of his plan. Those who ran, probably went to report on him, not knowing that they were acting according to his own plan. There were also Chunans on his way, who had only recently become them, but none of them dared to block the blonde's path. How much time had passed since he left his village? A year, 2, 3, yes, it seemed like about 3, but it was not so important, since even during this time nothing had changed, and he was sure that the inhabitants remained the same hypocrites as they were before. But all this was unimportant in front of his goal, because of which he was forced to return to this place. Having collected all the necessary information in advance, He specially chose this day for his visit, since right now the next Chunin exam was taking place in the village, in which his younger ones were participating. Be that as it may, they still aroused the interest of the older brother. In particular, of course, he was only interested in Neruko. Perhaps she was the only one of all this rabble he thought about more than once. He even felt sorry that his younger sister had such a fate. If he could do everything so that she did not die, he would certainly take advantage of it. However, it was simply impossible. Right now, he was just curious about how strong they had become, although according to rumors, these two were geniuses of their generation. His plan was starting to work, and out of the corner of his eye he could see a hiding Anbu man, followed by several more that were following him, but not attacking yet. Quickening his pace, he began to weave through the alleys of Konoha, moving from one street to another, but it was unlikely to help get rid of his pursuers, so he had to use his new power to escape from them. Turning in the direction the missing nin was going, the Anbu shinobi simply did not see anyone. The arena where the exam was to take place was simply bursting with heated discussions among the residents, each of whom had their own thoughts on the matter. There is a rumor that this year some pretty strong shinobi from other countries have come to us, whispered a young guy in a Panama hat. Oh, come on, they can't beat Menma anyway. The man standing next to them objected. They might be able to defeat Menmu, but no one will defeat sweet Neruko. Everyone knows that she is the most brilliant child, the woman with a scarf on her head added. What do you know, woman? The boy in the Panama hat muttered discontentedly. Menma is the future of the village. Yeah, right, they used to say the same about Naruto, but what now? He became a criminal, a disgrace to the village and to the Hokage himself. The woman continued to argue, but her mouth was immediately shut by the man who had been silent until then. Shush, woman, you know the fourth doesn't like it when that kind of thing is mentioned. There are Anbu people all around here, he whispered in her ear. What's wrong? I'm still surprised that the fourth remained Hokage after his son committed such a betrayal. I'm not afraid to express my opinion. Yeah, and that's why you're whispering now, quipped the man, who had previously covered her mouth with his palm, which was now showing traces of the woman's bite on that same palm. He didn't wait for an answer, since she clearly had nothing to say to that remark. Otsutsuki had only once again confirmed his rightness by eavesdropping on the discussion. In any case, it didn't matter that much, since he had already decided everything. He had several reasons, one of which was that he wanted to openly declare his presence to everyone and instill fear of his power. But it was too early to act yet. Meanwhile, the host, his former classmate Shikamaru from the Nara clan, was announcing the first participants in the duels. Naruto was even surprised at how quickly Shikamaru recovered from his mental attack. Contrary to his expectations, it took him much less time to recover. The participants in the first 5 fights were unfamiliar to him. The rumors were true, and the guys from the Sand Village turned out to be really strong. 2 of the 3 Sand Shinobi won their fights, although they were rather boring. Towards the very end of the first stage of the tournament, when the main stream split, eliminating the losers, the twin brothers were supposed to perform. The first fight went to Menma, whose opponent was a guy from the Sand Village. Contrary to the high expectations of the public, the younger brother almost lost this fight, snatching victory by cunning almost before the very end. Otsutsuki would not have been surprised if Menma lost this fight. To be honest, he did not have much faith in his brother from the very beginning. The way he walked out so relaxed, fully confident in his victory, and his arrogance towards his opponent all signaled that Menma would lose, but luck was still on his younger brother's side. Neruko, on the contrary, was more silent and focused. She did not utter a word before the fight began, only briefly responding to a barb from her opponent from the cloud during the fight. For the most part, Neru fought on the defensive, trying to catch a good moment to counterattack. Unlike her twin brother, she did not rush straight at the enemy, thereby opening herself up to the enemy, but waited for the enemy to open up. Time after time, the girl found more and more holes in the enemy's defense, which she skillfully used. She successfully waited until the opponent reached his limit and began to make serious mistakes, thanks to which Neru emerged victorious, having fought a one-sided battle. The crowd cheered joyfully, shouting the winner's name. And the girl just stood there silently, wanting to quickly get away from all this unnecessary attention. Minato was very surprised by the report of his personal subordinate. His personal shame had come to the village for some unknown reason, but for what purpose? To take revenge, but on whom? He looked at Neruko, but immediately discarded this idea. No, As far as he remembered, he and Neruko had become quite friendly. Maybe Neruko had come to take revenge on him. No, there was no point in that. At least not now, when there was such a fuss in the village. So, he turned to the Anbu man. Begin a thorough search. If found, kill on the spot. But do everything so that there is no panic. The last thing I need here is anxiety. The man in the mask nodded, and then disappeared. Having assessed all the spectators, Yellow Lightning relaxed a little. At least, everything was calm for now. But apparently something was wrong with his luck or he had jinxed it. But literally a couple of minutes later one of the residents ran into the arena shouting, "The Hokage-sama's eldest son has returned. He's in the village, and I saw him almost kill a man," yelled a rather elderly man, whom Minato recognized almost immediately. It was the father of one of the boys who had been part of the squad Naruto had destroyed before leaving the village. As expected, panic broke out in the stands. Minato quickly ordered the Jonin to begin evacuating all spectators in the arena, which, however, was not necessary, since the residents themselves began to disperse. Some walked quickly, some ran. Everyone had heard about the terrible strength and cruelty of the Hokage's eldest son, so they no longer wanted to be in the village. Minato meanwhile teleported to his stunned daughter, who stood silently and could not believe her own ears. Her older brother, who had been so kind to her, was now in the village and possibly somewhere nearby. Maybe she would be able to talk to him. Or maybe she would be able to persuade him to come back. Her chest began to tighten. She wanted to meet Naruto, but at the same time she was afraid. What if he didn't want to? What if he considered her his enemy? She was so lost in her own thoughts that she did not immediately notice how her father was persistently shaking her shoulders. "You need to leave." The fourth took her by the shoulders and began to push her to the side. "No," the twins said in unison. Neruko took a few steps back, but Menma remained standing. He had waited too long to leave like this when this chance presented itself. A chance to sort out this family mistake. "Brother, please show yourself," the kunoichi screamed at the top of her lungs, quickly looking around, looking for any clue that could point her to her older brother. "I know you're here. Please, brother, let's talk." With each word, the girl became more and more desperate. No matter how much she screamed, no one came out. Did Naruto hate her too? To be honest, she wouldn't be surprised by such an outcome, because her older brother was always treated badly. Neruko felt a strong pain in her chest. She was filled with strong resentment. Resentment towards everyone. Tears flowed from her blue eyes, and she herself fell to her knees. Menma muttered something under his breath once again. Minato wanted to approach her, but for some reason stopped, although she would not have let him approach her anyway. She continued to look at her feet, if she had not caught someone's shadow out of the corner of her eye, clearly not belonging to either her father or brother. With great hope, she slowly raised her head and finally lost her balance when Naruto stood in front of her. "Naruto," Minato's daughter exclaimed, jumping up and rushing towards her older brother, but her father blocked her path. "Don't go near him," he shouted, drawing his signature kunai. If this was going to happen, he was going to deal with him once and for all. Naruto had to die, for the good of his family and the village. "I'll do it," Menma said, as if he knew his father's thoughts, who didn't even have time to react right away, as his son rushed in front of him, attacking the standing Naruto. "Please, father, I can defeat him," he said during his attacks on his older brother. Konoha's Yellow Lightning was in great confusion. On one hand, he knew that Naruto was dangerous, and that his chakra and strength were too strong. On the other hand, he wanted to give Menma a chance to prove himself to the entire village. If he defeated an S-rank criminal, and such a famous one at that, his son would become a hero for the village. But in the end, he decided in favor of his son, allowing him to continue the fight. At least until there was an obvious threat to his life. The beginning of the fight was rather boring. Although Menma was actively attacking, none of his blows reached their target. No matter what he did, he was noticeably inferior to the other in both speed and reaction. Even the kunai he threw to distract attention were of little help. After making sure that his younger brother was no longer capable of anything, Naruto, after blocking another blow, sent him flying with a powerful kick from below. He didn't want to mess with him for too long, so he immediately caught up with him in the air. "Fireball technique," Menma says excitedly, forming seals in the air and sending a medium-sized fireball towards his older brother. He smiled when he landed and saw that only a scrap of his cloak had fallen to the ground. He could do it. He could finally do it. "Father, I was able to kill him." I was able to kill my older brother. Menma was so pleased with himself that he forgot all about caution and didn't even notice how Otsutsuki appeared behind him. Damn, I won't even have time to move to him, Minato thought, because Naruto was already raising his kunai over the boy's head. Literally a few seconds, and he could have inflicted serious wounds on his brother. Otsutsuki was greatly surprised by how Naruto closed the distance between them too quickly, blocking his strike with her small dagger. Brother, I won't allow harm to come to Menma. No matter how smug and harmful Menma was, he was still her brother. Otsutsuki only jumped back. This fight had already become boring to him. Menma was of no interest to him, and Naruto. He didn't want to hurt her too early, and he would like to avoid this fight. However, the girl was serious and had already chosen to act more seriously than just talk. First, she had to defeat him, and then forcefully return him to the village, even as a prisoner, and then she would have enough time to convince him to return to the light side. She didn't want to accept the fact that her beloved brother had become a criminal. And she would prove it to everyone who doubted it: the village, her father, her mother, and Menma. Menma, are you ready? Naruto asked without turning around. Don't interfere, Menma snorted, to which Naruto only shook her head. Unlike her brother, she clearly understood that alone they definitely had no chance of winning. I'll kill you. Brother, I'll take you back to the village. The twins spoke at the same time, entering Jinchuriki mode. A bright yellow color covered their bodies, adding black stripes on their bodies. Both had determination in their eyes, both wanted to achieve the goals at any cost. This is the Nine Tails mode. Naruto was genuinely surprised that they had mastered this power in such a short period of time. Although Naruto's mode was different from Menma's, which looked unfinished. Maybe it wasn't fully mastered. The younger sister was the first to attack, making a dash with such speed that Naruto couldn't even react right away, almost missing the blow. Several huge yellow hands rushed towards him, trying to catch him, but they were much slower than Naruto herself. However, even though Otsutsuki managed to easily get away from them, the girl was not going to stop there, moving closer to her older brother. In her hands she could see a blue rotating ball, which she aimed right at the enemy's stomach, but he still moved a little to the side, grabbing her hand with the rasengan with a strong grip, clamping it near the wrist, pulled it towards himself and pushed it behind his back, where Menma's clone was flying towards him. There was a pop, after which the clone disappeared, and through the white smoke the original himself burst in, quickly closing the distance. Menma smiled as the blade of the sword coated with his chakra pierced his brother's heart, causing a thin stream of blood to run from his mouth. He grabbed Menma's hand, making his younger brother believe what he saw. Menma, get out of there! Naruto screamed at the last moment, but it was too late. Menma realized what was going on, but the clone's hand was clinging tightly to his arm. The clone exploded, throwing his younger brother to the side, causing him to double over and grab his completely burned arm. Naruto, who had simply stood and watched the fight during her brother's attack in order to catch the right moment, was in great confusion. Could it be that they had been fighting a simple clone all this time, who couldn't even use half of his strength, and yet the two of them hadn't even been able to injure their brother? How strong you are, brother! Minato meanwhile was barely holding back from rushing to help his children. However, he was sure that an explosion of such power would hardly kill Menma, but still there was something that stopped the fourth. Although he wanted to help Menma with all his heart, somewhere inside he knew that in order to become a full-fledged shinobi, his son must face problems that should harden the boy. Menma, meanwhile, was trying to gather all the remaining strength and, despite the pain, get to his feet, which was quite difficult, but he still managed. The fact that Naruto had made a fool of him only made Namikaze angrier. But he was in no hurry to get closer to his older brother. As much as he didn't want to admit it, without working together with his sister, they would hardly be able to defeat this upstart who had disgraced him so much. Naru, do you also think that we should unite? The brother smiled when his sister appeared next to him without a word. After all, long years of training together do the job, and even though they haven't cooperated for a long time, there is still something left in them. But their hopes were not destined to come true, and even together, being in tailed beast mode, they could not defeat Naruto. Yes, there were a couple of dangerous moments for their opponent, but nothing more. And although the mode increased their strength, the difference in experience was still noticeable. Otsutsuki prevented almost all of their attacks, while inflicting them on the twins himself, thereby bringing them to their limit. The fourth one wasted no time. Suspecting that his eldest son was up to something, since he came to the center of the village alone, it meant he was very confident in his abilities. He called one of the Anbu and ordered him to begin evacuating all the residents. He had already underestimated his son once. It would not happen a second time. However, he still had to intervene when the twins were barely standing on their feet, and Naruto was already raising his hand with a kunai over Menma's head. A little more, and he would have lost his son, but he moved to him in time, and with a strong kick he sent Otsutsuki into the wall of the arena. Why did you interfere? Menma shouted as his father moved their stands, but was left unanswered as his father immediately returned to the arena floor. Menma wanted to return as well, but his sister stopped him by grabbing his hand. Don't go there, she croaked, wiping the blood from her mouth. She wondered why Naruto didn't fight at full strength, but instead often avoided her in battle, giving all the preference to his brother, who could barely sit on his knees and was hardly able to take a single step. As much as they liked it, they lost this fight miserably. Two children who were considered geniuses of the village, who were predicted to have a great future, lost the fight to the enemy dry. But this is not surprising, because their opponent was her older brother. You beat up your little brother and little sister so easily. You've become a real monster. And what's all this about? To get revenge on me? You overestimate yourself too much, Otsutsuki answered calmly, pointing his finger at Minato. But you're right about something. What's going to happen now is your own fault. Naruto closed his eyes, and then simply flew up into the sky. Minato wanted to hurry to him, but the mark he once left on his eldest son had disappeared, so he had to get to him longer. I advise you to protect the twins if you don't want them to die. Naruto turned his head towards his father, who was chasing him. No matter how fast he was, he still wouldn't have time to prevent his technique, and if he followed him, he would lose the children. It was unknown why, but the fourth believed Naruto's words, so he teleported to Menma and Neruko, after which he moved them outside the village. And he didn't regret it. Just a second later, the village began to collapse, a strong wind and columns of dust rose. He couldn't believe his eyes, when in place of the village there was only a large crater. What kind of power was this that was capable of destroying almost the entire village at once? He swallowed nervously, imagining what would have happened if he had ignored the blonde's words. His children could be lying somewhere here, completely dead. Minato, Kushina screamed, running up to her husband and exhausted children. Who could do something like this? The woman whispered in a low voice, looking at the place where their village had stood 10 minutes ago. Minato was silent, his head down, his hands shaking treacherously. Everything he had sworn to protect, everything he had gone through so much trouble for, had been destroyed. And by whom? By his own son. He was unwilling to accept his personal failure, because people would hardly trust someone whose son had deprived them of their home. Minato, what happened? Why are you silent? It's no use, a very familiar voice was heard from the side. Turning her gaze there, she saw a familiar silhouette that was smoothly descending from the sky. His eyes were closed, and his expression was calm. Kushina fell to her knees, not believing what was happening. Now the current situation became more or less clear to her. Now she knew why her husband was so downcast, but that was far from what scared her. She looked at Naruto's face and was increasingly horrified by the amazing resemblance. Pain had once again thrown Uchiha back with his technique. The fact that this unknown guy had interfered with him did not give him any pleasure, but no matter how much he tried to get around him, he stubbornly interfered. The chakra that Naruto gave him was helping him. It was thanks to it that he had already been able to destroy several enemy bodies. First, he destroyed the body of the one who had the ability to resurrect others, then he got rid of the summoner, and then the one who could absorb chakra, which had been hindering him throughout the entire fight. Fortunately, Sasuke was able to quickly come up with his own plan of action. Who are you? Pain frowns, because he had never met this guy before. And even more so, he did not understand why he attacked him. Do you want to know the name of the one who will kill you? Sasuke smirks, once again activating the Chidori in his right hand. Uchiha Sasuke, the brunette answers more seriously, which makes Pain think about. Of course, he heard that Itachi had a younger brother, but he didn't think he would run into him himself. But why? You want Uchiha Itachi? He asks, coming to the only logical conclusion. So what if it's needed? Sasuke said irritably, once again remembering his older brother. Then I have a proposal for you. Naruto stopped when he was already several kilometers away from the village. He had done everything he needed to do. Fortunately, There was no one to pursue him now. All the Leaf Shinobi were either busy or dead. Minato was too depressed now and would hardly be able to do anything, and if he could, it would be later, when he had finally lost everything. There was very little left to do to complete the first stage of his plan. He was distracted by the rustling of bushes, which was strange in itself, because there was no wind. And indeed, behind the bush was the chakra he was already familiar with. Come out, Otsutsuki sighed, after which a red head appeared from the bushes, whose owner smiled guiltily and stupidly, putting her palm to the back of her head. And how did you catch up with me? It was strange, but the guy did not feel any malice. On the contrary, he was interested in how she caught up with him, considering that he was moving at a sufficient speed that not every jonin could achieve. Well, the girl smiled again, later instantly moving to him. He would recognize this technique immediately, but to be honest, he was very surprised that she already knew how to use it. When? During our fight, Naruto shrugged, moving a little further. So why did you come? Otsutsuki says without any enthusiasm. No matter why she came, it's unlikely to lead to anything good. She hesitated a little. I want to see how my brother lives, she added, still uncertainly. Why, after all, I almost killed you, destroyed your village. Shouldn't you hate me after that? The blonde man was surprised, starting to move forward. Naruto followed him. If you really wanted to kill me, I would already be dead. And, brother, I'm not blind. I saw perfectly well how you fought me, as if you didn't want to hurt me. You were just lucky, Otsutsuki said without turning around. Naruto only smiled, but didn't answer. They traveled the rest of the way in complete silence. Aren't you afraid of being lost? Naruto couldn't help but ask. He had little desire to move with anyone. Especially if that someone was his sister, whom he didn't want to involve in anything. Let her live without any problems. While she can. I don't think so. Father is too upset, and besides, I said that I would go look for the wounded. No one will remember me for the next few hours. The kunoichi laughed lightly. For some reason, it was next to Naruto that she felt at ease. Next to him, she didn't have to pretend to be a serious and unshakable genius. Do you want to see how I live? Naruto asked, to which she nodded. Well, never mind, he would show her his new life. The real Pain's hideout was in the forest, under the guise of a normal tree, only made of paper. However, judging by the almost fading chakra, its user should be very weak now. Nagato's appearance was even worse than the blonde imagined. Skinny arms, body, exhausted and withered face. Everything suggested that Uzumaki was currently at the limit. You're taking a long time, the red-haired man croaked, clearing his throat. He had long since realized that it was this guy with the strange appearance who would come for him. Where's Conan? Naruto asked, looking around in disbelief. As far as he could remember, this girl was almost always with Nagato. I sent her away, asking her to fulfill my request urgently. I see, the blonde was surprised, having previously hoped that his visit would be a surprise for him, but even if it wasn't, Uzumaki was unlikely to be able to resist him. I have done a lot and have long deserved death. However, I did not think that it would happen so soon. The red-haired man had long wanted to leave this damned world, in which there was nothing good left. The only thing that held him back, or rather who, was Conan, who would hardly allow it, and even if she allowed it, she would go after him. She is still young enough to die for him. I don't mind death, but Conan, Uzumaki spoke quite seriously, which Naruto didn't like very much. He suspected that the pseudo-leader of Akatsuki hadn't started this conversation for no reason. Most likely, it had something to do with his girlfriend. Promise me that you'll look after her, Nagato asked for some unknown reason. I understand that you are a complete stranger to us, that there is no point in you protecting her, but she became very interested in you after that mission. To be honest, I have never seen her like this even towards me. Only my friend did she look at her with the same gaze as you, but that is all in the past. In the distant past, Otsutsuki had already pulled out his blade when a small red-haired girl entered, unable to stand standing outside after all. But I can't say that it was bad. If she wanted to see what kind of life her older brother was living, let her watch. Brother, what are you doing? The scarlet-haired girl asked in confusion, watching Naruto approach some man. I promise. Nagato heard Naruto's last words before he plunged the blade straight into his heart. He didn't feel any pain. For him, the light went out instantly. The girl, meanwhile, was in shock from what had happened and fell on her back. Her brother had just killed a man. Right before her eyes. I warned you, the blonde sighed, seeing his sister's reaction, simultaneously freeing and lifting Uzumaki's lifeless body. However, no explanation would help Neru. Her eyes showed not only surprise and shock, but also fear. Her body was visibly shaking, and her hands were not obeying her. Naruto crouched down, coming closer. Sorry, but this is what it means to be a shinobi. If you are so afraid of death, then I advise you to leave the path of shinobi before it is too late. Perhaps it was too cruel, but Otsutsuki believed that he did the right thing, scaring her with his words, which would help her finally understand herself. Either she would finally burn out, losing all desire for the shinobi craft, or his action would help Neruko become even better. Neruko left him silently, without saying a word. He only walked her a little way without showing himself, and then left the vicinity of Konoha. For him, everything ended exactly as he expected. There was only one thing left to get rid of, who could ruin all his plans. After hiding Nagato's dead body, he went to the exact place where he and Uchiha had agreed to meet after everything was ready. I've fulfilled my part of the deal. Now you fulfill yours. The Uchiha's voice sounded just as displeased when Naruto came out from behind the bushes. He realized almost immediately that he had only served as a distraction when all of Pain's remaining bodies suddenly collapsed. And since he already knew from his former teammate that all of these bodies were controlled by the real one, it wasn't hard to guess that the real one had died, and most likely Naruto was the one who killed him. But before you help me find Itachi, we're going somewhere. We didn't agree on this. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll tell everyone that it was you who killed the Akatsuki leader, Uchiha laughed. And on top of that, you'll share your chakra with me again, and in much greater quantities. Well, where should we go? Naruto sighed. In the end, he had to agree. At least until Sasuke dealt with his older brother, and then he would no longer be needed. If he became a hindrance to him, he would immediately send him to his older brother. Important information. Hello, dear readers or just guests of this fanfic. Almost a year has passed since my very first fanfic began. Since then, I have understood a lot for myself, I was able to learn a lot, and my texts have changed. However, the periods when there are no ideas for continuing fanfics have not changed, which is why so few chapters have been published this year, for which I sincerely apologize. I tried as hard as I could and planned to finish the fanfics, bringing them to the final, but unfortunately I was never able to achieve this. You probably already realized that this text is far from joyful for me. This evening I am leaving the city for military service. In simple terms, I am rushing off to the army, where I will hardly be able to release chapters. The fanfic is not frozen, it will definitely be continued immediately after I return. I want to say a big thank you to all those people who followed my works, even if they were not of good quality. I am very grateful to you for the time spent on fanfics. I hope that you will not forget this work and continue to read it in the future. Once again, I want to say a big thank you. I promise that after my return I will try to soar only good stuff. Interesting information. All in all, a year has passed. Probably the longest, most boring and tedious year of my life, but fortunately it is over. As I said, I have not forgotten about the fic book and even more so about my fanfics, but the question arises. Do readers need these fanfics? If so, then I will boldly continue them, but not right away, because before the release of new parts, I will subject the existing chapters to colossal changes. Not in terms of the plot, but in terms of the text, so that it is more pleasing to the eye, that is, more readable. Part 10. Meeting the Past. Commentary on Part 10. Meeting the Past. Here finally, after more than a year, the continuation of this fanfic is coming out. I hope that everyone who read it before hasn't forgotten it completely. Enjoy reading, guys smiley face. The evening sun was already illuminating the area through which the two former friends were making their way to one of the legendary Sannin's hideouts. According to Uchiha, this place was something like a prison for Orochimaru's experimental subjects. It was here that he made a selection among the so-called trash, selecting the more suitable ones and redirecting them to other places. This place was the first thing that the shinobi saw, who was unlucky enough to fall into the clutches of the snake. Sasuke's goal became clearer to him, although it did not have much significance for Otsutsuki, since neither Orochimaru's hideouts nor the Sannin himself were of any interest to him, especially when he was absorbed by Uchiha, which meant that he was much weaker than the brunette, and, accordingly, Naruto himself, who, in his own opinion, was many times stronger than Sasuke. There was very little time left until his destination, and Naruto was looking forward to the moment when he would finally transfer some of his power to his temporary partner, thereby removing another one who could stand in his way. Yes, he considered Uchiha Itachi a serious threat to him from the very beginning. He quickly realized that this man cannot be underestimated, otherwise it can play a cruel joke on you. Naruto, Uchiha called out to him, thus bringing him out of his thoughts. The blonde looked at his comrade walking in front of him with a slightly distrustful look. Why did he suddenly decide to talk? After all, they had walked almost silently the entire section of the way, except for his story about the place where they were heading. You once called yourself Otsutsuki. I've heard of that myth, but what does it mean anyway? Uchiha looked at him over his shoulder for a few seconds. To be honest, he had been interested in this situation for a long time, but there had never been a good time to ask directly. It's not a myth, Otsutsuki answered briefly, catching Sasuke's uncomprehending look, which only made him sigh. The time will come and maybe you'll find out what it means, but now I don't want to touch on this topic. Naruto waved his hand, which finally dispelled all the interest of the brunette, who turned away and walked on, but silently. Naruto, however, was thinking about something else. He remembered a short conversation with Neruko, during which he advised her to become as strong as possible in a short period of time for her own good. Why he warned her, he himself did not really know the reason. He simply considered it necessary to tell her this, and whether she would ignore it or take it seriously was no longer his problem. Under good circumstances, he would not want to resort to her death. Instead, he planned to take Menma's life, taking the tailed beast from him, although in his heart he understood that for his younger sister this could be even worse than death. At the very least, he was absolutely sure that she would stop treating him the same way she did now. He could easily become the object of her hatred and disappointment, but even so, Naruto had long been ready to take on all the universal hatred if it would help him bring back Kaguya. Finally, they found themselves in a narrow, dark corridor that went somewhere deep into the shelter. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, and strange sounds could be heard from afar. Naruto was tense at first, wondering if this could be an ambush that Uchiha had prepared especially for him, but later he convinced himself that this was unlikely. The brunette was not a fool and should understand that there was a colossal gap in strength between them now, and if he tried to make any move on him, he could lose his life without achieving his goal. As long as he needed his strength, Sasuke would be dependent on him, and this undoubtedly played into his hands, albeit not for long, because after Itachi's death, nothing would connect them. The corridors began to wind more and more, doors began to appear, one of which was slightly open, and Naruto managed to glance there, seeing a flask with some kind of creature inside, resembling a person and probably already dead. At the end of their wanderings through these labyrinths, they came out into some spacious room, somewhat reminiscent of an arena. Many stands, in the center between which there was a pit, in which it seemed someone was fighting. Red hair flashed every now and then between several silhouettes, so zealously attacking her. They apparently did not see them, and therefore continued their absurd battle. Hey, Karen, Uchiha said loudly, and the scarlet crown suddenly twitched, directing its eyes upward. Almost the next second, all the people attacking the stranger fell dead with large holes in their chests, which interested the blonde, because from the girl's back came exactly the same chains that he had, although he rarely used them. Is she Uzumaki? He asked a question that didn't really need an answer. Something like that, Sasuke muttered in response, for some reason discontentedly, and a very annoying one at that. The blonde was very much convinced of this when she rose too quickly to them and immediately began to cling to the brunette, paying little attention to his displeasure. Almost the entire way to the place where they could talk, she literally circled around him, giving him boundless attention. And why would he suddenly need someone like her? As far as he remembered, he really didn't like such flirting since childhood, when Haruno also clung to him. A small room with several sofas in the center, many shelves and cabinets along the walls. They sat on the sofas, Naruto on one side, Uchiha with Karen on the next one. Uzumaki constantly glanced at him, trying to study him, but even so, Otsutsuki clearly felt her distrust of him. It was understandable, because being a censor, she felt his powerful, but also mysterious chakra, which in her entire life, she had never met. So, Sasuke, so why did you come to me? After hesitating, she still asked Uchiha and once again tried to get closer to him, until finally he couldn't take it anymore and moved to Naruto. How her passion for him infuriated him. We came for you." Hearing the words she had only dreamed of, the girl blushed and her head began to twitch. "I came for you." How this phrase burned her from the inside. What a pleasure it was for her ears. She couldn't even believe it. WWY. She really hoped to hear words like, "I can't live without you anymore. I need you, Karen." But what a disappointment she was when she heard only this. "We'll need your medical techniques," which made the red-haired girl immediately become despondent. Her eyes immediately lost all their shine, and her head completely dropped. But as expected, Karen turned out to be very similar to Sakura and, just like her, the Uchiha's disinterest did not scare her away in any way, but only strengthened her desire to be close to the object of her love. "I still have important things to do." She tried to feign indifference and seriousness, but it turned out pretty badly. "But since you ask so much, I will gladly help you." In her heart she was, of course, jubilant. These walls, these constant, pitiful faces of prisoners were already boring her, and here was such an opportunity, and to be next to Sasuke. "I hope that's all?" Otsutsuki asks without any interest, already fed up with this whole circus. His mood was bad, and he had long wanted to spend some time with Kaguya, at least for a little while, and then begin the mass gathering of all the Biju. Akatsuki already has 6 of the 9. The 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails and 7 tails. The only thing missing for the entire collection is the 1 tail and the last 2. "No, there are 2 more that I need. I didn't sign up for this." Otsutsuki stood up, already getting ready to leave, but Sasuke blocked his path. "Have you forgotten what you promised me if I defeat Pain?" Naruto didn't answer with words, but responded with action. He placed his palm on the brunette's chest and poured some of his chakra into him. A very tiny part, but even so, Sasuke would feel the surge. They left the shelter together, stopping only because the Uchiha wanted to destroy the entrance to the dungeon, and after that they finally had to go their separate ways. They would have gone their separate ways, without saying another word to each other, if somewhere ahead, Otsutsuki hadn't sensed familiar chakra. 3 people were approaching him at high speed. "It looks like it's for you." Naruto looked at the Uchiha with a grin, and he only muttered something, expressing his irritation. "You can go. I'll hold them off." Otsutsuki turned away from these 2 and looked towards the approaching shinobi. A few seconds later, he no longer sensed Sasuke and Karen's chakra and already saw those who had arrived. Kakashi, Sakura and Tsunade Senju stopped at the bottom of the collapsed entrance to the cave. Naruto. Hatake refused to believe his eyes. According to the intelligence report, they could find an Uchiha here, but not the son of the 4th. He was so shocked by this that he didn't really notice how Haruno took a few steps forward. "Naruto-kun, do you know where Sasuke is? Is he here?" She was so interested in this brunette that she didn't even notice the way Naruto was looking at them. There was a clear desire to kill in him. Tsunade noticed this and didn't let her get too close. "You're late," the blonde grinned. "He just left, but don't think that I'll let you catch up with him." Senju, who had been silent the whole time, was also analyzing the guy. "And this is the son of Minato and Kushina. The last time she saw him was very small, constantly near his father. What could have happened to him that he is now the most wanted criminal in Konoha, surpassing even the Uchiha, who destroyed his own clan?" Naruto suddenly shouted his former teacher. Why did you become a criminal? Why don't you return to the village? You can still get on the right and correct path. If you return, I think your father will forgive you. I'm telling you this as your teacher." He said all this, looking at the unchanging expression on the boy's face and getting more and more shocked by this. "What right do you have to decide which path is right for me? Teacher, you failed as a teacher. Teacher, you are worthless and live in constant regret. How are you better than me? I cut off all ties with the past, with the village, with my mother and father, with the younger ones, and I do not regret anything, because I have a goal. I have rejected all regrets. And you are capable of such a thing." A smile adorned the blonde's face, and in his eyes there was a glimmer of enjoyment from this moment. "But so be it. I will spare you from regrets once and for all. You will say goodbye to this rotten world forever," he said, already being below, between 3 old acquaintances, which surprised everyone. But this did not stop Kakashi from picking up Tsunade and moving away from him, while shouting to Sakura to hide. And his action saved their lives. From Naruto's body, black chakra receivers flew out in a large volley, covering a large radius in all directions, which were already different from the usual ones that he used before, in that when they hit, they did not turn the victim's body into dust. Sakura saved herself behind the trees, constantly going deeper into the forest, hiding behind each tree and moving to the next one when the previous one broke. Things were easier for Kakashi and Tsunade. The silver-haired man began to create many stone walls, constantly replenishing the destroyed ones with new ones. Finally, the danger was gone, since Naruto no longer tried to kill them in this way. Tsunade was about to rush head-on, but was stopped by Kakashi. Lady Tsunade, I respect you to the utmost, but this is not an opponent that can be dealt with alone, which hurt the woman's pride, and she nevertheless clashed with Otsutsuki in taijutsu. No matter how strong he became, a boy is a boy, and on her side, the experience of years lived, the experience of war, which was reflected during their duel. Her movements are fast, precise, she skillfully uses chakra, but most of all, the power of her blow is striking. If you miss such a blow, then it can become very bad. But he also has physical strength, which he has long and persistently developed for his business. Apparently, now they will have to see whose strength is greater. Tsunade was in a state of shock from the suddenly changed attacks of the blonde. He was unable to touch her, but even from the blows passing nearby, she clearly felt the power, which was comparable to hers, if not stronger. It was becoming more and more dangerous to continue this fight, but Tsunade had a character, because of which she could not leave. Experience, of course, played an important role in this fight, and since the advantage was on her side, she still caught the enemy and with a kick to the body sent him flying, then tried to crush him so that the ground cracked under her feet, but not one of her blows hit him. The boy turned out to be too agile and, having rolled several times from the danger zone, jumped up and again approached her, feeling his advantage. During the fight, Otsutsuki had already gotten used to her attacks, although not completely, because the last attack still hits him and he flies again, breaking trees and crashing into the third tree, which stopped him. The blow was not weak. A little blood spurted from his mouth, but he got up. Sakura, Senju addresses his student in the meantime, now we will attack together, and you, Kakashi, do not interfere for now. This was understandable, because Tsunade was already used to working in a pair with Haruno, which in her opinion should be enough to defeat the boy. They decided that it was better to attack immediately, so as not to let him fully recover, and at that moment they rushed to the blonde sitting by the tree, but they did not manage to reach him. Out of nowhere, that black thing appeared in Tsunade's stomach. Senju stopped, feeling a sharp pain and blood rushing. Sakura did not even have time to react, as the blonde was between her and the teacher, and with a strong kick on the rod sticking out of Senju sent her into the wall, slamming her into the rest of the rock, causing her to let out a loud scream. Haruno tried to attack Naruto, but it was useless. Otsutsuki easily dodged her attacks, grabbed her by the throat and lifted her up. But before he could say anything, he just threw the kunoiki's body towards the water dragon that Kakashi had created, and he himself jumped to the side, ending up on a tree. Tsunade, meanwhile, pulled out the stake and tried to stop her bleeding. You are useless even now, teacher, laughed Otsutsuki, watching the three old comrades with disdain. Sakura stood by the tree, her hands braced against the tree. What will you do now if I kill your new student with the technique you taught me yourself? Naruto recreated Chidori in his hand, preparing to attack Sakura. Hatake only tried to jerk towards her, but found that his body literally froze, which was clearly Naruto's hands, who in the meantime jumped off and was already running at full speed towards Sakura, who had become stupefied from shock, not seeing anything around except her chest, where he was going to hit. A few seconds separated them, and this was apparently enough for Senju to find herself in front of her student, spreading her arms to the sides and with malice in her eyes, looking at the blonde's face intoxicated by the fight. Blood stains everything around, getting on both Sakura and Otsutsuki. Tsunade's eyes begin to close, although it is clear that she is trying in every possible way to delay her death. Otsutsuki pulls his hand out of the woman's body and jumps to the side, and then leaves altogether, as he notices the approach of many chakra sources, among which he finds his father and even one of the elders. It's useless, Senju wheezed, watching how hard Sakura was trying to heal her. Such a wound can't be healed with your medical techniques. Haruno felt helpless and weak again. If she were even a little more capable, stronger, she would have called Katsuyu here. Because of her, her teacher was dying now. Kakashi stood behind and didn't dare even touch Sakura, because he felt no better than her, if not worse. If he were more confident, were a better teacher, he wouldn't have stood there like a pillar while Tsunade and Sakura were trying to stop Naruto. He himself turned out to be the most useless of the three. He allowed the hatred to enter inside himself, and looked in the direction where Naruto had gone. I promise you, Naruto. Next time I'll kill you. He whispered to himself, barely restraining himself from rushing after her. Meanwhile, people from Konoha appeared on the field. When Otsutsuki finally retired and was able to return to Kaguya, she received him too joyfully, not at all like usual. What could have affected the woman so much? Naruto could guess at that moment. Even after all the time they spent together, Kaguya Otsutsuki is still the strongest mystery. It is sometimes difficult to understand what the progenitor of all chakra on earth is thinking about. I'm so glad you're okay, she smiled, hugging the young man and pressing him closer and closer. Yes, the boy had grown up and was no longer the little rascal he had once been, but for her he was still a young man, a chick, but a beloved chick, to whom she was ready to devote herself entirely and thanks to whom she could not wait for him and Zetsu to finally return her to the world. And why would I be not okay? The blonde asked when they finally pulled away from each other, but still looked into each other's eyes. That mask of indifference to everything that had become so familiar to him in the world fell before the mere sight of Kaguya, for whom he again became a kind, warm, caring, loving young man. I was just a little worried about you, Otsutsuki sighed. I get so worried every time you run into your comrades from the past, she admitted, causing the young man to wilt. Haven't I proven yet that nothing in this world matters to me except you? He began to feel as if she still didn't trust him, but even here the woman's insight took over, causing her to just laugh out loud. You have matured so much, become so strong, use what you call chakra so skillfully, but you are still such a stupid youth. Kaguya always liked to tease the blonde, without which almost not a single conversation of theirs was possible. All the time she made him embarrassed, blush, feel awkward, but he immediately forgave everything as soon as he heard her ringing laughter. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have allowed my chakra to penetrate you. You've become the same as me, you've become the same Otsutsuki as me. That's already a sign of my boundless trust in you. Besides, how can I not trust someone I love with all my heart? And again she rejoices seeing Naruto's face turn red, causing him to turn away, trying to hide it. This won't do, she says tenderly and turns the blonde's flushed face towards her with her fingers under his chin, kissing him tenderly but briefly. I'm just still worried that meeting people you used to care about is hurting you, she finally explains and distances herself from Naruto so that he doesn't feel so embarrassed. Don't make me repeat it twice, was the only way he responded to her words, knowing that this would be the only way he could give a full answer regarding her experiences. They sat for a long time, talking about various topics. Naruto shared his assumptions, plans, Kaguya in turn advised him on how to do it better. She also advised him about his new power. The conversation touched on many topics. Why did you share your chakra with that brunette? For some reason the conversation turned to Uchiha. So that with her help he could eliminate the person who could hinder me, the blonde explained, but he still saw some dissatisfaction in her eyes. What? I just don't particularly like it when you give away chakra that belonged to us to just anyone. Humans have already defiled everything that can be defiled, they don't deserve you to give them our power as well, Kaguya spoke in all seriousness, which made Naruto feel guilty. He should have asked before doing something like that. I only gave him a fraction of this power and it won't help him much. It will mostly depend on his own skills, but I promise that I won't act so rashly again. Naruto was pleased when he saw her nod and the smile that followed. They still had some time left that they could enjoy each other. It had been raining for 2 hours already, it was cloudy, which only emphasized this gloomy day for the whole village. It was rare when such a crowd gathered at the cemetery, but this was exactly that day. The news that Tsunade Senju, one of the trinity of legendary Sannin, had died instantly spread around the world, as did the news of who killed her. Some did not want to believe that a very young guy was capable of killing an experienced Sannin, some were terrified by such incredible power that was capable of such a thing, feeling a threat in it, some were angry at the killer and wanted his death with all their might. One of these people was Kakashi, who until that moment admired the legendary Sannin, but once again felt the bitterness of losing a loved one, which was very strange, because they were rarely seen together, but such moments still happened. No, it could not be called love, because they have a big age difference. Rather, it was just admiration for a person, respect for him. Senju was one of the few who had an unwavering will, which Hatake always envied and tried to follow her example. But still, his reaction was strange to everyone, since even Jiraiya, who was silent all the time, looked calm enough, although his soul was heavy. The Sannin treasured his dead comrade very much, but he also understood that revenge was not the solution. In the end, he understood perfectly well why the son of the fourth became like this. He had long been disappointed and cut off all ties with his former student and believed that if anyone should be blamed for this, it was those who initially gave birth to all this. If Minato and Kushina had initially listened, not protecting little Naruto from his family, then the guy would now be in Konoha, would have become one of the strongest defenders of the village and, of course, none of this happened. The village would not be half destroyed now, soon it would be alive and everyone would live more or less peacefully, as before. But the legendary Sannin set a new goal for himself, to see Naruto with his own eyes and talk to him, although the latter will most likely be the hardest, just like finding the blonde. But still, Jiraiya leaves the cemetery before everyone else, and then leaves Konoha altogether. Several days had passed since he had finished off one of the legendary Sannin with his own hands, made his former teacher despair and made the girl he once loved tremble with fear, and all of this brought him an unprecedented feeling of self-satisfaction. He had once again proven to himself that nothing and no one would stop him from achieving his goal. And now he was at one of the stages of achieving it. Approaching the borders of the Pesca village, he had long since realized that he had been discovered, and since the whole world had long known about him, they should have already put forward those who would have to stop him. The matter was becoming increasingly interesting. Very important. Hello, dear readers and those who may still be waiting for the continuation of this story. It is a pity that instead of a continuation, this is my appeal. I do not want to write this, but I have no other choice but to inform you that I have absolutely no ideas for this fanfic. No matter how much I tried to sit down to write it, all my attempts were unsuccessful. I am the only one to blame for all this, because I dragged it in a completely different direction than I planned when I just started writing it, and I also dragged it out for a long time, then the army, and now this state this fic is in. Quite recently, I came to one conclusion and set myself up to speed it up and finish it by bringing it to a quick ending, while missing most of the moments that I planned and wrote down separately, but even this is unlikely to work out, because I did not have enough ideas even for an accelerated ending, unless the ending turns out bad for the main characters, but that will no longer be interesting. And initially the idea was big, there were many sketches of big events in the plot, many twists and unexpected battles, but unfortunately, I never got to these moments. I don't want to say this, I don't know what awaits this fanfic and what its future is, but so far everything is going in the same direction, that it will be frozen, possibly even forever, i.e. it can join the army of abandoned fanfics, although in essence it is now. I'm very sorry, but this is exactly what I wanted to tell you for a long time and finally told you. Part 11. Another Jinchuriki. Commentary on Part 11. Another Jinchuriki. Well, I seem to have matured enough to continue this fanfic. I hope you enjoy the new chapter. I tried, honestly. The chapters will not be released on schedule. As soon as the opportunity and inspiration for it appear, the chapter will be written. I hope at least some of the readers are still here. Enjoy reading, dear comrades. The alarm was raised even faster than Otsutsuki expected, although what did he expect going straight to the main gates of the village? They saw a suspicious person dressed in all white on the horizon and immediately figured out what was going on. There were more and more defenders on the walls, wanting to protect their Jinchuriki and at the same time their cage. As he approached, the blonde realized that they were only inactive for a short time. A squad was probably gathering behind the wall now. A squad that would be unlucky enough to encounter Otsutsuki. He irritably ruffled his hair under the hood, put on specifically to protect against the sandy winds. The fact that he was known almost all over the world did not play into his hands. Now he also had to fight with a large number of shinobi, and although taking advantage of another gust of wind with many grains of sand inside, Naruto prepared something, especially for such cases. Not even 10 minutes passed before the shinobi of the village ran out of the gate one after another. Some had scrolls, some had katanas and spears, everyone decided to use any weapon that could help. The blonde was ready to bet that now the top of the village was trying with all their might to hide Gaara. The enemy squad, unlike him, ran in formation towards him, and in the last minutes before their clash, 3 brave men from the group suddenly ran ahead of the main group. The reason for this became clear by itself. What are people not ready to do for the reward for my head? Naruto thought languidly with a small sly grin as he walked towards the fighters who did not even suspect what awaited them. The brave men from the sand were the first to fall dead, not even having time to really attack the enemy. Huge boulders flew at the blonde, but he dodged them without any problems, giving them his counter volley. Those who failed to use their defensive techniques dissolved into ash in the air. He killed the closest shinobi hiding behind the erected walls up close. Those who were more cowardly stood behind the rest, fearfully expecting that their turn would soon come. Judging by how quickly their enemy was rushing between the squad, depriving them of life, they had no doubt that they would soon have to fight. A couple of very weak-willed guys had already started running closer to the walls. This was their main mistake, because almost all those who decided to run away were caught by black spears. They did not turn into dust, but still felt the burning from the holes in their bodies. One had his entire collarbone crushed so that even if he survived, he would hardly be able to fully heal. Those who were much less lucky, now they lay with holes in their hearts or lungs. One was even hit in the head, completely tearing off the upper part of the skull. Only the lower part of the jaw with meat remained after them. All this terrified the living, some of whom finally lost hope of survival. He stood on the open area on the roof of the residence looking at these terrible, heartbreaking screams, and he blamed himself for this. In a difficult moment, he cannot be near his comrades who are dying for him. He was eager to go there, wanted to take part too, but he was forced to promise all the elders that he would never go to the front. He had already barely managed to get the opportunity to at least be in the residence instead of hiding somewhere. I should be with them now, the Kazekage thought out loud. Yo! At that moment a voice was heard from behind, and then an explosion occurred behind the gate. From a fairly large detachment, only 4 officers remained, having lured the enemy into a seemingly hopeless situation, and several ordinary soldiers, who watched all this with horror, not even wanting to believe what had happened. Just when it seemed to everyone that they were about to win, after one successful attack, the enemy suddenly began to disintegrate, and then issued a circular, continuous barrage of such force that the walls of stone did not always help. Some even broke through double and triple defense rushing to their target. Is that all? W1. The soldier stammered, to which one of the officers frowned, looking towards the village. I don't think so. It's all too simple. It can't be that we defeated him so quickly. We were tricked. And most likely he is now. The officer suddenly rushed from his place to the village, to which the rest had no choice but to follow their commanders. Damn, we screwed up. The squad leader hissed, trying to speed up, which was difficult considering that the last attack had caught his leg, miraculously not killing him. You don't have to be afraid. You'll soon join your comrades. The blonde laughed in front of the cage, sitting on top of the residence dome, crossing his legs and looking at the discouraged Gaara with a grin. This explosion. We were informed that you were walking alone. Gaara frowned, slowly starting to swirl the sand in the containers behind him. That's right, Otsutsuki answered without any fear, putting his hand on the floor. His clone appeared from the white smoke. You probably think that this is an ordinary clone. But it is not. It is a doll filled with my chakra. It looks like a clone, but it does not disintegrate after its death. That's how I destroyed almost the entire squad that you sent against me. Poor guys, they were clearly unlucky with their superiors, who decided to sit it out in a quiet, safer place, am I right? From the change in the Sandman's expression, Naruto realized that he was right and could even assume that his opponent thought the same, otherwise he would not be here, but would be sitting somewhere secluded. I hope at least you will give me at least some interest, rather than that handful of idiots behind the wall. Gaara's face turned purple and he did not keep him waiting. Waves of sand immediately began to try to swallow the blonde, but as expected, it will not work to defeat him using simple techniques. By commanding the sand with his hands, he accelerates it, rather than simply using the power of thoughts, but still, Otsutsuki easily dodged his attacks, moving from one roof to another. Many sand snakes circled around the cage, at times trying to attack the enemy from different angles and at different angles, but it seemed as if he was simply playing with him, testing what he was capable of. Realizing that if he finally studies him, it will become more difficult for him to resist him, the Sandman recalls all his sand to himself. With a sharp jerk, the blonde rushes at the Kazekage, engaging him in taijutsu. Naruto's speed impresses the cage, but it will do little to help him, because in the case when Gaara does not have time to defend himself, his sand comes to the rescue. Naruto's fists pierce, but do not reach the target. However, such tactics almost cost him his life. Once again, when a blow breaks through the defense, his fist unclenched and a black pin flew out, almost hitting him in the chest. Sandman retreats, creating a platform of sand for himself and rising into the sky. Do you really think that air will help you get rid of me? The pale-faced man raised his gaze to the sun, in the light of which Gaara's silhouette was visible, and on his sides were huge blocks of sand. No, but it won't make you feel any better. Gaara starts attacking again with all his sand reserves. Wave after wave passes the blonde. He threw another of his spikes at him, but it just flew to the side, sending a couple more waves in response. Cage smiled when the blonde smugly dodged another of his attacks, apparently not even noticing the catch. The entire roof on which he stood was literally strewn and surrounded by his sand. Even the grains of sand scattered on the floor at one moment began to merge together, forming a large palm under the enemy. Another one formed on top of him, squeezing the blonde in its tight embrace. The hand began to lose its shape. The grains of sand began to roll, transforming two hands into one ball. By squeezing his hands, he thereby squeezed the ball, but since it was unlikely to be enough to defeat Naruto, with his other hand he recreated sharp needles around the ball, and then simultaneously launched them into the ball, piercing it wherever possible and so that there was not a single free space left. Ouch. Ow. Ah. HPRF came from inside. Sandstone descended from the sky onto the roof, repeated a few more such attacks on Naruto, then began to disperse the ball. Even he couldn't stand. A joke. Otsutsuki appeared from the ball, calmly sitting on his haunches. In an instant, he was on top, breaking the place where the Kazekage had stood a few seconds ago with his foot. Did you really think that you would kill me with this pathetic attempt? If this is all you can do, then just give up before your comrades die for you. The blonde realized from Gaara's face that he was clearly not going to listen to his advice. Fortunately, by this time they were surrounded by sand shinobi who came to the aid of their Kazekage. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Otsutsuki was ready to show in practice that he was not averse to fulfilling his threat. From absolutely every part of the body, many receivers began to emerge, turning a dozen opponents into ashes at the first volley. One shinobi after another began to fly through the air in terrible agony and with terrifying grimaces on their faces. Those who stood behind were luckier. Gaara tried to protect almost most of them with his sand, but he exposed himself with this. During the next volley, a black receiver flies out of Naruto's hand. Gaara does not have time, and cannot protect himself, because many of his comrades will suffer. The receiver touches his shoulder, breaking the bone, a sharp sob of pain, which he tried to suppress, but the shelling stopped. Those who managed to survive now lay afraid to even raise their heads. I warned you. The blonde spread his hands with a smile, looking at Sandman's writhing face, and the offer still stands. Believe me, it will only get worse. Naruto looked at him with such a thirst for murder that it would not even be worth trying to doubt his words, but Gaara could not follow the killer's lead either. That he, the Kazekage, the one who should protect the village and take all the hardships on himself, and surrender to the enemy. How will this then affect those who believe in him? How will he look into the eyes of Neruko Namikaze, the girl with whom he is secretly in love and who once said during one of their meetings that there is no point in the life that always gives up and then regrets? Well, as you wish. Then don't regret what happened. The blonde raised his hand and looked at the sky. Ripples appeared in his eyes. At first, nothing happened and Cage prepared to attack him again, when suddenly the clouds in the sky parted, allowing a simply huge meteorite to descend. The red-haired did not want to believe his eyes, because it did not look like genjutsu, but how could one possess a power capable of such a thing? Tons of sand surrounded Gaara, closing him in a kind of half-open dome. It cost him an incredible amount of chakra to summon all the sand from all around. A large hand stuck out of the ground. When the meteorite was on it, the ground trembled, the weakest and most fragile houses began to slowly fall apart into pieces, all the veins of the Kazekage strained from the effort. Holding a huge meteorite is an incredibly difficult task, but it seemed like he coped with it, or did it seem that way to him? Not even a minute had passed since the first one fell, when another one loomed over it. With a roar throughout the area, they collided. Those who were now rushing to help the cage stood in complete daze and most wondered, what can they do against someone who can summon it? More experienced shinobi of the sand began to rush to lead civilians out of their homes, as well as to bring the frozen newcomers to their senses. The evacuation was in full swing, but even so, no one doubted that they would not have time to lead everyone out. The only hope left was their leader. But what kind of hope was that? Perhaps blind, since the red-haired man could barely hold onto one meteorite, and now there were two of them. He had already sent the remaining part of the sand in reserve, thus leaving himself without protection. The first meteorite began to fall apart, sending down its boulders, fragments of a huge stone. House after house ended up under its debris. Screams of men, women, children and old people could be heard from everywhere. Almost every second person lost someone close to them. Mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, regardless of age. Watching this, the Kazekage grew weaker and weaker. He could not stand it. His ears could not bear these terrible screams. His eyes, red with anger, looked up at the one who had arranged all this, who had killed many innocent people in one fell swoop. And I will never understand you in this. You fight, knowingly not having the slightest chance of winning. Why? Your ridiculous zeal to prove something took the lives of your own people. Only you are to blame for this. You could have calmly surrendered and then none of them would have suffered. Gaara's eyes dimmed, the former anger disappeared from him, anything at all disappeared from him, they became glassy, lost. He wanted to return everything, turn back time and accept this damn offer to surrender, but it was too late. He managed to stop the second meteorite, almost completely raising it to powder, but it dried up his chakra reserves so much that he became incapacitated. A normal attack knocked him out of consciousness, and the last thing he remembered before he completely lost his life was some dark cave, and then how he was placed somewhere near its ceiling. For Minato, this day was one of the hardest. The village was almost finished recovering, and therefore it was necessary to decide what to do next, how to protect the village and most importantly, Neruko and Menma, his children, who were hunted by Akatsuki. Everything would have ended like this, if the nervous secretary had not entered the room. Hokage-sama, you have a visitor from the sands with a very urgent matter. A couple of minutes after these words, a girl with light hair braided into 2 ponytails was already standing in the room. A fan was behind her back, and by her face he recognized her as the older sister of the Kazekage. Hokage, I have exactly 2 demands of you. Temari was in a bad mood, and therefore clearly did not care about such a thing as subordination. Minato was taken aback by such impudence at first, but after her subsequent words he fell back in his chair, as if he had lost the power of speech. The other day, our village was completely attacked. Almost half of all the inhabitants died, some were saved, and some were seriously injured, almost the entire village was destroyed, and therefore I have a demand to help us in its restoration. The second demand is that you help return our Kazekage, who was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization. But why should we clean up your problems? Shikamaru muttered discontentedly to those standing nearby, having taken direct part in restoring his own, and now they were being told that it was necessary to do the same with the other one. They may be allies, but there should still be a limit. They have enough problems of their own without this. Because I managed to find out something. The attacker was the Hokage's eldest son, who later became a renegade. Don't you think that you, even if not directly, are to blame for what happened? It wasn't just anyone, it was the Hokage's son. These words went through Minato like fire. He leaned his forehead on the table and began to look at his feet. Once again, his biggest mistake was causing him more trouble. His already damaged reputation was already on the rocks, and now this happened. Okay, he answered sluggishly, call me Kakashi, Ino and Chuji with sigh. Shikamaru, you with them, you go save the Kazekage, Sakura will go to the land of sand. I believe that a medic is needed there most of all right now. His henchman immediately went to carry out his orders, and he, asking everyone to leave, was left alone with his thoughts. How tired he was of Naruto already. He would give a lot for him to cease to exist. I see the situation is even worse than I expected. Minato, you and Kushina have created a monster, don't you think? In a few days I will send a specially trained squad of assassins to search for your eldest son. If things go well, he may die. That's impossible. The Hokage stood up from the table, walked around the room for a while, and then looked at the elder. We can't send too many people from Konoha right now. The enemy could attack at any moment and we need all our forces to protect the village. Or have you forgotten that they are hunting the tailed beasts? Well, we have the Kyuubi Jinchuriki here who definitely need to be protected. Are you speaking on behalf of the Hokage or your father? It doesn't matter anyway. At the next meeting, which will definitely take place soon, I will speak in your place, and you will get a little sick. Believe me, this is for the good of the village. It must be so. He arrived at the scene on the first report from Kurozetsu, where the fight between the 2 remaining Uchiha brothers was supposed to take place, but he found neither of them, not even any bodies, but he found the body of Shirozetsu, who was watching their fight. This was not going according to plan and it was starting to piss him off. There were chakra particles on Shiro's wound that did not belong to Sasuke. It was Itachi. What are the chances that Sasuke learned the truth about him and they made a truce? The blonde asked the black man standing next to him with an angry grimace. According to him, he was lucky that he decided to leave Shiro in order to finish a few of his other affairs, otherwise he could have died too. I think the probability is high. And the reason for that, I'm willing to assume, is you. As far as I know, Itachi has always been wary of you, especially lately, and since you know that his true goal is to protect Konoha, it would be logical to assume that he decided to tell the whole truth in order to unite against you. After all, they both feel threatened by you, haha. More importantly for now, what should we do with that Jinchuriki's body made of sand? Just leave him in the cave. He, like this place, is no longer needed. They probably sent guys from the villages after him, and even if they find a way to revive him, it won't hurt us. It will even be interesting to see his face when he carefully examines everything that happened because of him and when he comes to revenge them. Ha 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 ha. The blonde burst into laughter, but at the same time, you could feel the fatigue in him. Then I'll go. We still need to prepare everything for the cage meeting. By the way, will you come there? No, Toby will arrive there eventually. I have nothing to do there, although I would like to see that damn Sasuke. I don't argue. He probably won't miss the opportunity to get even with Danzo, who should be in my father's place. You can go. I'll let you know if anything changes, said Otsutsuki, seeing off the dark silhouette until it disappeared behind the thickets. A lot of things will change, even Akatsuki. Getting to his personal shelter was not a problem for him. At first glance, this place was not particularly remarkable. An ordinary old house, more like some kind of barn in the middle of the forest, in the middle of nowhere, but that was exactly why Otsutsuki chose this place. He liked it. It was quite quiet here and almost no one came here, and even if they did, they were some travelers or passing merchants. There was no point in looking at this hut for either of them, because this place was simply excellent for being alone with his thoughts. To be honest, the blonde had not known sleep or rest for a long time. There was too much to do, and now it all accumulated into not weak fatigue and exhaustion. He had long been tired of all this mess, but he did not allow himself to rest too much, because there was very little time left until the moment when he would come to what he had arranged all this for. More precisely, to that. Every day he imagined in his head the moment when Kaguya would appear in this world. Then nothing would stop him and he would calmly enjoy their life together with the progenitor of all chakra. The inside of the room was no better than its appearance. An old bed standing in the far corner to the right of a small cracked window, under which stood a dusty table because it was no longer needed. To the right of the wall was a large oak wardrobe, inside of which were old, children's things. Apparently, children lived here and this place had been abandoned for quite some time. Now the blonde was attracted by only one thing in this house, a bed with a gray, moth-eaten blanket. Naruto was not picky, since he did not come here often due to his busy schedule. Besides, he understood that soon he would completely lose need for this place. The body relaxed and at the same time became heavy. The body literally sensed the approaching rest, and therefore lost the point of holding itself back any longer. Not even a minute had passed when a snoring sound was heard in the house. While his tired body was resting, his consciousness went to the same place where it always did. He found himself in the same clearing as always. The only difference was that in this little world it was suddenly raining for him, and Kaguya was nowhere to be seen. The only solution was to go towards a small forest, which he did, stepping on the damp grass. As he approached the place, he heard splashes of water and immediately realized that he had chosen the right direction. Although, was it possible to do the wrong thing, given their connection with Lady Otsutsuki? Rounding the last tree that separated him from the pond, he slowly walked to the pond, over the waters of which hung a not very dense veil of fog, but even so, the blonde could see a body that was quickly moving through the water. Noticing Naruto, Kaguya hastily swam to the shore and soon Naruto saw a milky body emerging from the water. A smile played on his face when he involuntarily examined her again, every curve of her beautiful body, her grandiose and aristocratic gait. This woman had everything to captivate absolutely any man, but she captivated Naruto, who often thought that he was simply incredibly lucky to meet her. Who knows how his life would have turned out if he had not met her? Maybe he would even be dead, unable to bear the loneliness and feeling of being an outcast after his coma as a child. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about me. The blonde smiled sweetly, slightly tilting her head to the side in response to admiring the boy. How could I forget you? Otsutsuki retorted no less jokingly. You cheated on me all my life. I hope for the better. Well, how can I say? He closed one eye and began to watch her reaction with the other, which was not long in coming, but caused a considerable surge of emotions. Come on, I'm just kidding. He couldn't look at her dissatisfied face any longer. having given in, although he thought he could hold out a little longer. Thanks to you, I became who I am. I pursue the goal for which I think I was born. Really, I'm so tired, he sighed, simply falling back, throwing his arms in different directions. The wet grass and the drops falling from it on the blonde pleasantly tickled his ears and neck. The rain also stopped, and he watched as Kaguya, having dressed, came up to him, sat down and put his head on her lap. I keep wondering if I can give you everything you deserve. To answer you for everything you go through there, so that I can be freed from eternal imprisonment here. You can, the guy smiled, you've already given me this, because you're with me, you believed in me, a simple guy, a child at that moment. Well, you stopped being a simple guy a long time ago, Otsutsuki giggled. That's true, the blonde agreed, and have you thought about what you'll do in that world? As for me, it's even worse than this one. It's calm here, so quiet. If I had the opportunity, I'd gladly join you in your imprisonment here. It only seems that way at first glance. Spending thousands of years here is just awful. Besides, now that I have you, now I just want to be where you are. And I don't know what will happen to this place when they come, Otsutsuki thought. They, and Kaguya told him that she was not the only one from the Otsutsuki, that there were others in the universe, and that sooner or later they would arrive on this planet and would also try to come for her. This definitely gave the blonde new food for thought in the future, because as he understood, the other Otsutsuki were enemies and very serious ones. But now they did not matter to him, now he had only one goal, to free Kaguya from the seal. And they would think of something with the other Otsutsuki. I'm curious about everything. What would the world be like if you were here all the time and weren't sealed away? Well, Otsutsuki thought for a moment, and then answered with a smile, I think that it would not have come to such chaos. Every second person would not have used chakra and there would not have been those senseless wars. Maybe it would have been an ideal world, because at first I liked it, but then I would hardly have met you, so it is difficult to judge what would have been better. But I am glad that I have you, that's all. In response, Naruto smiled and closed his eyes. His soul became calm, thoughts left his white head and he completely enjoyed the peace. And how can you not try to bring her back to the real world after that, huh? Part 12. Let the war begin. The meeting was going according to plan until his secret was revealed and he lost the trust of the other cage. Danzo wasn't particularly sad about this fiasco in the negotiations. Like any politician, Shimura still had aces up his sleeve. Just when he wanted to start his dialogue, his censor subordinate warned him about the approach of another source of chakra. His first thought and even hope was the appearance of the fourth son. He definitely had something to offer him, but when he found out that none other than Uchiha Sasuke had gotten inside, he partially lost interest, but still, it was an excellent opportunity to leave under the noise. He didn't care about the lost trust of the other cage. Let Minato deal with the consequences, but the fact that his son was not here was a disappointment. He had something to offer Naruto and something to demand in return. If only he could find him. As planned, he left almost immediately after the Uchiha burst into the room. The idea of adding new eyes to his collection was appealing, but he couldn't do it in front of everyone. Even though the Kazekage and Reikage weren't here, it would take time for the Uchiha to escape from the Tsuchikage and Mizukage and their subordinates. That would be plenty of time to get away. When they finally got away from the gathering place, Danzo realized that Sasuke wasn't the only one who had gotten in here. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo couldn't fully believe in his existence, because according to all the data it was said that the elder Uchiha had fallen at the hands of Sasuke, but he couldn't be imagining things, could he? The illusion was also out of the question, because no matter how strong Sasuke became, he was unable to catch an opponent who had played ahead of the game. Long time no see, Danzo-sama, Uchiha replied emotionlessly, not taking his scarlet eyes off his subordinates, whose abilities he knew very well. He knew that they would be able to cause certain problems in a head-on collision. It will be difficult, but it is much more difficult for Sasai now. The four cage are more than serious opponents. You came to kill me, huh? Danzo guessed, giving his subordinates a sign with his hands to counterattack. He didn't need an answer, all he needed was time. Even Itachi couldn't stand up to several shinobi of their level at once. Have you come to kill you? Itachi slightly inclined his head. We can avoid a fight if you tell us everything you know about Naruto Otsutsuki. The question slightly surprised the old man, but even if he knew everything about the aforementioned, he still would not have answered. Without saying anything, he slowly began to unwind his bandaged hands. Eye after eye opened to the light, causing even such a cold-blooded person as Itachi to change his expression. The right moment for the first attack had come. Feeling how his body was being cut into pieces, Danzo smiled as he looked at his opponent before his short death. A large shuriken was aimed at Itachi with rapid speed, who in turn saw perfectly well what, or rather who, was hidden in this throw. The enemy realized that he was exposed, but recalled the technique too late to avoid the blow. Powerful and sharp bones broke several of his ribs, throwing him off the edge of the dam. It won't kill, but it will neutralize for a while, which already satisfied Uchiha. The only one left was the one who poisons with one touch. Did you really think that you could defeat me with such an attack? Itachi raised his altered eyes to Danzo, who in turn quickly looked at his feet. Shimura knew perfectly well who was in front of him. Now I've lost my subordinate. Itachi took a few steps towards the Konoha people. If they were so easy to kill, they wouldn't have become my agents. You, a traitor, can't understand this. My people can do what you couldn't. They will lay down their lives for the good of the village without a second thought. Danzo shouted and ran, holding a kunai in his hands, noticing out of the corner of his eye how Tarun was going around the Uchiha from the side. All they had to do was make Itachi throw off his Susanoo, then he wouldn't be able to avoid the poisonous touch of the Aburame. It was unpleasant to realize that due to their unrivaled defense, the Aburame clan's technique was being nullified, just like his own techniques. Judging by his eyes, Itachi had mastered the eternal Mangekyo. He would have found such eyes useful. If I couldn't take Sasuke's eyes, I'll at least take his beloved older brother's eyes. Shimura yelled as he charged at Itachi. As expected, his attack was useless against Susanoo. He was thrown back when he encountered strong resistance, and was then pierced by Susanoo's sword. He stopped behind a distant pillar and watched as Itachi hunted Tarun, who was barely managing to dodge the attacks. He was really going to lose one of his subordinates if he didn't figure out something about this Susanoo. One option was to wait until the enemy was exhausted, but that also applied to him. He couldn't afford to use Izonagi all the time. And he needed to finish before Sasuke could possibly get here. A sharp pain in his body confused his thoughts before he used Izonagi again. The evil and hateful gaze on his face made his whole body tingle. Sasuke quickly came into view, his chest thrust forward and a joyful grin plastered on his face. Seeing his target helpless and lost only made him want to kill even more. The wind died down, the sounds of the birds died down, as if nature itself understood the situation. The Uchiha began to run towards Danzo, preparing to soak his sword in the blood of the elder who had forced Itachi to live as a traitor to the village that was his home and the place he so wanted to protect. This would be the first and last promise he would not keep to his brother. Danzo would experience all the pain and despair that the Uchiha had felt that very night. The blade was already raised in front of the old man's face. Sasuke could not have expected that there would be another person in front of his target. Yamanaka needed time to quickly patch up his wounds, and it seems he managed to do it in time, having prepared his technique in advance, which he devoted almost all his time to learning. This technique, which distinguishes him from other people of his clan. Rushing to make it, he even dares to look into the scarlet eyes of the enemy, being confident that he will make it before he gets into genjutsu. You're a good boy, Fu. Danzo lightly touched his subordinate's shoulder as the younger Uchiha fell to his knees. Sasuke's face was twisted in pain, his ugly face changing shades from pale to small. I have created good assistants for myself. Danzo looked at the Uchiha with disdain. Sasuke. Itachi rushed to his younger brother, but something invisible blocked his way. Barrier. When did you manage to do that? The elder Uchiha shouted, using his Susanoo to once again throw back Tarun, who had taken advantage of the pause. Fools. I am much more experienced than both of you. This is a case where experience beats genius. Your little brother is beyond help. Fu of the Yamanaka clan has more than just a clan ability. I developed and taught him a much stronger technique that makes him especially valuable to root. Now Uchiha Sasuke's mind is gradually burning out, causing him incredible pain. So much so that he will soon begin to beg for death. You are fools who have come to your own death. Is that so? Sasuke raised his head, which Shimura did not like. The man was unable to move after the mind-destroying technique was used on him. That means we have to finish him off first, right? Danzo was forced to step back. He really did not like the smile on the Uchiha's face. Everything happened in seconds, and only then did Danzo understand what the catch was. How is this possible? I was sure I'd make it. Yamanaka croaked, blood spurting, his eyes dazzled as he discovered Sasuke's sword blade in his chest, who was thrashing around and looking quite pleased. He used his last bit of strength to look behind the Uchiha, seeing a picture similar to theirs. Aburame was lying dead, and Itachi had already dispelled his Susanoo. Sorry, Dedan, Zo-Sam. Yamanaka fell, leaving Shimura with a face twisted in anger. You thought we didn't expect you to do something like that? Itachi asked without much emotion as he approached. When? Danzo asked briefly, looking up at his brothers. From the very beginning, Itachi answered, casting a quick glance at Sasuke, who merely nodded. They had already gotten rid of two, but that did not mean they had won. Considering Danzo, he could still have a few more tricks up his sleeve. Itachi had already warned Sasuke before the fight. Itachi still remembered Shisui's words about Danzo taking one of his eyes. That was what he feared most, occasionally glancing at Shimura's eye patch. Tarun, Fu, Danzo said, looking at the bodies of his subordinates, which really pissed Sasuke off. Maybe now you will understand what Itachi and I felt when the clan was gone. Sasuke flared up in earnest, launching an attack again. Naive fool. They served under me en route, they were ready to die for me. Unlike you two, they knew what true loyalty to the village was. Danzo was forced to retreat, since the situation was not in his favor. Left alone against two red-eyed bastards, he understood that such a situation would inevitably lead to his death. If it were only Sasuke. But Itachi, that's a problem. I think these two will be a great replacement for Fu and Tarun. He thought when Sasuke killed him with Amaterasu once again. He had to act and act decisively, before the brothers, who had become a thorn in one place, pulled another trick. Kotoamatsukam. He had no more than 10 seconds to make them his own. Any delay could cost him his life. Interesting, the blonde smiled, sitting on top of the trees. The battlefield was far away, but still clearly visible. Although not perfect, information is perhaps the most powerful weapon of humanity, sometimes even more formidable than technology. That's why he sent his clone to see everything from the first places. He didn't expect the previously disparate brothers to find common ground so quickly. Presenting a united front, they demonstrate excellent teamwork, which creates the feeling that they have been working together for years. Danzo did not interfere with Naruto in any way, and his elimination would not affect anything except quenching Sasuke's thirst for revenge. The only problem would be if he managed to use his perfect genjutsu on two Uchihas. But he still won't interfere. Danzo Shimura, you've been sitting around for so long that you've forgotten how to see the true nature of things. Naruto smirks, sensing the chakra of the third participant in the fight, who still hasn't made his move. Waiting for the right moment, Madara. Or should I say Obito? Otsutsuki says into the void. Who the hell are you? The head of Root wheezed under the pressure of the chains, from Uzumaki, then. He turned his head, noticing the scarlet hair. He felt someone else's chakra too late, which is why he didn't have time to pull off the mask, damn. His attempts to get out were unsuccessful, and then everything happened too quickly. He didn't even have 10 seconds. Even at the moment when he reached for the bandage, the last eye was already closed. Damn Uchihas, damn you with your genjutsu, he thought while in the flames of Itachi's Amaterasu. They had confused all his plans from the very beginning, confused them with their appearance. If the negotiations failed, he planned to use Shisui's eye on Naruto. It would be a double success. Rid the village of perhaps the most dangerous enemy since Madara and get him for himself. With a fighting unit like Naruto, he would instill fear of Konoha in everyone else, become the undisputed Hokage, and no one would be able to stop him. What a pity. But he won't let them take what's his. At least you, but I'll take you with me. Having used the sealing technique, he hoped to eliminate himself, since he considered such a death more worthy than simply burning out in the fire. Karen, get out of there. Itachi shouted, he couldn't save her, there wouldn't be enough time, so he grabbed Sasuke and retreated. Brother, why didn't we try to stop him? He had Shisui's eye. The younger Uchiha wondered when it was all over. We wouldn't be able to interrupt this technique, and given the state of the world, destroying the eye is probably the best outcome. Karen. Itachi looked in that direction, but the girl was gone. She didn't make it, Uchiha noted sadly. Let's go, Sasuke. Let's not stay here any longer. But where to? To Konoha, my brother, to Konoha. A little later. Everything is going according to plan. The masked man appeared as suddenly as always, The massive loss of Jinchuriki did not give them any reason to doubt the truth of my words. The pawns are in place. It's time to make the first move. It was not visible because of the mask, but Otsutsuki knew that Uchiha Obito was smiling now, apparently still thinking that everything was going the way he wanted it to. Speaking of pawns, how many have we lost? Naruto asked, looking at a point visible only to himself. Almost everyone, except, perhaps, Kisame and Konan. Kisame lost the battle, but merged with Samehada waiting for a convenient opportunity, but Konan disappeared after Nagato's death. Along with his body. From the intonation, one could understand that the Uchiha was unhappy with the situation. Besides, we still haven't captured the 8 tails and 9 tails. The Jinchuriki will come into our hands themselves when the war begins, I am sure of that. Who are you and where does such confidence come from? The mask wearer drawled with a little anger, which only amused Otsutsuki. Naruto knew that Obito would not strictly follow the plan that Madara Uchiha had set for him, and therefore the new figure in his face slightly confused his plans. He would have taken up the elimination of the trouble that had arisen long ago if he had been completely sure, because Obito did not know until the end about the strange, white-skinned guy who was now standing next to him, and the fight between these two could be the last and then the plan would end. This was the only thing that held back the Uchiha, who had lost everything. Otsutsuki knew that Obito had become a lump in his throat and knew perfectly well that he was only thinking about how to eliminate him, but he also did not want to do anything. He was interested in what he would decide. Besides, the Uchiha had not yet fully played his role so that he could be written off. Believe me, I know my little brother, and also my little sister. The likes of them, they can't stand by while all their friends and comrades are fighting in the war. Naruto smirked, momentarily remembering this Jinchuriki duo, who would definitely play a key role in the upcoming war. What about Killer Bee? Obito asks with distrust. Here the first will play on the second, in other words, the sister will not rush headlong to the front line. It is she who will most likely decide to increase her chances by asking for help from the 8, but if not, then I will personally deliver the Bayu to us, okay? Naruto looked through the only hole in the mask. Minato returned home in a depressed mood. All the action took place in a monstrously frantic rhythm. On the one hand, Danzo's death would make him feel better, and judging by the message, Itachi and Sasuke were returning to the village. It would be difficult to fully justify them, but that was not even what he cared about. Darling, is something wrong? His wife said anxiously. She sat down next to him and looked closely into his eyes, which only meant that Uzumaki would not leave without an answer. Danzo Shimura is dead. He was killed at the Cage Council. His wife interrupted him in an instant. Did Naruto kill him? Her eyes widened, causing Minato to chuckle inwardly. Why was she always surprised by what their wayward son was doing? She would be surprised if the so-called Otsutsuki suddenly sided with the village, although what was he talking about? And why was she thinking about her son, who had recently destroyed his own village? No, it was 2 Uchihas who did this. Namikaze sighed, which surprised his wife even more, but it is not Danzo's death that worries me, but the upcoming war. War. Kushina jumped up. But how? From where? Why? We haven't been at odds with others lately. According to the data, it was announced to us by one of the leaders of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Minato himself was on edge. War. The announcement of the legendary Uchiha. It seems that the world is coming to an end. Darling, Uzumaki whispered, are you sure about this? He should be dead. There is some information that confirms this. I myself did not want to believe it, but the facts say otherwise. What about the other leaders of the organization? Who are they? The girl tried not to think about what awaited them, and something bad definitely awaited them. Perhaps this will be the biggest and no less bloody war in the history of shinobi. According to the data provided to us by our old spy, Otsutsuki Naruto is in cahoots with Uchiha Madara. There was another one, but he was more of a formal leader and not long ago fell in battle with Uchiha Sasuke. Horror. What awaits us? I don't know, dear, I don't know, but something terrible. At that moment there was a knock on the door. A little later. I'll say it straight. War is coming and I can't guarantee that all of you will survive. Akatsuki, or rather their leader, has declared the 4th Shinobi World War on us and we have every reason to believe that it will happen. The other great villages are also gathering troops, and the situation is getting worse. According to the data that our intelligence has brought, the enemy may use resurrected shinobi. These could be your acquaintances, friends, brothers or even parents, whom many of you have lost in the past. We are acting in alliance with the other villagers. Alliance, the crowd said in shock. We're in alliance with the others. But how? They killed my brother. It was expected that not everyone would like the idea of fighting together with those with whom they had previously been enemies. I understand that not everyone wants this. But this is the only way out. The whole world is under attack, and if everyone acts alone, then we will simply be destroyed, and everything that our predecessors wanted to protect, everything that we want to protect, all this will disappear. So I ask you. The fourth bowed, help us win this war. Without you, no, we can't cope. The fourth Hokage's speech had an effect. Most of the shinobi shouted jubilantly. Their Hokage was able to instill confidence in them. Many were touched by Minato's words. Many have families here, children whom they want to protect. Thus, the general mobilization of all shinobi of the Hidden Leaf village began. Everyone who was able to fight came, even those who had retired long ago. They could not stay away. Many still understood that, unfortunately, not everyone would be able to return alive and unharmed. The situation with the unification of all shinobi, as expected, did not go smoothly. The situation was corrected by the deputy commander-in-chief of the army, Gaara. His fiery speech made every shinobi who was at least somewhat dissatisfied with his new comrades think. Shinobi shook hands, got acquainted, which created the feeling that they were not at war. By the way, the place was native to the Kazekage, which created its own advantage in the war. Until now, there is a whole cannonade of explosions on the side of the training ground. This is the reserve training. While there is time, many are doing something related to training, but carefully, because a direct order was given to conserve chakra as much as possible and not overwork themselves ahead of time. It is a pity that this order did not stop everyone. Several particularly hot-blooded people still overworked and completely emptied their chakra volumes. Whether on purpose or not, this will be found out by digging into their heads. It's about to start, Gaara whispered, covering his left eye. An amazing technique, as the Hokage noted, capable of monitoring the area most safely. No one was there yet, but there is only calm before the storm. That was the case with them. Time slowed down, the situation became more and more tense, the shinobi's nerves were tense, as if an unknown archer was pulling them like a bowstring. Many picked up on the oppressive atmosphere, and if someone spoke, then in whispers. Of course, they tried not to think about it, but still, little thoughts slipped through. How will it start? Will they see an army? How big will it be? Who will make the first move and who will die first? But many fell into a stupor when initially only one silhouette appeared in front of them, a black outline, the appearance of which was not visible because of the sun. Those few who managed to survive after meeting him already understood who was standing in front of them. You, the fourth Hokage wheezed, trying to suppress his emotions, but even so. The Kazekage, who was standing nearby, clearly saw what was happening to the cage. If he doesn't pull himself together, then this will be a problem. He thought, looking at the former Leaf Shinobi, who had become the biggest traitor. This is what I could have become, Naruto. He mentally addressed someone he didn't even know. Gaara once again thanked the two twins for saving him from the fate of his older brother. However, Minato was a hero of the previous war, and therefore was able to collect his thoughts almost immediately, but he was in no hurry to attack himself or give the order to attack. This war was too incomprehensible even for him, and even the cage did not fully understand who their enemy was. Of course, Naruto, the one who introduced himself as Madara and Akatsuki, or rather those who remained, but even this is clearly not enough to declare war on all 5 countries. Before it all begins, let me tell you something. The blonde spoke, hovering in the sky in front of the Shinobi Alliance. The sheer number of people was simply astounding, even Otsutsuki admitted it. Is that what fear means? It made them unite with those they previously considered enemies. He thought, it's amazing that for the sake of defeating a common enemy, all 5 countries decided to unite, but did you think that by doing so, you only made our work easier? An appeal to those who still have brains and who partially, but understand that they are going to certain death. Get out of here, run, save your miserable lives, because later it will be too late. I will show you mercy only because many of you have families, children, wives who are waiting for your return. If you do not listen to me now, then you will only blame yourself for condemning your loved ones to grief and sorrow. Having finished his speech, he felt a slight tickle in his throat. Yeah, shouting at the whole crowd to get through to the cowards can be even more difficult than killing them. He was exaggerating, of course, but he was pleased with the result. Few, just a few, but still they ran away, even with some kind of fight breaking through the ranks of their comrades trying to stop them. Since I'm alone, the first move is mine. He smiled, folding seals unknown to anyone. Scary. He was very scared to be here. It was clear from the very beginning that nothing good would happen here. One person who called himself the Great Madara Uchiha declared war on all 5 villages. Naturally, there was some kind of trap hidden here, and their leadership did nothing better than gather everyone in one place, as if presenting them on a platter, like an offering. From the frozen time and the tension that was cheerfully in the air, it was clear that he was not the only one experiencing feelings unworthy of a shinobi. Spit. He just continued to stand rooted to the spot, praying to everyone he could for this to end quickly. Aika was still waiting for him at home. The girl, his little princess. His fears turned out to be true, there really was a person in front of them. He was alone and he smelled of death. He felt something ominous even with a fairly large gap between them. He caught the eye of the one who called himself Otsutsuki a couple of times and each time he felt goosebumps run down his spine. He's alone. The brunette standing next to him whispered in surprise. A young guy with a Konoha protector, who probably hadn't even become a Junin. If this is so, then no matter how strong he is, we will win, the other one kept saying. Fools. This is Naruto Otsutsuki, rumor has it he is incredibly strong. Something will happen, that's for sure. One person would never go out in front of the entire alliance without being confident in his victory. We need to be on guard if we want to survive the upcoming massacre. Hotaru whispered, trying not to look into the eyes of his opponent, whose speech surprised almost everyone. And even had an effect. A few, but still all confidence was shaken. Whispers began, there were several who began to back away, and then they still ran back. Otsutsuki's speech planted fear in the hearts of many, and with it the hope of salvation. Fugitives appeared. How long have I been absent from this earth? The man in red armor gloomily squeezed out of himself. His face was cold, without a single hint of inner emotions, but inside he was not entirely happy with what he saw after his already unexpected resurrection. Many things did not go according to plan, including the fact that he was brought back by the technique of unholy resurrection, but that was not what worried him. Who is this child? He turned to Tsuchekage, through whom his summoner was speaking to him. The child, he grinned, this child made half the world tremble with fear, if not the whole world, but even so. I don't know him well, but he is on our side and your double brought him himself. Knowing him, he probably has a plan, but for now let's see what he did to scare the world so much.